Thank you for that, for the word. You spoke all of this into existence, so always give thanks to you and glorify your word, your Shem. So thought I would. It's just part of the gospel. Come out of her, my people. So that's the gospel. Be in it, but be not of it. So think about that. Be in it, but be not of it. Give unto Caesar. So 1 foot in the system, 1 foot out of the system. Even if it's just growing a tomato plant in a 5-gallon bucket, you're beating the system. So, because it's always trying to beat you down. So you're supposed to put up extra oil. So with your connection, you better have some extra meds, extra dab oil. So in case of the way. So, but again, thought I'd come in and have that conversation as often I do about not being part of the beast, separating your chain so you're not chained to the supply chain, become your own system, get out of the beast system and stop fornicating with the beast. The beast is corn syrup. The beast is genetically modified. The beast is mental, controlling your mind, government. The beast is the system, is oppression. The beast is a spiritual. It's not a physical. So there is no physical under this testament. So we're not bound by that old law of physical laws that they were all fulfilled. So thank you for that. So that's the gospel. So don't add or take away. He's perfect, so he knows what he's doing. So he tells us to come out of her, my people. So you're not supposed to be a part of the beast. That's the gospel. The body is the temple. We're not supposed to be relying on the system. We have our own, ability if we check out of the beast. So don't give our power and authority to it. So most people are not, but that's okay. I'm not calling out to the broad is the way that leads to hell. The wide gate, most people go to hell. So that's the gospel. Narrow, that's the gospel, is the way. It is. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. So keep it straight in here. Keep it straight, and I'll keep it straight with you. So you don't get it twisted. You got to be in the system until the system collapses. If you can get completely out of system, great. But most people don't even have 1 foot out of the system. So that is part of what he's telling us. Come out of the Old Testament laws, church, temple, the body, do not sup. We're not supposed to partake, and do not partake, do not sup. Come out of her. Be in it, but be not of it. That's the gospel. We're not supposed to partake in unfruitful works of darkness. So, supposed to work in light, do things that are wholesome and more organic. Stop relying on the animatronic beast system. If you are, turn it on its head. Be as esteemed as the potter's clay. Turn their works upside down. Pull the rug out from underneath their feet. Like I Dream a Genie or something, right? Oh, well. Maybe I'm just Aladdin. Maybe that's what it was I was thinking of. My bad. So, well, I Dream a Genie. That's a little older. I don't know how many people are in the room are. You're as old as me. But, anyways, that's what this is about. Right now, it's about not partaking in the system. Gotta man, connection, you got some serious issues, man. I hate the fact that Father plagues some of us with, pestilence, you know. And so, but try to regulate your diet is all I can tell you. I'm not giving you any, advice. Consult your physician, family, snakes of a pole, doctor, or whatever. What do you hear, Mr. Bone? Your ears all perking up about. So, but again, that is, the system is, uh, still up and running, and so start to find your way to the exit. Stage left or stage right on this world stage. So, gonna have to become self-reliant, especially if you have something like, physical ailments. Do you have Jace Medical? Do you have that written down, connection? Do you have that written down anywhere? I hope you watch Prepper News, and Canadian Prepper, he actually just did a video that talked about, he brought up Jace again. So do you have something for when, the fan, the dung, the feces, the poop, whatever you want to call it? Speaking of bladder, well, no, that's your, all right, in the wind, but the other end. So do you have a backup plan if the sun decided to pop and hit us with some a magnetic plasma, ionized, deionized gas, and it hit our magnetosphere, and caused the electronics, anywhere, if you're on the grid, which I do believe you're one foot in the system, or at least one, then you're going to be subject to the, lights out. You're going to be working in darkness. Well, hopefully not a worker of darkness, but good. Okay, cool. Outstanding. But you know what I'm saying? I need you to have, what other ailments you have, you need to have a backup for those, because, I know that cannabis isn't a cure-all, but it does cure most. So it doesn't, not everything, but it has a lot of applications, like silver. It does. They used to burn both of them. Well, not silver. They didn't burn silver, but they knew that silver was an antimicrobial back thousands of years ago. But they would burn frankincense and myrrh and cannabis. So, but either way, that's a good way to get out of the system. Exactly. Start being your own, have your own ability to grow your own medicine. See, that's be in it, but be not of it. Good for you. That's what I'm talking about. Stoner makes the connection. So that's what it's about. It's about, hey, you still got to use the system while it's up, and when it's down, it's not going to be a fun world to live in. So you better have some kind of cut out the chain, become your own supply chain. I say it over and over again. Become your own. I think you need to be going outside. No, we don't never want to go outside. Come on. Go check it out. Go potty. Let me know when you want to come back in. Okay, so cool. No, I hear you. I don't like the snakes of the pole pharmacia. I just recently had to go, remember? But then again, I found out that I have a compression fracture in my L3 vertebrae. I didn't even let him x-ray my hip. I'm sure I have a similar thing going on in the hip, but oh well. So I'll work through it. It's not put me down yet, so I said yet, notice. So, but Yeah, the system is the beast, and sometimes you have to be a part of it. That's like that give unto Caesar. So we need to talk about that. Some people don't have any way out of the system. They don't have any, not even 1 foot. They're got both feet, you know, 9 to 5 in it, whatever schedule they're on, and they don't really. They pay 40% of their, plus of their income to taxes, whether state or federal, and very little time off. Very few people get to take an actual, vacation, maybe one a year at that, if so. And so it's because they chase, on the rat race, you know, like Chase Manhattan, the Mad Hatter. All right, but yeah, you know, that's what this is about. It's about going back to the ways of old, come out of her, go back to not the Old Testament, but the things that have always worked. And what's always worked is, well, food, making it a priority, but people didn't, they don't have to make food a priority. Not in this country. They do in a lot of countries because their income, how much your income is spent on. Uh, no, it's like I said, it's very Romanesque. I often say that. Do I not connection? Romanesque, you know. So, uh, yeah. So that's what you need to do. You need to start taking small steps towards any way you can. Like, the first best step that you could do is a water filtration system. That way you're not, that way you could filter any water. If the water went off, it can go, things or something could happen, lines break, snap. That's normally something, there's a bad something in the line normally after that. They have to clear out the lines and stuff, and that's normally you want to be filtering your water anyways. But oh yeah, no, we see it. It's just ridiculous where we're at right now. That's what I'm saying. This is, I don't care what anybody says. This is World War III. Yeah, you think Barry was born? Barry was not. Where was Barry born? So we've already had that here in America. America. So the old vomit nation, abomination, but now the blind 11, blind 11, get it? So Kenya, Kenya. Take a drink. So, how are you getting out of the system? Tell me what's your solution. I got all kinds of solutions. I don't sit there and just gripe about things and don't have, solutions to the issues that are going on. Some people sit there and gripe all day, and I've been known to rant. Heck yeah, but at least I've got solutions to the issues that or I mean, I can't fix the world. I know that I'm not there anymore, but at least to scripturally what we're supposed to do. So there we go. But they're all in the same boat. Doesn't matter. They row their boat to the island. They're all island boys, whether boys or girls. They take boys and girls to the island. So the state of this union is just it's hard to watch. There's somebody who served the right of the people and the oath of the constitutional right to have mine violated, and then like I said, this country's violated. It's just hard to be a witness. So what a March it's going to be. We're only in February, and it's our, it's. We'll see. We'll see if Mr. Warp Speed invades Iran. What did Iran ever do to the U.S.? Nothing. So one of these other things I just don't agree with at all. I have no, and it's this Wesley Clark, the 7, nations, Arab nations that were going to be taken over. This is all part of the plan. So this is peace. That's funny that they say call things peace, right? Like interfering, like my charge is interfering with a peace officer. Shalom. All right, never mind. So I just have to keep it to a minimum. So, but either way, again, it's going to be quite the eventful March, I'm sure. So March is Mars, God of War. So maybe Mr. Warp Speed will wait until March to actually drop the hammer on this. So not if Iran starts, you sank my battleship, starts playing the game. Yeah, the little hats, little white hats. So, but yeah, this is getting to be hard to be a witness. What did Iran ever do to America? I mean, we're over there starting. This could be a war that could last for years, like Afghanistan, decades, and send your children off to Iran. It could turn out that way. Things might not turn out like the U.S. thinks they will. I'm a military veteran. I see this chessboard they've got laid out there and all the seas. I don't need to give away anything. I know what they're doing. This has been a long time. They've been doing this for years, positioning for this. So it's mind-numbing because this is the time that my son was supposed to come home. No matter where he was at, he was supposed to come back when this happened. So it's a little stressful for me right now. A little PTSD going on. So, but I'm trying to keep her together. There you go. Exactly. Connections make it a connection. They're doing it. WW2 equals WW3, the 23 ritual. 2-3. So they're going to mirror it. Hados, it's their Hados. It's in their same narrow way. That's their, they're the broad way, but that's their Gemini. It's like a Gemini, like a bookend, parable. Hovers over the same. The 7th king will be revealed as the 8th king. If you know what that means, remember, then you know exactly what they're doing. It's not any kind of guess. There's no guessing here. You're like, oh, well, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. So thank you, Father, for giving the eye, the seeing eye. If anybody, I don't care if it's just been one, an ear, have not been restrained, or like a throttle on a carburetor, like a advance, or like a cable, or retarded, so it's not, there's no guessing. They have the playbook. They're doing it all by scripture. So pretty much Rome never died. Remember, Romanesque, they still got all that, what they got going on at the Vatican. We'll leave it at that. The deadly head wound that was healed. So this has been going on for some time. It's not, it even started, at the time of the Hamashiach. These are a long time coming. you know. No. That's why I continue to point to these, you know, whatever. It's scriptural. How about that? And I don't care what anybody thinks. Nobody has their finger on the exact, you know, day or hour, but there will be signs. It said there will be signs. So I've seen plenty of signs to know, you know, like I said, WW2 equals WW3, but people don't know the signs. They don't know their historical record, right? Well, we'll put it down that way for conversation's sake. You know. What they say is written, you know. Like Elvis Presley, you know, he's gone, right? You know, we know who Elvis Presley is and know all that. You know, you can do with that whatever you will. We'll go straight to something like that just to throw it right in your face. Remember the king? The king. Thank you very much. So all right. Some things never die. All right, moving on. They just rebirth. They love to celebrate their rebirth. They do it every year in the middle of the winter of their sun god Apollyon, the one that's locked in the pit, the seventh king of Revelation. That will be revealed as the eighth king in the book of the Apocalypse. This is it. You break me down, you build me up, a believer. Believer. Oh. Need some of that pain. Yep, they're doing it again, and they will in their golden dome. They put it up. They put on. Look what they did on the U.S. debt calculator. They put the work up there again of this ministry, minus some of the prior. They took it out. They took all the good stuff, but the main part of it's still there. The golden age and the golden dome. Even Mr. Warp Speed said it. So it's back up there again, or at least last time I checked. I did it as the JPEG or whatever, the screen capture for the other day. I put it up there. Yesterday's. Why would I take my hat off? You guys are fucking stupid, man. All right, but anyways, thank you, Father, for eyes. You know, the seeing eye and the hearing ear. So you can go, like I said, you go look on the debt calculator and you can see the see this revelation, this golden. That's what I'm saying. Repurpose, renew, reuse, revelation. Not revolution, revelation. So they want you to fight with each other. Most people are idiots. Remember, most people don't know their hole in the ground. You know, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. So. The dragon, remember? Leviathan in the garden, serpent, like snakes up a pole. All right, well, what are you doing to exit the system? Like I said, you know what I'm saying? That most people aren't even trying to, you know, even make any attempt, and they'll go into the new system that is already overtaking. 60% of China is automated. So remember, you live in a time where the computer is checking to make sure that you're a human being. You're really smart, you know that, generation, in your Gulf of America. So, well, see there in Anchorage, right on. Good stuff. Somebody would know that you might want to tell Mr. Warp Speed that Russia is our neighbor. Remember, he said he doesn't want Russia or China to be our neighbor. So, can you do that for me, Rip, while you're up there? You can fart and smell it in Russia. It's so close. People in America, they think that Russia's all the way around the world. But if you lived in Alaska, not Homer or, well, whatever, Juneau or Anchorage or North Pole or whatever, maybe you're up in Dead Horse up there up top, but North Pole or Fairbanks, how about that? You know, you would know these things, right? You would know that Russia is not, a million miles around the world, whole wide world. So, yep. Yeah, there's a lot, well, Anchorage is the biggest, populace is in Anchorage. So it's different down in Anchorage than the interior or up north or out in the bush, some of the bush communities or, over there by, like Greeley. I was in the military, so I got to travel, do all the military bases. Richardson's down there in Anchorage, Fort Richardson, and then Wainwright's up the interior. Greeley's out there in Delta. While they do the extreme cold weather training out there in the Bolio Range. So I got my CDL up there in Alaska. Drove propane truck all over there too. Yeah, isn't that funny? Trip how they people in America, they don't know that. In lower 48, they don't know that. They don't know that in the lower. If they've never been up north, and traveled up to Alcan or been through there, there you go. In 7 minutes. So people think, and remember Mr. Putin there met with Mr. Warp Speed and Mr. KGB met with Mr. Alphabet Soup Agency lover. He loves he loves China too. So, but he and sold out mineral rights to Putin, to Russia already. So Russia's already got their foot in the door in Alaska. Remember, Alaska used to be owned by Russia. So one of their announcers up there came out in Russia and said that they'd already, that they were taking over, and I don't see why they wouldn't. Makes 100% sense. Gog and Magog, the invasion from the north. There we go. See why Canada gets in line and does what they're supposed to do, Mr. Fidel. So it's okay. Like I said, you're not going to stop what is written. Yes, there's more weapons in Alaska per populace than any other state in the nation. More people are packing in Alaska. I don't care. I know these statistics. I was a resident. I got a PDF. Permanent fund dividend. What I called it? PDF, PFD. Oh, sorry. Hey, listen here, you PDF file. Get away from me. But no, the populace are. Hey, they got a lot of shredders up there too. But yeah. But Sarah Palin, or Palin, all right, just messing around. But anyways, there are more people packing in Alaska per populace than there is in any other state per the populace ratio. Just so you know. So I want to talk back to somebody in Alaska. Idaho too. There's another state that's got a lot of people. It's open. It's concealed carry. Is everybody can concealed carry in Idaho? So. Polar bears. All right, so we won't get all politic in here. Poly meaning many and tick meaning bloodsucker. Politics, many bloodsuckers. We'll talk about history, but we won't do politics. You can talk about whatever history you want to talk about, but I don't care about. There's no such thing as politics. I don't do that. I think that's the stupidest thing ever. It's called divide and conquer. It's a tactic that Rome and not all used. It was called divide and conquer. Governments have used this for thousands of years. They put labels on people. They got this guy thinks he's a cat or whatever. She needs a poop box in the school or whatever. It's the same divide. R2D2, he's L3G, T2B2, 32, C2O, LG, XYZ2, whatever. You're black, you're white, red, brown, yellow. it's the same thing. There's only one race, the human race. If you think anything else, get your racist ass out of here. I don't do races. So I was born in the concrete jungle and the melting pot and joined the military. And you don't care when somebody's trying to split your wig, trying to pop your grape, take your head off about how much melanin that's the man's got your back behind you. And you're not good how what the shape of his eyes are. That's not why Father put melanin in our skin or not. It's because how close he put us towards the equator. Period. That's it. For no other reason. Anything else, get away from me. Racist. So, I don't like racism. It's taught. We don't see color when we're children. 4 children under the age of, 4 years old, all playing in a playground. And, if they, one from Russia, one from Saudi Arabia, one from China, one from, Mexico, one, and do you think they're going to see color? They just play with each other. We teach children racism. We are taught racism. So I stamp out racism real quick. So I hate borders and I hate racists. So a bird lands on the wall. Do you think he cares if it's Mexico or America? So I think it's childish is what it is. So I'm not saying we can't have fences and contain our animals and have some space, but borders, how childish is that? And they've always had, this is man. This is what man does. He tries to take over, and like Rome, capitalism, now it's imperialism in America. We're just going to take Greenland because it's strategically, militarily best for what it's best military. We're just going to kidnap presidents and first ladies. You know how many people have been talking smack outside of America about our POTUS, Blind 11? What happened if that happened? Why isn't anybody too bringing up that his is it his wife? Is it Lena, Lena, or is it Ivan, like Ivan the Terrible, or Ivanka? Which one is it? No, I think it's Ivanka, right? How did he meet her? I think that'll clear up the whole if he has any association with Mr. EpiPen too, by the way. Can we put that together in this chat? Can I put a 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said? If you're afraid, go to church or something. So, right there. I mean, are we that? This is insane. I'm so tired of watching this. This is old news. This has been on the dark web. These white papers that have been now put black and dark and redacted have been on open in the wide open in the light but it's been on the dark web for decades. So where did he meet his old lady? That'll answer whether if he has any relation to Mr. EpiPen. As a matter of fact, I think Mr. EpiPen had his way with Ivan the Terrible as well. So as she's a cupcake, she gets passed around or something, whatever. You see that though? I mean, how stupid is this general public in America? These people outside America are putting it together. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's all you have to do to figure it out. All this stuff's out on the internet. Not all of it, you know what I'm saying, now because they have redacted, but this stuff's been out for decades. So if we want to know if he has any relation with Mr. EpiPen, then all we need to look no further than his old lady, Ivan. So that's why I hate what this country's become. I live in a nation that's full of numbskulls. And they don't want to talk about it because they're a donkey. They're an ass and they can't learn. Or they know everything. They're a know-it-all and they're an elephant. It's a big circus show. It's an abomination. So this is disgusting. And how it all relates back to JP Chase. Speaking of running, it's people running from the truth. All of it has to do with that. We've seen with the old Bitcoin too, huh? It's crushing the Bitcoin price, isn't it? He's in on all that. Is it? I'm not saying that, but I've heard a couple people say that. Is he, is that, Tashi Nakamoto, is that who that is? You know, this is you know, with all the, how come nobody's talking about the wide pizza gates anymore? Mr. Bill Kill wide pizza gates. You know, with his Melinda, Melina, and Ivan. Notice these. Yeah, okay, whatever, man. I'm not saying that connection. I'm just seeing people putting that connection together. You know, I just made no, you know, say just whatever anybody else said. You know, I'm not saying that's what's going on, but there's such a relation to JP. You know what I'm saying? I'm broke. Okay, yeah, I'm broke. Yes, I own my land, but okay. Or if you're not and you want to donate, this is a ministry. You can donate to the ministry, but uh, I'm retired. I don't have. Well, I have a land payment because I still have another 20 acres. So, Trump 2020. Yeah. Mr. Warp Speed. Yeah, vote for a PDF protector. You know what I'm saying? PDF file protector. Look at this, guys. This sick, disgusting. They do this like an ass. He can't learn or think he knows it because he's an elephant. They're all still part of the same dragon. So, um, you, all right, we won't get off subject here, but all right. Hey, if you want to make a donation to the ministry, we got our first donation towards. I have the permitting, this cost covered again for the electric, and I'm going to still work towards getting this the septic costs. I think I can cover this, and so maybe I can do this cabin. Maybe I might be able to use this. I have to sit down and have a meeting with them since somebody brought it up. We'll put it out there. So I have some investment, put in and things like that, and so I have sold what land I have owned now and put that into another asset, and and then investment, and then obviously this land was paid off, too. So moving forward, if you want to make a donation, there's links in the description. There's Cash App and PayPal. You don't have to donate anything. I don't want any bad money. I don't want to grift anyone, no bad juju. So tithing is something you do without asking. I'll put it out there. So links are in the description. I'm looking for license plates too. If anybody wants to send me a license plate, people said they're going to send them. Nobody ever sent any. So I'm looking at putting them up out here at the ministry. So send it, put the sign the back of it or something, the bottom of the back of it or something, and you'll have a little spot out here at the ministry if you want. From any state, I'm looking for foreign plates too. So you could donate a license plate. Get a hold of me. I'll give you the address if you need it. So I took it out of the link out of the description just to, I don't know. I didn't have to. I could leave it in there, but if you got any plates, send them my way. We'll put them up out here at the ministry. Like I said, sign the back of the bottom of it. Your name will always be out here, like probably permanent ink. You can make a little inscription on the back of the bottom, and because it hangs down and it will hang below where you'll be able to see your whatever you wrote or whatever on that side of the plate. So if you want to, let me know. Like I said, I had 2 or 3 people that were certain they were going to send me a plate, but nobody ever sent me any plates. So that's okay. Not trying to put anybody out. Thank you for the donation. Like I said, we'll start with the 1% and maybe we'll make it, there by donation. If not, I'll figure it out. We'll get it. We'll get there. I'm going to go meet with these people again, hopefully next week, and we'll get that ball rolling so that we can have 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out of the system. You know what I'm saying? Cool. Whatever. It'll be here. There's not going anywhere. I have plenty I probably could do 100 plates. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if you want to, put them out the ministry. If you want, sign something on the back. You don't have to. You could just whatever, and we'll hang them up here. I'll do a live stream. When you send them, I'll go to the box. We'll live stream it. Probably not at the box because I won't, unless you tell me it's coming, and we'll do a stream on it. And then we'll go. We'll hang it up. If you want nothing and you don't want anybody to know, put in me. I don't want anybody to know. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm sitting here in silent. Thank you for the, the gospel or whatever you want. You don't have to put, but that's what we're here to do. It's a ministry, and we're here to share. I do this full time. As a pastor, this is what my life is. 100%. This is what I do. I don't have a life outside of this. I don't. I have no life. And Father has restrained me down here to doing just this for now. Can't leave the country and go do Ecuador yet. I got to wait. And things are nutty down there. I think he did these things again so that I don't go down there and get myself, in a situation where I'm not supposed to be. So I'm thankful for Father doesn't make any mistakes. And like I said, if you want to donate to this ministry, just come back with your time is the only requirement. You can't print time. And when you spend it here, you can't get it back. So got it. Thanks for your time. So don't let me take any of it. Don't want to take anything from anybody. But like I said, don't want to build this ministry off of any bad juju at all. Not at all. Don't like, said recently had a little bit of an incident. Not like that. Don't want anything. This is all earned by the sweat of my brow out here. There's been a lot. If ever you just came out and visited and you could enjoy this property, I think you would see that this is a unique spot, and it's got a great energy here. And this whole valley is just a unique vibration, all the sightseeing to do around here. And it's just a blank canvas, and it's about ready to grow a whole lot more real quick. I think they're about ready to limit people to coming out here. That's why I am trying to press to do what it is that I'm to do, and I don't want to do it under some, pressure. I'll do it in the time that Father wants. But I know that this economy is going to turn down, and when a place like I live is very affordable. Remember, my permitting cost is going to probably be under right around $3,000. That some people can't get even pulling in, inspection on their electric for that, let alone all of them. So I'm going with, a meager home. I'll take the cheapest home that I can put out here and remodel it. I don't care if it's even like the neighbor, and I'm not trying to give up his thing, but he got something that was sat for a while. So, but it's got good bones, and he can rebuild it. And that's what I was going to try to do. So this price is for something that's sitting right in this valley, and actually I might be able to get it for 15. I'd ask it 15. There's 15 right there. I'd ask it 15. He wants 25. There's other ones out there that I could probably haul from Portland, which is a city, but that's a considerable amount of distance. It's probably going to add quite a bit of freight cost of hauling that. It's a wide, some of them don't need a tail vehicle. They just need a wide load plate on them or something like that. I think these job office trailers can be taken, and that's what I'm down here. He won't need none of that. There'll be no cost in none of that. So, and I'm for putting another building out here as opposed to putting it here. I would rather actually have another building out here and give me time where I'm not in it. I'd like to take and redo this whole building inside and out. As much as I don't have to take it all completely apart, but everything inside and out, and stretch some things out, insulate, and probably maybe even took a look, put something up top. Even thought about that, putting a little viewing deck up there. Because remember, I don't want to stay in this building. This isn't the idea of staying in this building. This is a guest cabin that was built out, and it will be rented out. So lots of possibilities, out here for in the future. So once I accomplish this, then I can kind of sit back and again, I'm sure we'll have a couple more people out here by then. So even if I have to bring them in off that homesteaders looking for helpers, site, I can bring in probably as many as I want. I don't want, but probably 2 or 3 people out here maximum. Be nice if there was maybe 3, 4, 5 people out here to enjoy the amenities that's here. Because there's another property if we wanted to expand. There's plenty of room here. Eventually, like I said, I'd like to get to the back of the property where if I had somebody up front and knew there were people consistently up front, I would go ahead and pull myself all the way to the back there, and just use the front of the electric up front to do videos, do my laundry if I wanted to wash something. I probably won't have a dryer. I don't think so. they cost quite a bit of money, and you can hang stuff up, whatever. Um, Probably put a dry line in the building, somewhere you can dry clothes inside that building, and if not, we'll put one outside too. So, um, like I said, we're gonna reach this. We're gonna hit this mark, and we have to hit it by, but we'll hit it by hopefully April or May. You know, um, so but we'll see. Father's timing's perfect. I'm not going to rush it, and we'll see. Again, I'd like to try this build to purchase this building that this guy has before he sells it. He put it online. Now it's been online for a little while, but like I said, the economy I think is about ready to downturn. I'm not making, like it's going to completely fall out and do the whole thing, but we could have a massive 20 or 30% correction, and we have had some 20%, haircuts, and so it's not like I'm making predictions, but that it could throw a lot of people out of their, you know, and they might come to the rescue with this 50-year mortgage, which is insane in the membrane, because it just makes the payment, it's unbelievable if you do the math on what it would do to, a mortgage to. I have to get the fire going here in a minute. So, but anyways, that is the idea. Again, kind of behind what I'm doing out here too, is to try to actually put the property on the grid, because it's been out here for 10 years, not on the grid. So having it on the grid gives the ability to have, to take and have through abundance. Say, okay, well now I can actually have more animals out here, so I'm not wasting eggs. I mean, I don't mind throwing the eggs back to the chickens and to feed, some to the dog and give some away, but you can really get overloaded when you're getting, 12, 15, 16 eggs a day after day after day after day after day. It really, that's where that freeze dryer will just give it the ability. That's just one aspect of, the eggs, to always have the ability to take the abundance and then create with that abundance. So that's the other thing too. So that's what what this ministry is striving to do. So if you want to see this ministry succeed and be a part of that, let me know. There's lots of ways you can become part of the ministry, in many ways. There's, financial is just one way. There's many ways for the ministry to, again, in the future. Like Brother Jim has people that hand out CDs. He's online around right now doing a live. Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. If you haven't seen him, go check him out. He's live right now, and he shares the gospel. But he ties the CDs, his lessons. I want to tithe food. I want to tithe organic food that's grown here in this valley, non-fluoridated, non-chloridated water, non-genetically modified, open pollinated organic food, and ship it to your door in a Mylar bag that's, will last for 25 years. If you want to put it away for later or eat it now, it doesn't matter. It's when we send it out to our regular members, then that's going to be the sole purpose behind this ministry. So power is going to be essential at this point. If we want to move forward and do that, tithe, and since not going down south to go down there. So just talking about moving, the system onto the system. Most people are trying to get out of the system. I'm trying to actually get onto the system, because I'm already out of the system, and use the system. Give unto Caesar what is to Caesar, right? Be in it, but be not of it. So that's what he tells us. So use the system until the system is not to your liking, and then check out of the system. I don't, I still have a foot in the system, obviously, because I shop and I go into town, and I haven't shut my gates here and said, okay, I'm not doing this ever. Well, not ever, but for 10 years or something. If I had shut my gates right now, it's just me here, I could stay here for more than 10 years. I'd never have to turn this TV off, and goodbye, cruel world. I'm gonna go, just do my thing here, but I can't do that. It's not my nature. I'm a service to other beings. So through the ministry, as a pastor, I want this ministry to tithe to the ministry, and I wanted to tithe food. So that's what it's about. That's what I'm trying to take this as a lesson, a learning experience, and you can watch this number grow, hopefully, over time. And I don't care if that's only just one contribution and I have to make the rest. I'll be so happy that you were a witness to it. So don't feel obligated. if it got brought up, so we were talking about some whatever, Mr. Warp Speed, some of the same things we talk about in here, the system, the beast. So this is a way for the ministry to provide food for you guys down the road when the system is, collapsed. Maybe some of you guys, and it's not going to be the end of the world. I'm not a fear porn people. I think the system is going to collapse and the new system's going to come along right behind it. So there will be no Mad Max, end of the world, stop it. You're being sensational. They want you to do that so you won't try. Put up things and then you'll have security, for later. So not peace and safety, but like having good insurance. So I want to use what I have. I mean, this property just to sit here, and I'm so thankful that this is an online ministry and it mirrors the body later, that we're all here now. We will not see each other maybe ever in flesh, but we will be together in spirit. Be not of the worldly, but render under the cross. That's always confused me. Well, Ziggy, I constantly teach on that. That's in the book of Matthew. That's in the book of Luke. To take up your cross, deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily. My disciples, take up your cross. Matthew, follow after me daily. So cross, you know what I'm saying? Did you say cross there? I just said cross. Maybe you didn't. Oh, I'm gonna let my puppy in. I gotta let my puppy in. Oh, my poor puppies had to be outside for an hour or so, huh? Come on in. My best guy. My best guy. Did you have a good time out there? It's pretty windy out there. I was thinking about going fishing, but I'm like, it's too windy. Hey, hold on, let me put some wood in my wood stove. Yeah. Still chilly. Still getting in the 20s. I don't know if I got into the teens, but I think I got into the 20s there. First part of before the sun came up. Ain't going down till the sun comes up. So you say cross. I thought you maybe said something about a cross. Okay. What it talks about Caesar, given to Caesar, it's like world, but being not of it. There are times when you're gonna have to endure to the end. You can't just jump in front of a moving train. The system, there are times where you have to put your head down so that you can keep going. You don't stand there and take shots to the head, right? You got to fight another day. So you give unto Caesar, you're in the system. Be in it, but be not of it. There are times that you have to, give unto, to the system, but, we try to do that as little as possible because the system is that taxation, give unto what is Caesar's to Caesar, give unto the Lord what is to the Lord, So there's times, what I'm saying? Be not worldly, be in it, but be not of it. So my apologies again, Ziggy. That wasn't that was in Matthew about take me up crucified. So I don't know where my eyeballs are so bad. This right eye it's hard to read. So it got a little harder and harder, as time goes on. But I'm you got to look around the big black blob or whatever, and it just gets annoying. So, all right. So, anyways, that's what you're here to do, though. You're not supposed to be, relying on this system. The system is taxation. The system is oppression. Father hates oppression. Father, the body is a temple, And back at the time, everybody said, you turned my father's house, right? Which was, these were actually the synagogues. They remember they wanted the, place of study. He gave them the synagogues and the rabbis, which later became the Pharisees, but he's, called them out as the synagogues of Satan, but said, you turned my father's house into a den of thieves. Now the body is a temple. The father's house resides within the body. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. I think my eyes would be all right. It's that grenade to the face that, messed me up. So, oh well, life goes on. Yeah, I've gotten somewhat, like I said, used to it. So I have to kind of squint, use my left eye, tend to tilt, and don't listen through this ear, or don't use this eye. Now it's this left side has become more. It's weird. I was always strong, right? But whatever. It is what it is. One day at a time out here. So, but again, that's why, you know what? I'm going to give one to Caesar. I don't want the idea of having a power bill, because then I have taxes I have to pay on that, system. But what am I doing with that power? I'm producing food for the ministry. I'm using it to keep water bowls from freezing up, so I don't have to carry water in and out every day. You know what I'm saying? No, they made it so you can't do that, Brian. That's just what they passed, so you can't do that. You can't. They're not liable. Go through it's part of the big beautiful bill and all this crap that they've been passing. This system is here, man. The beast system is here. Whether you realize it or not, that the system is upon us, and they're collapsing this country from the inside out. And they brought in this selected pretendant, or POTUS, to do that. Look how many bankruptcies he's filed, and he still has how many billions of dollars. So he's the man for the job. I said that before he was ever elected. So this time and the time before. So tariffs are supposed to be passed by Congress, and that's what came up. And then he's saying he can just do this on his own. Congress makes the laws, but Congress hasn't done anything. Congress is corrupt. Congress is not doing anything. They're not. We have an executive, a legislative, judicial, legislative, and executive branch. The legislative is our Congress. And some of these people, they're career politicians. So they're not going to get anything passed through Congress, or they're not going to do anything anymore. They're all bought out by the corporation. Who do you think campaign funded Mr. Warp Speed? Campaign funded by the Fortune 500 companies, Mr. Chase and Mr. G, the whole clan, all of it. It's all clandestine, all their whatever. The Kabbalah, they're all part of this, whatever. Like I said, look at all this money that's being sent to Israel. We don't have anything going with them. We had some defense thing way back in, I think, the 50s or something with them, but we're just a lapdog for the Israel over there in the desert, which is not the scripturally, when it talks about Israel in the book of Revelation, is not talking about that place over in the desert. So but this is war. Wars always start outside of this country with embargoes, just like World War II did. So get ready for you sink my battleship, because Iran has hypersonic missiles, and those military destroyers, aircrafts, are not going to be stopped by. They're not going to be able to stop a hypersonic missile. So feels like a big setup to me. Feels like a big setup for a big, long, drawn out war. So tariffs are illegal when passed by the executive branch. They're supposed to be passed by the legislative. So unconstitutional, just like many things that him and his buddy Biden have done. All of them. Barack, or Barry. His name's Barry, not Barack. It's not his name. So they're like, the names have been changed to protect the innocent. My left, So the names have been redacted and left the innocent, unredacted. Redacted all the people who are guilty. This is disgusting to watch this. So The corporation America squeezing out anybody right now. Middle class, that's what the old greatest scamdemic ever did. Shut down, more middle class businesses, during the first run around it, 2 to 3 weeks, flatten the curve, 2 to 3 million businesses shuttered their doors, never opened them up again. The ones that employ 2, 3, 5, 10, 12 people, not big brick and mortar, 100,000 to 5,000. Don't worry about it. They got robots now to replace you. They'll just give you a good universal basic income. You'll be tokenized and they'll credit score you and you'll be tied to the blockchain. And that's the new system. And that's what you're going to go on if you don't have one foot out of the system, period. Don't care what you think. Just like the scamdemic. Didn't matter if it was real or not. It still really affected just about every single person. I didn't even participate in it and it still affected me. Well, I did, but in opposition, so here we are, military on the streets. They got these brown coats, just like World War II, running around, just taking people and throwing them into vans, getting you used to that. So you don't say anything when they come out there. They're Gestapo, they're gulag, put you in the camps. Coming, he said, camps, work camps, Golden Dome, put you under the Golden Dome, just like World War II, the Waltons, and turn American citizens and start, remember, World War II. So they're doing World War II all over again. So look at what happened during World War II, and you'll see they're just replaying it. World War II equals World War III. Welcome to World War III. Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the 12,000 great year, cycle, Kali Yuga. Welcome to the 6th extinction event, No, there is no such thing as Ziggy sovereign. I've already taught that in here. There's no sovereign. Sovereign means you're above the law. Sovereign should be a word that should be outlawed because people use it incorrectly, like alien or planet. Sovereign means you're the above, you're the rider, you're above the law. And the only sovereign is the Most High. He is the only thing that exists without darkness. He is pure light. He is sovereign. There is no sovereign. Cops have sovereign or what is called qualified immunity, but they lose that when they break the law. It's like my dumbass should have sued the state and the county, but whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to do it. I still can. I could sue my attorney. I'm not suing anybody. I don't want any gains from that. My gains will be on the other side. So there is no such thing as sovereign. You have rights, state, national, like the 13 original colonies before they turned this into a corporation, Ziggy. Okay. Act 1871, taking us off the bimetallic standard, actually in the 17, all this. Okay. So you have national rights, state national. Somebody says they're a state national. That is way to go. But I don't claim that. I have organic rights. And I know in a sense, because there are some things I'm tracking. I'm not bringing it out into the open. I don't need to. Just some of the things that are logistically, they're going on, because of the things that I've done past with the situation that I'm logistically involved in. But there is no such thing as sovereign citizen. You're not above the law. The right to travel is a constitutionally protected right. You don't need your Fourth Amendment protects that. Your right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. Your right in your personal mode of traveling is your personal. Remember, you're not using commerce. You're not engaged going to deliver, Uber Eats or Domino's or pizza, or working and delivering roofing, supplies, or you're going to check your mail. You're going to get some groceries. You're not engaged in commerce. The license that's required is while engaged in commerce. Remember, I have a CDL. I have a commercial license. You know what I'm saying? I've had it since I've been 21. That's different. When I'm working for a company doing something, then I'm engaged. I'm required to have a license to travel on the roadway. What are you supposed to do? Go on private property? You're going to get shot there, Ziggy. Think about what I'm telling you. Okay? So you have the right to travel. The Supreme Court upheld that right. That's your Fourth Amendment right. Be secure, your houses, papers, persons, and effects. The right to warrant, search, or seizure. Nobody can seize your body. Nobody can stop you unless you committed a crime. A moving violation is not a crime. That's a moving infraction. And of course, if you are a state nationalist, it doesn't apply to you because you're not contracting with the state. You're not contracting with the county. See, you have to contract with them. You say, yeah, I'm that capital letter name on that license right there. I agree. I sign that. It says I'm that's attached to my birth certificate. I'm birthed through this bond that they bonded me. It's called your merchant number, Ziggy. Your merchant number. It's old law. It's water law. It's actually old law that was written down on paper. It was a trust. If you violated it, had to be paid back double. So just giving you the history of this. It's not a bond. They call it a bond, like you're bonded by birth. That's why it's attached to your driver's license, your social security card, notice all of that's written in capital letters, because that's called your merchant number or your straw man. Your straw man, your stand-in. They've done this and took this bond because they take your labor from you. World War II, my bad. So move on. What they have set up is a corporation that when you were in a capital letter, that's why codes, I don't go on dates with codes are for corporations, businesses, mandates. I don't go on mandates. I remember follow mandates are for, corporations and businesses, and ordinances. Codes, mandates, and ordinances are for businesses or enterprises. That's why they're in a capital letter. And that's what they've done. They birthed you, and then they said, you're going to make this much in your lifetime. We're going to take it ahead of time and give you a credit. Just like they're going to credit people in the future with this UBI, Universal Basic Income. Tokenize them. Attach it to a stable coin. They already did it through that big, beautiful bill. Trump already did it. It's already put into law. That's when people aren't... Yeah, no, I know. A lot of them won't support it, Ziggy. And so, Ziggy, if something happened to you, because I'm an example right now, I have to live it. Something happens to you, Father will cover you on the other end, even if you don't win. Look, I took it to trial, and my attorney didn't even bring any witnesses on my case, so it's not always going to work out like you want. But on the other end, you're doing the right thing. If everybody did it, they wouldn't do that. If half the public did it, if a quarter of the public would stand up to this and do this, they would assert their rights. They would stop doing this to us. But everybody just gives them their license. They're more afraid of being shot by, hey, these cops are unhinged. So you're public enemy number one. So I'm just going to say that. I don't want to go off on it. How I feel about that, So everybody just licks the boot. Jackboot thugs out there being road raiders, extorting people's merchant number in capital letters, contracting with them under this corporation. They're a bunch of Gestapo. So, papers, where are you coming from this evening there, Zig? Where are you coming from, huh? I think I smell alcohol on your breath. I smell an alcoholic beverage emanating from your persons. Would you like to step out of the vehicle for me? What I want you to do is focus on the tip of my pen. You see the tip of my pen? What I want you to do is follow the tip of my pen with your eyes and eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand? They're there they love you. Govern, remember, means to control. Mental, mind control. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's whatever. I got to be careful. I'm on felony probation because of this, because I use my voice. Interfering with a peace officer, remember? Because they said my son didn't do his probation. And now he's where? Where is Elijah? So, where is my daughter? Where's his wife? Nobody cares. So, the same dental wolves that ate my son, and I'm now under their care because they care about me. So, yeah, I got to tread lightly. Father put the smack on me, man. Like your sovereign citizen thing. So he smashed me, crushed me. He didn't get anywhere. Get way backwards. Probably got my son killed and daughter killed. So whatever, man. I gotta live with this every day. You guys don't hear about it because I don't talk about it, but it doesn't mean it goes away in my world. So crazy life that I live. It'll be a little bit of relief when I don't have to think about this anymore. So, but until then, every day I have to. So moving on. But Christ stood up to perversion, so I'm standing up to perversion no matter what happens to me. I'm still going to stand 10-toe no matter what they do to me. So, here to do what Father wants me to do, what Shiloh said. So I didn't use violence. I was never violent towards anybody. So they use violence against me. Father knows that. Father made him do it. Father tested me. I think I've shown patience and hopefully some perseverance. So, like I said, moving on. That's an answer that something I might not ever have the answer to in my lifetime, which is so hard to fathom, wrap my brain around that. But I got to stay ministry focused. I know if my son is gone, he would want me to stay focused and keep doing what it is, that I'm doing. So I'm going to stay ministry gospel focused and try to get this property on the grid and have a place where I can share it with others. And then from here I can, don't get in any trouble and it'll go away someday, years in the future. I got a long haul to go. So best thing is to do is just don't worry about it. It'll go. It's fine. It's not the end of the world, man. So the hardest part, like I said, is not knowing where Elijah's at, period. Other than that, I don't care if I'm here another 50 years. I don't want to be here, but that's okay. I'm not going to check out early, ever. So it's just not worth it. You won't get to be with Shiloh. So you have to endure the end if you want to be saved. So you can't kill yourself. So it's not an option. I won't do that. So it says you have to endure to the end to be saved. So if you how could you take your life? You didn't endure. You checked out early. So you took the sucker route. So you bit the whatever. So one day at a time. Appreciate it. We need to be careful with our interactions and try to limit our actions with these, so that we don't put ourselves in that position. How about that? Come out of her, my people. So, hey, like I said, it'd be nice to shut my gates and just grow food and, let's ask this person. Don't silence them. So, hey, MAGA 2028. So do you support pedophilia? Don't silence them, moderators. Hey, Sheets to the Wind. Do you support pedophilia? Everybody in here is watching you. We see you have your hand out, kitty touch much? Are you going off what's out right now? Because this stuff's been on the dark web for decades. So you're just reading what they put out now, right? You haven't read any of this, have you? For the last, 2 decades at least that it's been on the dark web? This is your first time discovering. You're not going to go by any of the information that's out that he literally, not just he, but all of them. They're all guilty. They are. All these poly, meaning many, tick, meaning bloodsucker, all these bloodsuckers, whether they're red or blue, it don't matter what lollipop you lick. So do you support, is my question, pedophilia? Let's see if they'll even answer. See, give a different answer. People are lost, man. They got the attention span of a fly. They got TikTok brain is what they have. Most people can't have a conversation about anything anymore. As a United States Army veteran, I'm appalled at the state of this union, that I even defended the right for people to use their First Amendment right. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech of the press, the right to peacefully assemble, the right to peacefully, redress grievances, the right to form well-regulated militias. First Amendment comes first. Heavily armed, Second Amendment comes second. The writers of the Constitution knew exactly what they're doing, but most people don't know the Constitution, let alone do they know Title 18? Do they know amendments? They don't know the difference between a statute and a statue. So let's see if this person can even answer the question that was asked. Or if not, we'll just get him out of here. So, okay, so this person didn't even answer. The answered with something else. So, goodbye, sheet. Get rid of sheet. You'll know them by their fruit, man. So, one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. Get them out of here. YouTube didn't show you what the person said. So, I'm sure if you, one of the moderators, you got to see what they said. So, like I said, that's what I'm saying. The state of this union right now, we're literally full-blown World War III, and people are, something that should have been talked about 15 years ago before this clown ever came in office, and everybody else that was on the list. So, but some of us have been talking about this for 10, 15 years, plus. This is not new news. That's what I'm saying. These people sit there and talk about something they just recently, it's been out for a long time. So it's sad to see the country that I once defended turn into such an abomination. This corporation is long from the original constitutional republic. So I'm not trying to change it. I'm making my own system. I am my own boss. I do my thing, and it is what it is. I have issues right now, but it is what it is. Yeah, I know that's sick, isn't it, Ziggy? They're just sick people. People are sick. They're just doing it to get, like I said, some people do it to get a rise, like you said. And nobody's gonna. I am steady on this. This is something I've been talking about for a long time, and this goes on day in and day out. Week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade. This has been going on, and nobody wants to talk about it. It's right in front of everybody's face now. This is enough, literally. They talk about like an impeachment. How about treason and some of these other? This is so far from. That's what I'm saying. I am really surprised that another country doesn't come kidnap these. And I'm not insinuating to do that. I'm not saying that, but I'm surprised that another country doesn't come kidnap this POTUS and this Ivan the Terrible with them. That points to how did he meet her? Well, through EpiPen Island. So that's that hard to figure it out, whether he knows him or not. That's how he met, Ivan the Terrible. So so it's disgusting how starting, taking over and taking a country's president. You couldn't be blowing up ships in international waters without, as a single authority. There you go. That's treason right there. There's so many treasonous acts. Putting the military on the streets violates posse comitatus, treason to the Constitution of the United States. Even the Supreme Court voted something like 9-0 that he violated posse comitatus, treason right there. If it was old school, they'd take him out and flog him. Probably stone him in the old age. They would get rid of him back not that long ago. So Nuremberg trials, remember all this? People have forgotten their history. So silly little nation going to let this PDF file run around and been known, and all his little buddies. He was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden, him and Barry, they all have their parties at the island. They're all island boys. You don't remember the Billary too. So island boys and girls, they bring boys and girls to the island. So it's okay. Nobody cares. Not in America. Not really. Not as a whole. Not enough to make a difference. This is something they should have wrapped their brain around a long time ago, and they're still not wanting to face the music right now. So more treasonous acts by a selected pretendant than any other that I've ever seen, and they all do it. Executive orders are not legal. Congress makes the law. Congress passes tariffs, puts tariffs on, not executive branch. That's how stupid people are. Well, they're nice. They're just being nice. Remember, nice means to be stupid, but most people have no definition of them. So good for you people who understand, but I know most people don't. They don't understand the Constitution. They don't understand the Bill of Rights. They don't understand the Declaration of Independence. So it's not only the right of the people, it's the duty of the people to instill a right and just government. If it becomes like these last 5, 6 What the hell? George Washington was a Mason FGW. How about that? Okay. I have that right, First Amendment right to say that. So you don't like it, go somewhere else. So how does it feel to be weak? Listen to Biff to be weak. How does it feel to come into some YouTube platform and say something in not even supporting the Constitution of this corporation, which used to be a constitutional republic? Know your rights before you come in here and say anything. Okay, there, bimbles. Think about, you got to know the rights of the people, right? Have you ever defended the right? Probably not. You actually ever stood in, and filled in the gap? Or no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't know your ass from a hole in the ground, would you? Speaking of filling the gap. Seriously. This corporation now is printing over $1 trillion every 100 days. What's your thoughts on that? Let's ask you a simple little economic question. See what your thoughts are on that. See if you can make any sense. Or if you're just some bumbling idiot. Not bimbles, bumbling, So. Meek. I'm meek, not weak. There's a difference. Learn the difference. So. Would you like to tell me the difference between those? I'll start giving you more questions so you can't even answer the first one. You're awful slow. What was your words per minute? I'm not saying you got to type fast, but you don't type very fast. You stuck on dumb freedom or something? Anybody else have any comment about Mr. Bimbles here or Mrs.? I can't see their little screensaver thing. I don't know if it's male or female. It doesn't even matter. We're coveted equally under this testament. So, do you support these treasonous acts, by these selected pretendants, all related to the Queen? Never one not selected. Even George Washington was related to the Queen. So, how does it feel not to know any records of scriptural, celestial, biblical records, historical record? Does it even know your cheeks, two cheeks from the same hole, two wings of the same dragon? So, all right, won't address you anymore. You're slower than Pegmas Christmas. So, all right, what's on your radar here, guys? What are you doing to get out of the system? What are you doing to separate yourself from people who are unprepared? Probably doesn't even own a personal water filter. Doesn't even make his own power. Powerless. So, be cool to have power or not have power, huh? Be on the grid and off the grid. How about that? No. Wouldn't know nothing about that. That there wouldn't know nothing about that. No. So, anybody else have any comments here? Anything worth a comment here? So, all right, we're working towards again, continue to get more birds out here. I'd like, again, probably by spring to go ahead and bring in a couple goats. I'm going to try to look into getting a couple boar goats. And then we'll see where we can go from there. I can handle that. Yeah, please, if you don't own a water filter, Ziggy, please get a Sawyer Mini. They're not that darn expensive. Personal water filter. Get a Berkey for your house. Don't drink anything unless it's filtered. Careful about putting, things in your body that are going to, the body's a temple. You're not under any dietary laws. No Levitical laws or dietary or Sabitical laws, or where all that has been fulfilled. So, but the body is a temple. What goes in a man, you are what you eat. So it's not what goes in us that defiles us, according to the word. It's what comes out of us. So don't worry about, but we got to try to be strong and healthy as we can. I'm thankful that I focus on my health. I don't think I've been able to make it through the last couple of years if I really wasn't, fit and had zero body fat, and at times can, rock a pretty cut six pack, depending on what time of year it is, so to have that in my 50s when people die in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and with all kinds of disease, I'm thankful to have my health. So careful, water is something that you got to have, and drinking water that's not purified is very risky, especially in this current day we live in with all these chemicals, PCBs and TCs, all these different, bacteria's fecal and coliform come from, dead vegetation, fecal matter. I live in a farming community. I don't have to worry about where I'm at, but not like that. I mean, they have cows on this field right next to me, and but that's not. It gets tilled up, it gets burned up. It's not something that and I still filter my water anyways. But even where I'm at, it's a pretty good. I mean, I have a possibility, but I'm still going to always purify my water, and always will. I've done it for over 10 years now, longer than that. But I'm saying with this Berkey system, and I'm just so used to it. It's nothing. It's not a problem to fill it up. Every couple of days, I drink about 4 or 5 gallons of water every couple of days by myself. I drink a lot too much water. I know. I do. I burn myself a little bit, but I don't care. I love water. I've always got water next to me. Cold water is my favorite. So it's like an energy drink. So, but again, how are you going to get out of the system? One way to get out of the system, is to start growing some of your own foods, getting your own water source, filtering your own water, starting to, even if you just get a solar panel, and got a light and put it in your room and stuck a little solar panel out your window. There you go. That's going to save, because you don't have to turn the power bill on in that room if you had a light. There's lots of ways you can start little single panels and lights, and just, those solar lights. I use them on a consistent basis, a regular basis. One thing that you definitely need to have too is a good headlamp. You need a good headlamp. That's what I'm using right now, is my little light, so it's not so dark in here. I got real tall ceilings, but let's see if this is going here. All right, we're doing all right. So again, I'm pushing forward. Like I said, I've been working on the fence. I think I'm gonna, next couple of days, I'm gonna get some more work done on this fence line out there. I have several boards, about 30 or 40 boards pre-cut, that I've already cut to go in place. So I'm gonna try to get those up. I was thinking I should probably start working a little bit. I have some more trim work and stuff I can do on the Rusty Dragon. Do everything I can do in there except for that lid. I need to. It's that time of year. I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to get my little generator fixed. The pull cord broke on it, and I'm going to have to find, I tried to get that apart, and I struggle. I think if I took it to somebody who had the right tools, and they've done it 100 times, they'll do it real quick. So I need that, because I need that generator over there. I have a door that I need to cut into, and to try to be able to string it back up, the metal door that I have, until I can find. Man, I found a really nice door, but man, it is a long way away from where I live. It's got stained glass in it. It's kind of an older door. It's what I was looking for. It's not as old as I want, but it's sitting out in that desert sun over time. It would kind of, there's ways for me to make it look like that too. I did it with the metal door and made it look like a wood door. So I'm sure I can take the wood door and wanted something like that. But actually, I can't do that right now. I need to put all the funds towards getting another building out here, so that I can get this property on the grid. So excited about getting that done again come springtime, having another building, again, like I said, I don't really mind the composting toilets, but it's some work. I would probably, like I said, use the flushing toilets as least as possible, because they use water, a lot of water, and I'm not, I don't like wasting water like that. So probably be more of a guest thing. What it would be nice to have, more of the power sources to put the freeze dryer out here. So do you own a freeze dryer? Have you ever had a freeze dryer? Anybody want to talk about freeze drying? You can dry food. There's a lot of things you don't have to have a freeze dryer for, that you can put away for long-term food storage. Check into that list. Look up long-term food storage without even having a dryer. We'll just put like an oxygen absorber and things such as rice and beans, and just right out the gate, you can fill up 5-gallon buckets, put them in a Mylar bag, put rice or beans in a Mylar bag with an oxygen absorber, you're going to get 15, 20 years out of that. Same thing with some of your, you know, flours and, some of your different powders and stuff could be put, salts and things, could be put up for a long time without having to have, a freeze dryer that costs you a couple $1,000s. But freeze dryer gives you the ability to take and sustain, suspend an animation, if you will, kind of like a time machine, 25 years, so 25 years from now, you can have, maybe there'll be things I've always thought for when I first got into it. Um, but, but, it's a great way to put away something for later. All the energy's already, you've done all the work right there. I've done some prepared meals, soups and things like that. Some, I haven't quite done the Mountain House, type of meals. Some, more soups is what I did. Some really hearty with a lot of vegetables and a lot of meats is what I was trying to do when I was thinking of meals. I was thinking just something you can, I wasn't going that fancy back then when I was doing it. So I have some vegetables and did eat up most of the fruit that I had the vegetables are still some around, but a lot of the fruit I did. They were standing. It's like freaking candy without eating candy, but and natural sugars. So that's a neat thing too about the freeze dryers is you can put in natural organic fruits and it turns them into candy. Some of the just unbelievable tastes. Strawberries are almost taste like a Sour Patch Kid, and I used to love those things, man. Not anymore. I don't want none of that. No thanks. So, but and either way, like I said, it's an investment to get into something like that, but you don't always have to spend something like that to find foods that you can put away, and they're not going to be nearly as palatable. Rice is palatable, but eat it every day, it's not as palatable. That's why it's good to probably put away things like bouillon, chicken bouillon, chicken stock, powdered, and even, it's probably better if you have, beef, brown beef, chicken. See that? Well, that's a big game changer instead of eating white rice every day, isn't it? You know, throw in a can of mixed vegetables and boy, oh boy, you got a whole different, that's the fifth day, you know, mix it with white rice that day or something. Next day with beans, and now you got tomato rice, you got Spanish rice, lots of different ways that you can take and make some of the most simple things a little bit more palatable with not a lot, of thought, but, it can still pull it off. And that way you're not eating your neighbor, going resorting to cannibalism, eating your own arm. So, again, what's your future tense to how are you going to get out of the system? How are you going to beat the system? How are you going to, how are you going to meet your goals? What is your future tense? How are you going to get, to where you can still survive? You have to endure to the end. So you got to do what it is that you need to do to die trying. You got to be girded in his service. So what are you doing? What are you doing to get yourself to where you don't need the system, to where you're self-reliant? Maybe you don't, not 100%, but you're working towards it. What are you doing right now to get yourself out of the system? So nobody wants to talk about it. You guys are kind of weak today here, awful slow, or my chat's getting banned, but what are you doing? Doing anything in the future to have any, am I just spinning my wheels here? Does anybody want to do anything about what's going on to try to get out of the system so that system will quit strangling everybody by partaking in the system? Or is everybody in the system? Who's out of the system? Put a 1 in the chat to tell me if you're in the system or out of the system. Something. Somebody make a damn comment that's worth a crap. Well, the system is hooked up to the grid, going to work every day, don't even try to do anything, just paying the bills, maybe take a vacation a year, 40% of your taxes, state, federal, gross, net, makes me sick. They started the damn Revolutionary War over 2%, remember? You got federal and state, gross, net, you get taxed on that money, go put, insurance tax on that, call the old lady, get taxed on that, throw something in the trash tax, it's ridiculous. Road tax, it's a federal, the system is the beast. So The system is, taxation. The system is Democrat and Republican. The strangulation nation. The system is America. It's not like you can't be here in this country and still, 40% of the U.S. populace during World War II grew some sort of food, was self-sufficient, self-reliant. Now less than 1% from 40 in World War II. Come on, that's not that long ago. 42, 45 now. It's, holy smokes, guys. 1%, less than 1%. I mean, you could start by growing some herbs in your windowsill, maybe some chives, maybe little things of radishes, something, anything to combat the price and all that sprayed with bugs, and it's all modified and fluoridated water and chloridated water, and they grow it and they wear damn bug suits or whatever, COVID suits when they're growing our food, not overalls with a piece of Timothy hay sticking out their mouth. What's going on with this? What are you doing to try to, you could grow tomatoes in a 5-gallon bucket near a windowsill, something, to get out of the system. So the system is the beast. The system is the land. Go to work, pay taxes, have a regular old job. Don't contribute nothing to, all you do is contribute to the beast. That's what most people do. Because of debt, because that's just, they never think about it that way. They never think, oh, I could do this on my own. There are ways. I might have to start from the ground up, but hey, I'll start somewhere. You got to crawl before you can walk. So, most people don't try. It's just too easy to go get a paycheck, make a certain amount of money, come home, barely have enough time to go and repeat, rinse, and recycle. Barely enough time of the day after you work, commute, come back to even hang out with your kids, take a vacation once a year. You call that life? That's not life. This whole time you're sitting there working for the system and you're paying the system the whole time, not trying to get out of the system at all. Like I said, you could even go get a little solar light on a cord that you could stick out your window. So, okay, honey, we're not turning the light on your room anymore. Now don't turn the light on. They have little switches. There's ways that you can do that. You'll have an upfront cost, but look at you would save over time. Get a wind turbine, hook that up. Honey, we're going to use this in the front living room now. Anytime we want to plug this stuff in, plug it into this outlet right here. Put a wind turbine up in your house. I don't care if you're in town. Who cares? Things like this. Lots of ways to get out of the system, but most people in town, they won't even try. They never think about, get some of those little solar lights. Put them out, bring them in at night. Light up your house with solar. It's crude, but it works. Start practicing these things. If the lights go out, you'll have this equipment there. Careful when everybody else's light goes out and you're the only one with lights, everybody coming over to your house. The system is the beast. So most people love the beast and they love to be strangled by it. They love the boot on their neck. Every day they get up and serve it and they don't realize it. Some people don't have any idea that what they're doing. They think they're living the American dream, but they're not living any dream. They're barely surviving. Why not when you could thrive? Thrive. You know what I'm saying? For a cost, look at the cost of this building. That cost me less than $20,000. That's probably completely set up everything, and there's a home to live in. Where the hell are you going to go buy a home for $20,000? Now I have to pay the cost to, install the building, do the septic, do the electric, but you know what I'm saying? Where are you going to find a place to, people are going to live in it. They got the average home in Bend, Oregon, an hour and a half for me is $800,000. Every third home sold for $1 million. So watch the ministry grow. We'll make our goals. I've been able to reach the ministry goals out here have been reached other than bringing people out here. And it's because I wanted people to come out from, that were faith-based from the ministry and not just bring any Tom, Dick, or Mary out here. So, but that's okay. I'd rather have nobody out here than one wrong person to mess it up for everybody. So, all in Father's time. he knows what he's doing. So what are you doing to get out of the system? What's your plans to take yourself out of this current, strangulation nation? Power bills keep going up. Gas out here is $3.99 now. $3.99 for gas. It's cheaper in town, in Bend. I'm out in the little hick town, so of course it's going to cost more out here, but $15 for a steak, for a decent sized steak, something like a T-bone, something like that, not even a porterhouse. What's a gallon of milk? It's getting expensive just to be alive. We're the only species that pays to live on this rock. We're so freaking smart, right? So most people aren't very smart. Most people aren't very wise. Most people just contribute to the system and go along with the system. And they're the go along to get along. They're the silent majority. You don't hear about them, but they make up the majority. So 90% of the populace lives within 100 miles of the coastline because of harbors and ports and things like that. But if you live more than 100 miles away from the ocean or the coastline, then you're out of the norm. So who lives 100 miles from the coast? Tell me. Put a 1 in the chat. Let's see if we can get anybody saying anything. You guys are like the boringest live stream ever. Seriously. You don't want to have much conversation. That's all right. You don't have to talk. I don't care. I won't stay on here long if I don't get any conversation. When I can sit here and talk all day about something, but when I try to actually have a conversation, I hope somebody will respond here. So, last person asked, what do you consider the system? I think I gave a pretty good explanation of what the system is. It's the thing that you're a part of that you go contribute to every day, so you can have a roof over your head. And I'm part of it too. As little as possible, though. And like I said, I'm actually bringing myself onto the grid if I can. From being off the grid to on the grid, so I can use the grid until I can't. So here we are. One day closer to spring, when I can start breaking ground out here. We got frozen ground out here, so I can't do it all at one time, but I'm gonna get some of it started here. Like I said, here in the next couple days, I'm gonna probably start even some of the excavation work, and again, hopefully soon I can put together the funding that I need to put this building on here so that I can get a physical address at this property, which will also help me not have to drive 12 miles into town, 12 miles back, 24 miles just to go check the mail. I'll have to go 5 miles up the road and 5 miles back, so it'll be 10 miles. It'll save me 14 miles every time I need to check the mail. I don't get a lot of mail, but, sometimes we check mail at the ministry. We don't get a lot of ministry mail here either. So, but probably boring to most people, but for me, this is my life. This is what I'm doing. This is what I've chose because Father made me do this. And it feels, again, righteous. It feels correct. And I don't know what other people are doing, but punching a clock and, just doing the man. I've been there before. I've worked. I was, been in law enforcement and military and CDL and school bus driver. I've done a lot of different, the Olympics. I've done, for the system. But he said, come out over my people. So that's what I did. And for, decades, I've been a person that's constantly worked my life to get as much out of the system as I possibly could. Planned for it, made a lot of preparedness for more than a decade for, getting prepared. So wouldn't trade it for the world, but at this point in time, like I said, it's, put 1 foot out of the system and keep 1 foot in the system until the system collapses, or each, or that, you know, when the new system comes along, and if you're not having one foot out of the system, you're going to go into the new system whether you like it or not. So that is, you know, that is something that most people don't, they don't have one. They don't even have a foot out of the system, not one. What are you doing, buddy boy? Out here at Silver Rock Ranch, out here at HD Fat, HD for high desert, not high definition, as you can see. But hopefully you can glean something again. I come in here, we don't get a big crowd because we're shadow banned, and we say the things that the algorithm doesn't like, but that's okay. Pretty windy out there. I thought about going because I have my fishing license. I haven't been fishing in probably 10 years, but it's just too windy out there today. It's just super windy. I don't want to get all wind chapped out there. And this isn't the best time of year right now to be fishing anyways. What are you doing, puppy dog? What are you doing, my greatest puppy? My best boy. My best guy. This is Bone. He's my biggest puppy I ever had. Well, he's the biggest one I have right now. He's the biggest one I have. All right. Somebody put something in the chat. You guys aren't having very much conversation here. Chat filter. Let's go all messages. See if anybody else said anything. Nope. Nobody else said anything. What are you doing, you good Mr. Bone? And then somebody says, oogity boogity. We got the silent majority in here today. We got the silent majority. They're not saying anything, Mr. Bone. That's why they're called the majority. You know, that's democracy, demonocracy, majority rules. 49, 51. You know what I'm saying? It's their demonocracy. That's what they, you know, hey, 51% of the people voted that you have to wear a tutu and shave your head and, you know, and dye your mustache pink. You know, here's the pink dye, here's your shavers, and here's your tutu. I don't want to hear it, 49%. You know, shut up. You don't have a voice. So it's called mob rule. So majority rules. So silent majority. So. No, they were taken away by our politicians. Remember, everybody wanted cheaper crap. So the politicians are like, oh, we can do that for you. People just wanted cheaper crap. Remember Walmart? I'm a veteran. All that stuff when they first came out was a bunch of U.S. made stuff. Like 2 years later, 3 years later, they rug pull it. A bunch of cheap Chinese crap. People want to go back and buy a new lawnmower every other year instead of use, you know, avgas or clear gas or whatever. Just to, you know, obey and consume. So, yep. China didn't steal any jobs. China just said, hey, well, you want to ship all your, we got cheap labor over here if you want to build it over here. And the politicians and the Fortune 500 companies went with it. So you can blame it on yourself because you got how much Chinese crap in your house right now? And you can, you know, put the blame on the politicians. I bet you they did, Warren. The Waltons, remember the Waltons are the one who interned American citizens during World War II, put them into work camps, made them build infrastructure, and absolutely, they're going to do it again. So watch out for the Waltons. Remember, as you walk in with that Bosch iris scanning camera, it's tracking every movement. Then they have the balls to ask you for a receipt when you walk out the door. They had you coming in the place, every aisle's surveillance. They can find, you know, they can survey every inch of Walmart. They can find, can't find a missing child, but they can find Osama bin Laden, right? Whatever, man. Yeah, and then they're going to ask you on the way out for your receipt. So, America, boys, They like to rob your rights. They started that cattle crap, you know. Shit, let me see your papers. Papers. I've been resisting that crap long before. I've got videos, hell, on YouTube, I think, of me 10 years ago saying no thanks. That's outstanding, Warren. Good. Get a water filter. Do you own one of these? Do you own a water filter? A Sawyer Mini? If you don't own one of these or a Life Straw, get one of these. This filters 100,000 gallons of water. You'll never buy another one again. And it's not even very big. It's in the box. Life Straw's a little larger than this. Looks very similar. Just larger. This actually filters 100,000. That one filters 10,000. This one filters 100. So if you don't own a water filter, get one of these. You'll be way ahead of most people. That way, if you didn't even leave on foot, you go find a puddle, pond. If you had to drink out of the back of a toilet, doesn't sound like the funnest thing to do, but that is clean water. I would definitely recommend using that, you know, the filter, but not the water in the toilet. And if you had to, you could do that too. But, you know, don't drink your pee with it, you know, or whatever. But that's going to be super valuable to have in the future for something you don't need. People got video games. They got collections of crap. So good for you. I like that stuff. Outstanding comment. That was one of the best comments that I've had in a long time. Just so you know, Warren. Seriously, I'm a freaking renew, repurpose, reuse kind of guy. So I love it. Get rid of the crap you don't need and trade it for something you do. I do. I trade dollars whenever I can. I don't like dollars, and I trade it for something, for an asset that I can hold on to and trade it for something else. Or I buy something and fix it up and trade it out for something else. Trade it for cash if I have to, or trade it for something else. Trade up. So I'm a horse trader. That's how I make, you know, 80% of my money is done through the barter system. You know, well, I trade up. Then 10, 20% is through sales of the things that I have fixed up or bartered for. Or so that's how I do it. You're looking at a true horse trader here. I've been doing it for 15 plus years. So I'm out in the middle of nowhere. If I lived in town, I could build a tiny home every 2 weeks off of people's stuff they just give away in town. A tiny home from the stuff they throw away in bed. Windows, sinks, lumber, flooring, roofing, all of it, trailers, all of it. I could build a tiny home every 2 weeks out of the free stuff they throw away in Bend, Oregon. Pallets, you name it, all of it. I live in a town that's, I told you, every third home sold for $1 million. So a lot of people throw away a lot of stuff. So I like to repurpose things. So I like when people take things that they can't use and trade them off for something they can. Some people just throw away stuff. They don't like the color of it. They want a new color. There's nothing wrong with some things. Sometimes it's color. Sometimes it's a design. It doesn't match. I didn't want it to match. You know, these people are. So how resourceful are you? You know, good stuff, or good stuff. But try to make sure you've got a filter that you can take with you. If you had to get the flock out of Dodge, man, you know what I'm saying? You had to get out on the road. That way you can pull off the side of the road and go find a, you know, a puddle or a pond or a stream, or, you know, drink from there, get away from chaos. You might have to go on foot. You never know. So be prepared for that. What's your exit strategy? Do you have a 4-wheel drive Toyota? First generation, third generation, second generation, somewhere, you know, within that. One of the cheaper ones, you know. They'll go where no other vehicle will go. I'm not talking about some military, but any stock vehicle, you're not going to be where a Toyota. So you have a Toyota, you have a way to get off the side of the road. Maybe just pulling off the side of the road so you can't be seen might be the difference between life and death. You know that? I always tell people you better have an exit plan. Everything can get taken from you. You know, they can come and you know they're, hey, honey, we're going to leave before they come. You know what I'm saying? So I always tell people, I don't want to fight people when things like this happen. I'll walk away from everything I own, throw what I can throw in my vehicle and leave. See it happen. I don't care. I'm not fighting over things that came from the dirt. I don't love dirt that much. You know, I'll go out, hang out in the woods and figure out how to make it with what I got. And the hell if the world can have it. With that, I'm already a veteran. I'm already law. I have enough things to answer for already. I don't need more, you know, I don't need more blood on my hands. I have enough to deal with. So I'm going to be a meek man, not a weak man. So I always talk about that too when I talk about preparedness. What is your exit strategy? What are you going to do to get out, away from people? Try to remember this. Take this, probably be the most valuable thing that you're ever given in a preparedness tip. The one of the best. So if you want to give me a cash app for this be a good reason. That you don't have to, not even a single cent. Don't worry about it. I'm just telling you, this is more valuable than anything that you probably ever been given in a tip for preparedness. If things break down, and it's not the end of the world, but things do break down sometimes. Anything's possible. We're bombing the hell out of other countries. They could do that to us. It could be something from the sun. It could be a weather event. It could be a lot of different things. If things do break down, though, remember, the fastest way out of town will be the longest way. Remember I said that, because don't be like everybody else with their instinct is to go the fastest way out of town. Yeah, I live near Silver Lake. So the fastest way out of town would be the fastest way out of town will be the longest way out of town, because everybody's going to jump on the highway, jump on that, and it's going to get clogged up, and it's going to get backed up, and you're not going to be able to get out of town. You're not. So if that's not valuable information, I don't know what is. Remember that day. If I told you, if that day comes and you're in your vehicle, you're like, oh my gosh, remember that day. Remember that day, because that's going to be more valuable. That's why I live way out in the country. I don't want to live near, highways, and narrow is the way. Broad. Notice all the big cities got the big clover leaves, the big highways, the 10, 12, like grew up in the concrete jungle. So everybody's going to jump on the shortest route out of town. So you remember that. Just, oh man, honey, we heard that guy on the internet, and aren't you glad that we listened to him? And it seems like, well, that's pretty risky. Yeah, I know it is to take the long way out, but that'll be the shortest way out of town. When that day comes, you'll just remember me then. That's all I'll ask. Thank you. We'll see you on the other side. So, come on, fire, rip. I might get my fire going here, so it's not ripping. I like to stay nice and cozy in here. So, but what a time to be a witness, guys. With the State of the Union right now, I cannot believe that it's that there is any, if there is such a word as normalcy or peace right now. It's just, this is the calm before the storm. If you don't feel it and you don't understand what the scripture says about sorrows, how it will pull back like a woman in labor, but then it's going to come on stronger, then that's what rocks people to sleep. It's that wave action. When it pulls back, they think it's over, and then they don't. So I'm not an end of the world guy. There's no end of the world. The world, I don't think, is going to come to the end at any time that we know. The world will never really end like that. We don't go anywhere, and we don't die and go to the sky. Hell's not below your feet. It's not what hell is. So you can get the hell out of here if you like. But again, one day at a time is how I would, just preparedness is a lifestyle. You don't do it and go in a panic. You're gonna miss a detail, and that's the worst thing you can actually do is rush yourself. Try to give yourself, a little wiggle room. I have a commercial license, and leave enough room that if you need to stop, and you see somebody coming up behind you, that you could actually inch forward without maybe getting hit. I've done that before in an accident. It was the only one in a major pileup that didn't get charged, because I cleared the vehicle in front of me, but then the guy behind me hit me, and then I hit the guy in front of me, but I still came to a complete stopped, and then the guy behind me hit me. But give yourself an out, so remember that. Like I said, it's going to be tough, to not to fight that urge to want to take the fastest way out of town, but that's what everybody's going to do. So I personally don't think you're going to be able to leave what you call town or a city. I don't think anybody will get out of the cities. I think you'll all be boxed in. I mean, I grew up in the concrete jungle. I've seen what happens when just one car can back up traffic and how that can cause a, you know, that ripple effect where you're backed up for hours and not go anywhere. So um, I don't think you'll be leaving the cities. Not at all. So uh, you would probably want to go now. It's better to be 5 years too early than 5 seconds too late when they shut the gate, right? Do you go to the store to buy food when the store is closed? Do you go buy teepee for your bunghole when the store is closed? See what I'm saying? Some people, they don't have the mentality. They wait to fix the roof when it's raining, you know, going to get buckets instead of getting out there on a dry day and pulling some, shingles back or, get some roofing tar or something. Nope. They'll wait till it's raining buckets to try to get out there and slap something on it. So I wouldn't recommend being one of those type of people because failing to prepare is preparing to fail. You ever want to see a failure, they just stand around and shut up, the silent majority. They don't say anything. So um, they normally don't do anything. They sit there like a bump on a log. So, and some people do something, but they actually don't do anything. You know what I'm saying? Go to work, pay the bills, come home, watch some football, whatever. Like I said, don't really do anything. They don't. They're just useless food eaters. That's what they're called. Goyim. That's what they some people call them, right? You're the goyim. So, all right, I'm gonna throw some more wood in my wood stove here. I want to try to keep the cabin nice and warm here. It is been getting cooler again. We're gonna warm up though here this next week. It'd be nice because we've been in the 30s and it's been getting down into the teens and 20s. What's the end of the game? Well, Venezuela, obviously, I think it's ridiculous if you have looked into anything. China's still pulling oil out of there. Yeah, they are. Russia's still pulling oil out of there. Yes, they are. It didn't stop. It didn't stop them from getting that oil out of there. And the end game with Iran is, well, I think it's the downfall of this country. This is the takeover. This is the linchpin key that's going to allow them to, you sank my battleship, kind of like a Gulf of Tonkin or maybe a Pearl Harbor type event. So those destroyers cannot stop hypersonic missiles. So if Iran wanted to literally take out that whole fleet right now and they sent those things out, there's nothing, our Patriot, our THAAD missile, there's not going to stop it. So hypersonic, Putin's got them too. So I don't think we're going to fend as well as we, get in this big head. And I know you didn't, Brian, compare Iran to, you just asked me a question, but a lot of people are comparing. Venezuela is nothing compared to Iran. Look how big Iran is. Look at the country itself. Do we learn anything in Lebanon? Do we learn anything in Afghanistan? Do we learn anything in Iraq? Do we learn, I'm a veteran. Do we learn it? These people are dug in deep, and they have massive, they're the most sanctioned nation. The thing that my question for you, Brian, is what did Iran do to America? What did Iran do to America? So that's the problem that I see with the society that I live in right now. I live in a people with their brain is fried, got TikTok brain. They don't ask any questions. Lollipop, religious idiots. They don't ask no questions, tell no lies. They just sit there. So appreciate the question. So the end game is for Israel, the 51st state of America. It's the doorway to the Middle East, strategically, oil, and if you look at it. So remember, General Wesley Clark talked about this in the past. Said we're going to go in there before we ever started anything in Iraq. Well, we've been going in there since whatever. If you know your history, the Mujahideen. Okay, you know what that is. So, this has been a long time coming. We've been doing this for quite some time, but Iraq, was a lesson that we learned, but look at how we fended there. Afghanistan, we pulled out Afghanistan. Kuwait, I don't know. I want to go there, man. Well, that's what I'm saying. Look how long we were in Afghanistan. That was the longest war ever in the history of this country. That's what I think Iran's going to turn into. Send your children, your girls. They're going to draft American women. Never forget during this administration, and I put videos out on this before this was ever passed, that they were going to draft your American little girls. The women of this country, the 18 to 30, the finest this country has to offer, will end up being sent to Iran. I think it's going to be a ground war. I think they're going to sink all our battleships, and it's going to end up being a ground war. They could go in and send robotics in there right now like they did to Venezuela, some of their Terminators, but I don't think they'll do that here. I think they want a long, grind war. Look at what we were supposed to. Mr. Warp Speed was going to pull us out of, Ukraine in 24 hours with a phone call. We're still over there, in Ukraine, supporting that, was that 3 years later, whole Ukrainian generation unalived. Yeah, because they draft their women over there and throw them in the meat grinder. It's going to happen here in America. It's a matter of years, just a few years, a whole generation unalived, gone. So you won't last on the battlefield. I think the average, physical body, heartbeat, red blood pumping, United States veteran, I don't care which, flag they're under, the Army or the Navy, the Air Force, on the battlefield, I think it's something like 2 or 3 minutes now. The average lifespan with this tech, 2 to 3 minutes, they're going to last. They're not even worth using anymore. You are always government property in an expendable unit. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm a veteran. You're just government property. You're not that important. So, but not when you fall under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, but the average lifespan is something like 3 minutes on the battlefield. So they could do this, but they're not. They're going to grind out their eugenics program. So I think that's what Iran will end up being. I don't think it's going to be a quick go in there like he did with his B-2 bombers and do a, if we took out all their nuclear, why the hell are we still over there messing with these people? And like I said, and I asked, what the hell did Iran do to America? For anybody who's supported this crap, what did Iran do to America? Would you like to riddle me that? So I don't support any of this. I don't support war outside of our borders. No foreign entanglements. The new covenant says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I have quite a bit of PTSD from serving the system, serving the beast. So I joined the United States Army at 17 years old, first part of the 90s during Operation, remember, Desert Storm, Desert Shield. Another operation we should have never been involved in. Never did find any weapons of mass destruction, did they? Destruction. Look what we did over there in Africa, South Africa, with Muammar. A man was a freaking, I don't idolize anybody, but a legend. Look what he did for his people. Look what he did for his country. Went in there and just blew all that infrastructure that he did. Sorghum on the interior. He was bringing water in from the ocean, desalination, all those channels, just blew it all up. While people sit in America and think that he's the bad guy. People are spoon-fed whatever they're told. People have no idea what's going on overseas. They see something on television. That's not what's going on over there. So you better wake up. What did Iran do to your country? Yeah, that's what you're told. But what did they do to this country? When was the last time Iran bombed this country? When was the last time somebody was shot by an Iranian in this country? When was the last time they dropped a bomb, a hypersonic missile on the United Corporation, Northern America? This is the people. These people have the attention span of a fly, and the support of this is treasonous. especially like what's going on with these brown coats going around this nation, just failing the right of due process. You do not need to have citizenship to have the right of due process. No, you don't. You somehow make it across these walls, I don't care how you get here, you have rights. And they're failing that right now. Literally, and it's not about being from any other country now. Remember, he came in the day one and said that, but he also made an executive order that if you have a mental disability, people like me who have PTSD, they can throw you in a cage. And then if you resist, they could ship you to Venezuela after they emptied out all those Venezuela's prisons and brought them here. They did it. These politicians, all of them, they're all in on it together. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong about anything I just said. If you'd like to disagree, you can tell me what I'm wrong about, but I'm not wrong about anything I just said. So I wouldn't say it if I didn't research it for some of this stuff decades. This ain't my first rodeo. I have 6 channels and 12 years on YouTube. So I'm quite, versed in how this works. As a military veteran, I'm a little more versed in understanding. I have fallen under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So don't tell me I'm wrong unless you can actually tell me what I'm wrong about and then make an agreement, we don't have to agree, but let's have some dialogue. Well, I know that's what I'm saying, but that's been out for 20 years there, Warren. We've known some of this stuff for 20 years, decades. That Mr. PDF file has been listed on that for decades. His name has been listed. We know that. There's no doubting that. Along with all the other ones that go along, all these actors and music and television, all of them. They're all, not every single one, but most of them are. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're not even getting there. And then look, they redact the people who are doing the abuse and leave the people who abuse are unredacted. What the hell is that? That's treason. That's flipping treason, man. The redaction is supposed to be there to protect the victim, not the abuser. It's ridiculous what they did. That's what I'm saying. This is enough to shut this whole country down right now. And that's what's problem I have with you people here in the U.S., you U.S. citizens, is that you allow this. You don't see that other countries are watching us. You don't have any idea. You don't watch news outside this country. You see what some of these other prime ministers, presidents are saying about this country right now, saying about our selected POTUS and what's going on here. So your complacency is not going to, and you remember as a veteran, what I'm saying, we don't go to other countries, right? And normally kill all the elected officials and the leaders. It's the citizens that normally end up, fodder. Like during, Desert Storm, Desert Shield. How many Iraqi women and children lost their life during those 2 operations? Would anybody like to take a guess? How many millions? Not battle dress uniform men wearing military fatigues, but women and children that didn't sign up. How many millions of their lives were lost? Would you like to have that discussion? That's war doesn't decide who's right, it decides who's left. And war is profitable. Never forget that. Palantir and all what they're doing right now and all this. Come on. Boeing and Lockheed Martin, all these contractors, Halliburton. You're not paying attention, are you? Nope. Don't mean nothing. We've been doing this same war game over and over. Then we drop this stuff, let people pick it up right behind us. Bush did it. But we're doing it again. Biden did it. And Biden didn't do it. They all have handlers. That's what you don't understand. All of them. There'll be, like, you think you know who the elite are. There are people you will never hear their names. Their bank accounts are so big you couldn't count them. There is that going on right now. Like a lot of people think that the Federal, Reserve is attached to our government. These are a bunch of banksters. Federal Reserve is as Federal Express. This is a violation of the Constitution. It says that the money is supposed to be minted in gold and silver without interest, not paper payments. So this current administration is that you're selling the Hilux to help fund the war with attached on the back. There we go, Warren. Yeah, they stole all the Tacomas. Remember ISIS and ISIL smeared? They're all white, smeared a bunch of that whatever Vaseline on there, drove them around there, and they all looked like they were brown. I called it ISIS beige. I know that's what color I painted my 4Runner. I call it ISIS beige. I do. So, yeah. Right. Hold on. I got to get my wood stove going. Give me a minute or three. We'll be back. We'll have this discussion. Appreciate it. Just talking about something, guys. I mean, this is hard to watch. It's hard to sit here and see the degradation of the rights of the people just being taken away day in and day out, and then all this money being taken and, starving Americans on the streets of this country, and yet we're sending more money to Ukraine, more money to Israel, more bombing, more people, more Iran, more wars, more. It's ridiculous. What it takes just to fly one C-17, a refueler, any of these things. It's phenomenal. The money that the war games they play. What does Nate say from Prepper, Canadian Prepper? There's no such thing as military exercises. There's only World War III disguises. That's off the chain, man. That is off the chain. Never forget that, and always give Nate the props on that from Canadian Prepper News. There's no such thing as military exercises. There's only World War III disguises. It's like a chess game, and we're there now. They've made their final checkmate move, brothers, sisters, and I think they're going to be sadly mistaken thinking they're playing checkers. They play you sank my battleship, and they know where all those destroyers are sitting out there. Do you know that there is no military defense? Even as bad as our military, if they're nuclear or not, cannot defend a hypersonic missile. Look at all those boats just sitting out there like sitting ducks in the water. What if not just one, but 4 or 5? And how many U.S. soldiers are on there? Something like 4,000 or 5,000. How many people are on one of those? There's a lot of people on. Maybe not that many. I don't remember exactly. I'm not Navy, but how many soldiers, sailors are on one of those aircraft destroyers? They're going to get blown up out of the water, guys. We're not going to be this bad, what country when 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 or 12 of our vessels end up getting sunk, half of our fleet or something like that. That could happen. I don't see why people don't see this. I see this as another Gulf of Tonkin, a Pearl Harbor type of, that they're setting up for right now. It's hard to watch. I know one day I'm going to wake up. It's going to be probably a Saturday or a Sunday or, something like that. And boom, we're going to be at full-blown, hot war, just shock and awe again. Here we go. Just like over there in the desert. Shock and awe. So the people can watch it from their television. Oh my God, this many U.S. soldiers, war presidents get support normally from the public, whether they supported him before the war or not. I don't know if you ever looked in historical record. Normally when there's a war, that president gets support of the public. And normally it's just show them some dead bodies, some caskets with some U.S. flags on top of them, fold a couple of them, hand them to some dead wives, or, and that's normally enough to get the American public enough to say, all right, let's go get them, boys. So what has Iran ever done to America? What the has Iran ever done to America? And if you support this crap, please unsubscribe from this channel and get away from me. You're a viper. I don't sup with vipers. Get away from me. I don't support none of this. I should have never even joined the military to begin with, but that was how many years ago? I'm in my 50s. I was 17. Come on. It's been a long time. We don't always make the right decisions when we're young. All right, I want to get some, give me a minute here. I'm going to get some wood in the wood stove. I'm going to go check on my ladies outside, and I'll be back. All right, we got to go again. So, all right, we had to get the fire ripping again. Here, fans, not turning it off there. We got the EcoMax fan that works off the heat of the wood stove. So, try to do whatever I can to not pay the system when I can. I've been off the grid out here for like 10 years. I've produced my own power via wind turbine and solar. I have a very crude system. I need to probably get a new inverter. I'm definitely due for a new inverter. It's still working. It still works, but probably need to get another one before that one goes out on me. Some of the features like the USB chargers and stuff, the fan used to come on it. It doesn't anymore, but it doesn't heat up or anything. It's been a good power drive. They normally have them at like truck stops, but anyways, I'm gonna get on the grid because I haven't, and because I think very soon they're gonna start to go after people who are off the grid. I think that's gonna be a thing. So I'm gonna try to put that out there right now for people so that they can have a plan, and not, like I said, I know not everybody can get on the grid, but there's going to be this is like give unto Caesar kind of thing, give unto Caesar what is to Caesar. So there's a time and a place. I think having the ability to, have, an address like I have and be where I'm at gives me the ability, if they do some kind of crackdown, that they'll go passerby, and they won't, I don't want to, you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you got to try, you know what I'm saying? But for me, it's not just about that. It's about having the ability to create abundance. It is a ministry. I don't plan on living here. You know what I'm saying? I have another 20-acre parcel up the road, just a few miles from here. It's almost, a stone's throw from where I'm at here. And that's the property that I'm going to develop. This property is for the ministry. So it's so that we can create abundance out here and then send that out to people who are a part of the ministry, the regular people. I'm not sending it to, 20,000 people. I'll send it to the people who come back and frequent the ministry on a regular basis. The body, the ones that come back and support the ministry through time. Doesn't matter, nominal, or, monetary is not required to ever be a part of the ministry. So I've been able to do all of this on my own, here we go. So what do you think, Ham Solo? You think we seen what it did last Friday. What do you think it's going to do now? It's 84 and some change right now. Gold closed at 51.05, I think, like that, some change or something like that. So what do you think? What's your call? What do you think? What's going to happen to precious metals? This is this holiday. Remember, this is the Chinese New Year, and everybody thought it would go down, but it's actually gone, it's crept up a little bit. So, well, yeah, it dipped hard. It was up to 120, but it didn't really dip that hard because that rally was not a natural rally. I was telling everybody here on this ministry that I told people to pull profits. I don't give people any economic advice, but I've been in the silver market. I have a channel that's called Silver's Like Gold. It's the backup channel to this channel. If you want to go subscribe to that channel, it's called Silver's Like Gold. But I've been in the precious metal sector for decades. I don't have a lot because it all got either taken because I told somebody where it was at or had to spend it. So outstanding, Warren. Good call, because if you look, nobody wants to have discussion. It wasn't after long that they stopped paying more than 100. That was about the top price that the local coin shops, and if you could get a good pawn shop to give you around that price, it didn't matter if it was 131 for a Buffalo online. Good for you, Warren. Nobody can pick a top. But that was about the top price that was paid. Good for you, Warren. Seriously. Mr. Warren G. Renegaders, mount up. All right, so I keep thinking about that when I see your song. Or your name. No, seriously, think about what I said. They almost shut down all the local coin shops. They couldn't pay, guys. These coin shops didn't have that kind of overhead. A lot of the shops weren't even paying anything over 100. And I didn't blame them. They knew it was coming. They've been in the business longer than most of us in here. A lot of these coin shop owners, if you notice, they're older. Or there is at least somebody old in the business that's there. So Good for you, or because that's about the top of the market that was paid. I know it hit 121, but they weren't paying that. So, offered to my mother with the spot price I was offered, but she refused to pay 150 for one. Why did they not allow that to? So, but anyways, if you did pick it, if you did sell it at 100, what I wanted to have is nobody wants to have this discussion. Do you realize that if silver would have kept going up, that there would have been nowhere to sell it because they were already shut off some of the, the junk silver, which is good. I hope they do. That's what I'm saying. I hope they do. And they pulled it back. I don't have any money to buy anything. So, I'm trying to get a trailer, or something for out here. So all my focus is constantly not on me. I need a pickup truck, but I'm going to spend for the ministry always first. Ministry comes first in my life. I take care of me. I have some piece of crap out there that works. It'll get me where I need to go. It's got almost 300,000 miles on it. So, but it's not clapped out, but it's not, I'd take the same vehicle with lower miles. I really would if I could find one, but I don't have any money for that right now either. So I'm not concerned about that right now. I'm concerned about the ministry. Like I said, I'm concerned that there's regulations coming up. I feel like the economy is about to turn down. And when it turns down, there's going to be big changes come this time. Crackdowns. The great taking is what it's called. They've already talked about this. They do these things. If you pay attention, and I'm not giving any economic advice, again, nobody can pick tops. It's hard to pick a bottom, but definitely much harder to pick a top. But I do know things economically. I would think I could hold myself with anybody, any of the top economists anywhere. Bring them in here. Let's have the conversation. I don't care what you want to talk about. Let's have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? What I want you to do, Ham, is I really want you to go see David at Adapt 2030 with that last video he just put out about how many. I hope you're already watching David at Adapt 2030. Man, he's got his finger over the pulse of which coins are going to do what. And Bix at Road to Ruta. Take them both with a grain of salt. Take me with a grain of salt. Everything I say discern. But some of these guys have an understanding, like Tether just started, backed federally, by gold. There's some big moves being made right now in the crypto, in the mining sector space, in this, crypto mining, not precious metals, but there's just too much money who's moved into it, moving around, set up by governments, things like this, for there not to be, some of them, though, they're set for a certain, purpose. Yeah, there's, like I said, I see now. I don't know if Bitcoin is dead. Maybe this EpiPen thing is killing it, obviously, right? The Epi files and his attachment with like JP Chase. I don't understand how people don't figure that out. JP Chase, EpiPen, crypto, Bitcoin. Some of you guys already see the triangle there. Somebody said it earlier in the chat with the, pizza and the hot dogs and the, all their little code words, and they're disgusting, so, some of these people, like I said, have been on this, like, obviously McAfee, Yeah, but some people didn't, David. But the hard part too, like for a lot of people, David, some people made money at it. You know what I'm saying? But then a lot of the things, it was hard for people to exit the damn coin. Get off of these whatever Binance and whatever Coinbase and the ways to get your thing out of the system. Yep, there we go, Warren. Exactly. I've been watching that too. It's just a cycle. it's a Fibonacci cycle. Candles and halvings, like he's talking about. Warren knows what he's talking about. I don't have. Like I said, somebody gave me a Bitcoin in 1 month. I spent it. Like 5 years ago, somebody gave me a Bitcoin on CashApp. I didn't even know it was a thing, but I let it sit in there forever. But 1 month I had to pay the phone bill, and I couldn't go to the bank. It was closed, or the little credit union that I have out here. So I spent it. So, but that's okay. I don't care. It's some 0 and 1 on a computer. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. But I'm not saying you can't invest in some of these things. My son came to me when I sold a motorhome with $3,000 in my pocket and told me to buy 10 Bitcoin. Told me to buy 10 coins. I didn't know they were Bitcoin. I said, son, I'm not going to buy some 0, 1 or a digit. If you don't hold it, that I could buy SLV, I could buy GLD. It's the same thing. It's a piece, it's a contract, it's a put, it's a stop. Oh no, this is different. It's supposed to be off the system. No, it's not. It's what I found out, that it was all tethered to the blockchain, and said there's no anonymity here. This is a CIA token front. You know what I'm saying? So, but guess what? Now some of us are fighting because a lot of people said, oh, Bitcoin's like gold. It's like a store of value. Well, we're finding out that might not be true, but I still am one of those people who's in the camp for, $2, $3, $4, $5,000 silver easily. If a freaking 0 and 1 on a computer could be worth 114, there ain't no way no physical piece of metal cannot be worth a piece of physical metal on me here somewhere. Something you can actually hold in your freaking hand is not worth, it could be 1 to 1 with gold. So but I do think, and I am in the camp that someday you will see $1 million Bitcoin. So I don't think this is the end of Bitcoin. I don't think it is. Nobody was arrested. The whole Elon Doge thing and the whole, it's all out in the public. Nobody ever goes to jail. Yeah, right. Like EpiPen Island went to jail. My left, but again, what I do think again in the future is that, it is the future. And that's why I told my son, no, this is all tracked. And this is all tracked. This is a government front coin. Okay, Dad. Well, I was just, so, but he was right. You know what I'm saying? He was right. Andrew was in jail for a few hours. So I just didn't want to support the beast because I think it's a beast system, and it is. It's bringing in this blockchain, tokenized, credit scored, digitally blockchain, credit scored, tokenized communism is what's coming. Shove that in your ear hole. Pound that into your eardrum. Digitally tokenized, credit scored communism. Blockchain, tied to the blockchain. Everything will be digitally tracked and traced onto the ledger. I didn't know anything about it at first. I looked into it. I seen what it was. It's not super complicated, but there is no anonymity. You know what I'm saying? There is no anonymity. That's what I was trying to tell my son. He's like, well, Dad, this is out of the system. You like things that are out of the system. Like, they don't use silver and gold anymore, but it was, now it's not in the system. This is the future. And I'm like, nope, and that's fine. I would, if I had the chance now, there's no chance, I would invest in any, of these ones that I think that some of these people, like I tell you, because it's future, whether you want it to be or not. That's what my son was telling me back then. This is the future, Dad. And I'm like, I don't care. And I should have listened to him. He's a very bright young man. And he prognosco. He had foreknowledge. He's older than his days. He's, he's just the way he is. So, but all ships rise in a rising tide generally. So all these coins, they came up with all their, look at Trump. He made millions. He created his own thump coin, his own chump coin, remember? What? Really? That's crazy. They wouldn't let you say that, Warren. Don't worry, I put that up there and let you say that anyway. So, yeah, Don P. So, you guys, obviously we see what this is, the anonymity, and now I see again how there is some anonymity, but not like people are saying. They're going to do this whether you like it or not, because they're going to go, they've had their SWIFT system, Swift. Now they're going with their SIFs, this cross-border payment system. Okay, and that's why this is not going to stop. You're not going to stop these digital coins, these tokens. It'll all be tokenized. It's the future, whether you want it to come here or not. It's here. You know what I'm saying? You don't. There's some things you can do and some things you can't stop at all. But this is one of those times that we'll go ahead and throw it out there since we're having the conversation. Give unto Caesar what is to Caesar, and give unto the Lord what unto the Lord. You know, we give unto him, obviously. So he wants us through scripture, it tells us we're supposed to be putting away something for our children's children. Yeah, extra oil, and that is something that we're not just supposed to sit around, you know, those that don't work don't eat, you know, and so eat of this meat. I'm not giving any financial advice or telling you, but, you know, I didn't like the system because of what I saw to begin with, and that's fine. That was it. Father is not going to throw me into the pit because I make enough in the system to create, you know, some stability in my life. Now I contribute and go and get rich and be, you know, because I could have taken those 3 coins at, you know, or 10 coins at $300 and then reinvested them and rolled them over, you know, or whatever. Imagine what, you know, but I'm glad I don't want that. I don't want to make my way on a coin that I know that's attached to something that they came out to begin with and say that there's anonymity in, that this is something that they can't track or trace when that's all that it is. That's what it is. That's like an anti. You can't tell me, you know, that, you know, 2 + 2 = 5. I'm not going to ever accept that. You can take your Common Core nonsense. It makes no sense to me. You know, it don't add up. So that's okay. Like I said, I'm not opposed to people making, you know, enough money off of Bitcoin, Tether, XRP, whatever token that they are, and then put it into some rice and beans. Maybe they decide to put in a shelter for a storm shelter so they don't get their blow away. You know, maybe they use it to, they don't, you know, but just to sit there and let it grow. And I've got all this Bitcoin and I'm this Bitcoin millionaire. I don't like that's too much. And $1 million ain't crap in this modern day and age, but I'm just saying, you know, so I'm not in a position against this blockchain technology to make something of it right now, pull it out, put it into some, you know, way to secure your family, rice and beans, maybe some precious metals, keep a little bit in the system. Don't ever sell all your Bitcoin. I'd say that too. Don't ever sell all your Bitcoin like you don't ever sell any of your precious metals, you know, or all of your precious metals, because it's a bit of a hole, and one day it could go through the roof, and that small could be a life-changing type of, you know, investment. So I'm not in opposition anymore against coins making, you know, using the system and turning it on its head. Probably should have done it. And it's okay. I'm okay that I didn't. Like, I'm all right that I'm not suing anybody and making money, gaining wealth that I would never have to work for yeah, I apologize. I'm out here in the middle of the desert. So, and I'm working off a 4G phone. So, but again, you do what you know, you have to morally answer to the Father, but I don't think that Father, again, is going to throw somebody into no knowledge pit, lake of fire, hell, Hades, TARDIS, whatever you want to call it, because you made some money off of Bitcoin and you got a remodel done on your house, or you put in a shelter, or you bought some long-term food storage, or you bought a log splitter. You know, but to sit there and get super wealthy and go, oh my God, I got all these millions in Bitcoin is that's gluttony. So, but to use it for good reasons, it's just like holding on to it forever. Why? That'd be like doing the same thing with gold and silver. So as soon as my little tiny little stack, I have this, you know, little small stack of some silver. As soon as silver goes back up, I'm going to try to figure out a way to trade out of it this time, you know, or sell it. So let's get back to talking about precious metals when we were talking about that, because I was talking about how Warren said that he cashed out at $100, which was the top of the market. Silver hit $100, $121, but there was there was no coin shops, or there was no pawn shops, and that's your basically two places. There's people don't even know where to buy precious metals. You can sell some online. There's online. It's a little harder process to do, and some will. I'm not perfect at it, but some do. Pawn Man on Facebook. I think he's got a Facebook. He does. You have to send it to him. He's pretty cool, young hustler. That guy's a hustler. So if any guys have that guy show up on your Facebook feed, Pawn Man. You don't have like a pawn shop. He's got some other kind of shop going there, but he just buys stuff. I don't think he could put anything on pawn at his place. So, but either way, again, there was nowhere to go after that, because that's when the refineries pretty much said, we're not taking any more of this scrap, or, unless it's pure, because I'm telling you why. It's because these traders at the COMEX want their 1,000-ounce bars, and they don't want to have to refine any of that right now. They want nothing but pure 999, 999 fine, so that they can put it right into a COMEX bar, because the demand for 1,000-ounce bars is much higher than the demand for the little guy with a fraction of the market. COMEX is the industrial side. That's 80+% side of the market is goes to the COMEX through that 1,000-ounce bars. That's where they buy the industrial. That's where they buy their metal from. So they're not exactly 1,000, but they're right. And I have an understanding. I've studied this with these refiners. Shutting off the especially what people call junk silver. Good. Remember, the premium got as high as eagles during the old Divock, COVID backwards, during the old Divock out of here, and so it did. It was like 50% premium on junk silver, constitutional silver, pre-64 silver. Nickels are not part of the 90%. They're a war nickel, but dimes, quarters, and halves are 90%. And so they're not taking those right now at the and I told you why. Because they want those 1,000-ounce bars. The industrial side is the photovoltaic solar that's used in photo, and again used now in this new battery they've got that's coming out. I don't know I forget what they call it, but something like 30+ ounces in a single battery. The one that makes a car go 800+ miles or something. I already told you they had something go over 1,000 miles in a single charge in the 1800s. So this whole thing with it is what it is. So, but that is why, again, I don't know if you've heard anybody talk about how and why that these refiners shut off, but that caused the people who sell the metal, which is your coin shops, to these refiners. So they weren't taking that, and there was a lot of, there was people coming in. When I went to the coin shop and tried to go buy something, there was a line out the freaking door. And at that time, I told you, I think there was an equal amount of people that were buying as there were selling. So there was a pretty big demand. So, but there's some of these smaller coin shops, they don't have the overhead. Some people come in with a stack and sell 100,000, 200,000, and that's it. They're done for the week. They can't do that every day. And that shut almost every single LCS, local coin shop, down. So I am glad to see the pullback in the market. And I think it's showing that the price of silver, it's been 50 to 1. Ham, it's been 50 to 1. I've been talking about it in here. It's been 50 to 1. And now I believe it's cut under 50, around 48. So it's been, it was up at, remember, it was 122 or 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that during the COVID, when the premium got up to 50% on Eagles and 50% on constitutional silver, pre-64 silver. The ratio was out at, for every ounce of gold, you could get 125 ounces of silver. So that ratio is closing, and good talk. Thanks for talking about ratio, because nobody talks about the ratio. Ratio is everything. Ratio has everything to do with everything. Price is irrelevant, because there will become a time where you can't get it anymore. That's what these bigger that's what that's showing. Did you hear? Put a one in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. The demand for silver, these refiners shut down and said, we're not, they didn't shut down. They said, we're not taking, 925 jewelry. We're not taking, constitutional 90%. We're not taking, because they want that pure 999 fine silver. Okay. That is being shipped out to the COMEX immediately. They say they have a backup. Well, of course they do. They're not refining it right now. They're refining the pure because industry, there's been a silver deficit now for the last 6 years of 200 to 300 million deficit ounces, meaning there's a demand for it, but there's no supplier. The demand is there, but there's no supply for the last 6 years. So that's why they shut that down. Most people have no reason why. Well, that affects the coin shops and the pawn shops, because yes, they'll sell it to somebody else if they come in, but if they take something in and that doesn't sell, then they have to eventually move their product and make their money, make a lot of money because they take it to the refiners. So unless it's like numismatic and it's got some special, but I'm talking like this kind of stuff, bullion, just regular bullion, nothing fancy, just no numismatic value, meaning it's a special mint mark. It's got, a double die. It's lots of reasons why it could have more than the weight is bullion. A bullion collector is saying, okay, I just care about the weight. I don't care if it's special or it's, got a special mark on it. I want to be able to get my weight in metal out of it, my money back in metal. So that's what happens to a lot of these coin shops. A lot of people don't know what happens to these coins. Well, over time, they send it out to melt. And right now, they shut off this, and then the price got wacky high, too fast. It was going up by $10 a day. I talked about it. I warned about it. We had almost a $20 day. And that's enough to shut the whole system down. So I know most of you will not get it because you don't participate in this metal sector, but this is if the silver would have kept going up, we would have anybody would have had to sell anything that they needed to sell it if that's what you wanted to do, which the idea is never to take paper in there and trade it back for paper, but it is liquid. That's been the nice thing about gold. It's liquid. It's good as gold. The term good as gold, you normally take gold. They were having issues with some of the gold for a second. And I know why they did that, because the price got too high. It's not. Look at silver or gold's back over 5,000 again. So I'm sure they'll take gold probably right now, but the prices have went too high too fast. It sat there for $20 for 10 years, nearly 20 years of, in that bracket of $10 to $20, $10 to $30, whatever, So this is a very interesting time to be here, and I'm thankful that it dropped back down. So if you think about it now, if you had to look at silver and you had to start looking at ratio again, well, where was silver at right now? Where was it before? I don't care about now. Now it's holding 84, 85. Okay. It's holding at 80, 85. And then if there's a premium, and obviously, can you, because I haven't looked in a while, Solo, what is it for an APMEX Buffalo right now online? If we could just do this for these people so they can kind of see. What is it for an APMEX Buffalo right now? If you wanted to get a Buffalo, if you want to become a Buffalo farmer, and you went on to APMEX and you looked at US dollars out the door for 1 to 19 on a credit card, as most people pay, out the door. Because remember, this silver's not $85.75. BS. No, it's not. That's probably what you're going to get, the close to that when you sell it, though. So that's why I just want to give you everybody this lesson that's in here. If you participate in the market, you know what I'm saying. Most people have no. Gosh, look at the price of these. Remember what I got these things for? Holy crap. 2 something I paid for these. I'll have you go check these if you want. The bear. Well, that round looks better now. My camera's working a little better now that I have a better screen. So I want you to look online. Well, that's Canadian, Warren. You guys are always going to have a higher silver price in Canada if you're in Canada. one of them Canadian dicks. I had a little pug one, so my bad. Pug1light.com. So we've got a good base in here. We got a good base in here from Canada, a good solid base that come here. Some of our regulars, there's almost somebody in here almost every stream from Canada. I love it. Sabrina, Lion, we had somebody just in here earlier that said they were from Canada. He was just in here a minute ago. Stoner Connections from Canada, bunch of folks from up north. So, but yeah. So what is the price on Atmex in US dollars, for a Buffalo, Silver Buffalo round? Because we see the price is 85, but there's a separation, there's a disconnect between the paper price and the physical metal price now. People are starting to finally wake up. It's rigged backwards. They base it off the paper price. All this commodities exchange, where these big banks and bullion and industry buys from these 1,000-ounce bars, Comex bars, commodities exchange. So it's $97.56. So that's a premium of almost $12. $12. Is that Canadian or that's US dollars? That's US dollars, I think it would be. That sounds about right, the premium. Because there is. I mean, the premiums are coming down, but are they? I try to teach people about premiums too, because premium normally shows demand. It does. It does. And now we don't see that these bullion, these coin shops are paying the premiums, but they will. If you hold on to it, they will. So, was that US dollars, Ham? Would you rather be called ham or rum? so, solo. How about just solo? Nice, but US can use PayPal. Okay, cool. So we see that there is a premium, of $12. If you want to hold it in your hand, just like if you want to have oil, not paper, exposure to oil, and you want to, have the oil itself, the barrel, the storage to hold it, deal with the barrel, there's going to be a price, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like I said, the disconnect right now is, that's why there are things like right now, which might be kind of some people risky to get into something like a quarter, pre-64 quarter, or dime or half, because they're not taking them right now. But look at how much they've dropped down. Look how much you can Monarch building blocks. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Monarch metals, that they make metal like little stackers, like a stacker. Is that? I think I heard of that company. I'm starting to see all these companies. I got to be careful about some of these companies online. Yeah. Nice. So, Ham, are you from Canada? Are you another one of these Canadian dicks up there by where Chris and Zero Fox Doodles at up there, and the Trailer Park Boys, wherever, J-Rock, the best meme ever during the COVID. I made some pretty good ones. You can't catch the COVID if you're already the illest. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? All right. No, we do. We get a good following from Canada. We really do. We got a lot of regulars. I'm telling you. Stoner, Ziggy, Lion. I've seen Lion. I wonder what Lion's up to. He's a busy dude. I know sometimes they'll, come on, Ricky, sick. Terrible. So, But no, I don't really do a whole lot of that slapstick comedy, but that's some good stuff. It's you need to let go every once in a while, and it. I think it's my son turned me on to that. Uh, he was the one, and it's like I said, I haven't watched it in forever. I haven't, it's been forever, but for a minute I did. It was Bubbles was great. Obviously, like with the kitties, because I love my kitties. I love my kitties. Well, my kitty, I only got one kitty right now, so I love my other kitty. I think hopefully maybe my other kitties down the road. So, but yeah, you guys in that are up north in Canada too pay a price for being up there. Your Canadian dollar has been, it's like Lion said. He's a young man. He's in his early 20s, and he said, "Oh, I don't want to inherit your trillions, 38, 30. I don't even know since it's been a minute since I've actually seen it. Where Lion's up to." So we don't want all your debt up here. We already got our own debt to worry about. So become 51st state of America. So yeah, well actually silver's pulled back now. Okay, so but that's good because that's continuing in the conversation with what I was saying. Silver going over $100 would have shut down all of your places to sell it back to. You don't want to do that. Eventually, you want to trade it for like hopefully maybe someday I'll trade these two pieces of silver for a tractor or something. For a tractor. Wouldn't that be nice to trade it for a tractor? Something like that, a horse or maybe a couple sheep or a couple boar goats or something. That's how I'd like to. Was my idea. I didn't want to trade mine back for dollars, but that is something that almost just shut down, and it wouldn't mean anything to most people because most people don't even know anything about the precious metal sector, let alone how to buy it or sell it. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to see silver pull back. We got down to something like 60 some dollars or something like that, guys. They really yanked. They put like 1.4 billion paper contracts onto the market. $1.4 billion to pull it down that day, to get it to do what it did. Go see Bix. He does all the buyers, HSBC, Chase, all of them. So back up the truck, right? It needs to, Warren. That's what people don't realize is when silver was going up, I was trying to tell people this is not a natural stair step like gold normally, and it's continued. That's why gold, even when he pulled it back, it came back and continued to rise. And we see the same thing with silver. It's pulled back, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, and they pulled back theirs too. See, there's a lot of good stuff. So people don't see this, I try to tell people on this ministry, and I'm not giving any economic advice, that silver under $100 is cheap. It's cheap. So we got that silver was $85 right now on the COMEX, but it's $97.56 to buy, if you want to have it and hold it in your hand. So it's basically silver's almost $100 right now. To own it, to buy it, to have it, see the disconnect. Most people don't realize this market's rigged backwards. They base this off the paper price of the metal. That's what's kind of sucks a little bit about the bullion dealers, the coin shops right now, is they're only paying that paper price. But wait, that they will start paying high premiums. At least the ones that you're seeing that they're selling it for at SD Bullion, JM Bullion, Money Metals Exchange, Monument Metal, Gold State Mint, at some of these, Scottsdale, some of these reputable dealers that have been online for now, how long? So you're not going to get a fake from them. You might get a fake from a coin shop, but probably not. You probably have a better chance getting a fake from a coin shop or from a pawn shop, but they do have ways to test the metal now. Hey, when gold hit $3,000, that's what it costs for that whatever spectrometer or whatever, and that one fake coin could ruin your reputation. A lot of these pawn shops bought those, and now they test all their, and are much more reputable. So, and you got to be able to deal business with them. You might have to take it to them. Those were the two places that I said that would buy your metal generally on their There are not a lot of the places online. You could sell it back to them. That's a little bit of a process, shipping, and they got to be you and things like that. And some things I don't know. I thought about that sometimes. How do you sell coins that aren't perfectly BU? But that means brilliant uncirculated, meaning it's been in a sleeve. It's never been stuck in somebody's pocket. It's not some mint coin from the mint with a special mark with the, special finish on it, or, but again, the, the markets would have shut down for the seller to sell his or her precious metals on the physical if the price of silver would have kept going up. So we see silver retract back down, has now been holding $85. I think the markets are open now. If somebody will give me an update on the COMEX, or excuse me, Kitco is where I go. I go to Kitco 24 hour. That's one I like to look at. It's got the graph with the 3-day graph on it. So I don't know where you go to get your silver price, but I like to use Kitco because they have that graph. Then they got the, the 30-day, the 60-day, the 1 year, the 2 year, the 5 year, the graphs on those two. So you can go back and look at the historical ratio, or, the historical prices of the metal, the tops, and where those were at during time. It just does it by month, but get a little trip through time on the metal so you can see what it's done over time. So graphs are pretty, they tell a lot, don't they, visually. So, I wonder what the price of, I think gold's going to keep going up. I don't think we'll see gold pull back very much. If they do, it'll just go right back up. It's just too hard, and the metal is way undervalued, in my opinion. It is riskier, it has a higher risk to get into precious metals, to get into the silver side. It always is. There's lower lows and higher highs. There's generally always more money is made in the silver side because it catches up. Silver, it's gold's little brother, or sister, or whatever. So, but again, I do think at one point in time in our lifetimes, we could see a 1-to-1 ratio. It's not going to be a nice world then, though. Heck no. The government will probably be buying it from you then, or taking it from you, So, this is another one that's blown me away. The price of copper. What's it cost right now for a copper round? That's kind of crazy. That's the one that's, wait till copper demand, because they made copper a strategic metal just like they made silver a strategic metal. I never thought they put copper on it, on that list. Critical metal, strategic metal. So they need it for their starting refiners here in the U.S. They come up with something like $2 billion to build some, help the infrastructure for refinement and processing. And so things are going to continue to go into this metal market, just like we were talking about, because we were talking about the crypto sector. That's moving forward too, whether you like it or not. Moving out of, whatever, Warren, if that's the way you want us, a silver coffin. Hey, look it, man. Why don't you do this? Why don't you, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this, why don't you just burn your ass? Apologize. You're not an ass, but burn yourself. They get fit in an urn. You save yourself a lot of hassle, man. You spend your whole life trying to get locked up in a coffin, and then never reach your goal and have to have it made. You probably have that urn. Start with an urn, and then work up to your coffin. All right, Warren, I like it. Hey, that's all right. Hey, did you see Bix? He's got his silver swords. Him, and he was on there with that silly lady that does the tarot card readings. What's her name? Whatever, but she had her little sword too. Or Chris from Arcadia Economics, who's got his Ben Bernanke helicopter money, where it's actual silver and it's a spinning, it's an actual, at the top of the helicopter blade spins, and it's got, I'm not sure if you ever watched Chris from Arcadia Economics. He made up a Ben Bernanke helicopter money, pure silver. Somebody cast it, and it thing's pretty big. It's, it sits on a desk, and the, blades are, and the top of that spins, and he's out there, doing his inflation recreation, spinning all the money out of the helicopter money, printing that helicopter money, spraying it everywhere. Hey, they might do it again, turn on the inflation creation machine. So, well, they already are. I mean, we know that they are, like through the Fed, they're already printing right now, $1 trillion plus every 100 days. So that's why we see that national debt just skyrocket. It's almost 39 right now. So you see my works on the national debt calculator too. So you ever want to see right now, there's some of the stuff that I've done. It's back on there. Well, just some of the imagery, you know, and I've done decodes on it and stuff. So what an amazing time, Um, yeah, when silver gets back, like I said, back the truck up, Warren, back the truck up. So he says he wants to have a coffin. I'm gonna use that now. I'm gonna remember that. Hey, there was this guy who came in. His name is Warren G. Was it MG or yeah, Warren? Oh, MG like Grand. Well, like the car MG. Okay, so I'm gonna remember that. So. Nice. There you go. That's the nice thing too, huh, Warren? Is that is that you can actually have some generational wealth for your kids. You could have worked your tail off, and that stores all that hard work. It's all stored up in that coin, whether it be via gold. You must have worked your tail off, and cram all that labor into that little compact, or all that energy stored up for your labor inside of that you can give that labor to them. It's pretty awesome. Precious metals are been used for thousands of years. It's called generational. If you have, remember, wealth. If you have enough, if you stack enough of these, then you are wealthy. So you can give it to your kids. That's why kings and queens, royalty put it away for thousands of years because they knew that something it won't lose its purchasing power. Somebody did something the other day on it. I do the toga, the steak dinner, and the bottle of wine. It'll always buy you 1 ounce of gold. Will always buy that. Um, Nate did it. Nate did it on a video. He was doing a ratio. If you ever go see Nate, he at Canadian Prepper, he did a great video the other day on the ratios between gold. It was called the golden ratio. I think he did. Nate at Canadian Prepper. So. The video of the new reserve guy didn't know how printing that worked. Nice. Oh, the Volker? No, not Volker. What is it? Wool? I don't remember. So what is his name? I'll get it. Whatever. Something Culver. Mulva. Mulva. I forget that was on a movie. Oh, that was good. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. I'm about to make some food here pretty soon. All right, no, Mulver or something like that. Scully. No, that was off of X Files. So, something with a V in it. He's got a V in it, I think. Some kind of V. U and a V. U a V. U and a V. U V. So in that way, no, the whole monetary system is there's things that are happening now that have never ever happened, historically ever been done with this, ZERP, the Operation Twist, and then all this overnight lending. The ZERP is the zero interest rate program, zero interest. Nobody ever in their mind would have thought that zero, you don't make, you penalize the saver. You have money and you put it in a bank, you don't make any gains. That penalizes the saver, the person who's got it buried in their backyard in a mason jar, or maybe under their bed or whatever, yeah, it forces it out into the economy, so you'll spend it if you don't think you're going to make any money on it, and you're just going to go ahead and spend it anyways, right? Pretty clever. 14 years between Vomit and Mr. Warp Speed, they brought interest rates down to 0%. So, and then they went to their NERP like they did overseas. They did that over in the EU and stuff over there, didn't they? Like Cyprus, and they went to negative interest rate program, NERP. That means you have to pay. You put money in there and they penalize you. You don't gain, they take money from you. NIRP, negative interest rate program. But most people don't understand economics at all. So I don't think anybody in their right mind could have ever fathomed something like that 100 years ago, 1,000, 2, 3, 5, a million years ago. But hey, they make money on the upside and the downside. You know what I'm saying? But he just another token, you know. I don't know if anybody will ever be able to replace Yellowstone. That's what Gregory Manarino calls him. If you don't want, look at Gregory Manarino. He looked like a Rastafarian now. The guy go for 12 years on YouTube with a. That's what I said. That's good to see him like that, man. He took his hat off. He's got dreads now, man. Freaking Gregory Manarino. But if you don't watch Gregory Manarino, he is one of the Manarino Gregorino. I do that for old time's sake. He is one of the best economists out there. He's been on YouTube for heck 12, 13 years, 14 years. He's whatever started YouTube. So but if you do not watch Gregory Manarino, go watch Gregory. He's got a great, pulse on the system, and definitely like I love it. He got a beard now and dreads, and he's not doing that suit and tie. He did it for a dozen years on YouTube. Look at all clean cut, slick back hair, the whole work. Oh. So what do you see here for the future? I think we're going to see potentially $100 silver again, but where are you going to sell it? So let's have that conversation. There was a little bit of hit on gold for a minute when it started getting skyrocketed prices, because, that's a huge, massive gain to go from 2,000 to 5, look at the gains. Silver went up something like 164% in 2025, blew the market, blew the price out of the market. So it wasn't a natural, ebb and flow, natural stair step. And so I saw a massive, pullback, and then it did. And that's good. Like I said, I have said before, silver at $100 is cheap, and it's $97 right now to buy an ounce of silver online. So is it fire sale prices? No, I said under 50 was fire sale prices. You missed the 50 a long time ago. Will we see 50 ever again? I don't know. Maybe. I doubt it. I don't think so. It would just be the paper price anyways. There'd be a premium to buy it online too right now, right? It's $85, but it's $97 to buy it online. So it's not going to be a good day when we go into Mexico, Ham. I don't want to see that day that we enter into Mexico. And we're already down there. We've already got our, Rangers and our MI and but when they announce it to the GP, the general public. So it's going to be a tough day. It really is a fun day. Well, guys, I got to get up and do birds, feed my birds. Do you guys want to hang out for a little bit or wrap this one up? We come back up in a little bit. I don't want to keep you. I got to do the birds and yeah, exactly. That's exact. Thank you, Ham. I mean, that's exactly. Oh my God, we had just the other day something crossed over the border, and like, dude, come on, this has been going on for. Oh, people will just eat whatever the crap they've been fed. The news, the poop news, always broadcasting crap. ABC. Whatever, the Communist News Network, whatever, Clinton News Network, all of them. The MSLSD and the Fox, whatever, all these lamestream media outlets feed them. So whatever they're told, and they eat it like a poop sandwich. Everybody's going to have to take a bite. It's not going to be fun. So you guys want to take a pause, or I'll end it here? We don't have to, like I said, I don't have to stay in here. I don't want to keep you if you're going to be here. I'm not. It's too windy. It's super windy out there today. It's too brisk. And it's not too bad, but it's too windy. I'll sit out there in the wind. We've got some 50s days coming up here, so I'm kind of taking it easy right now. I'm going to hit it hard here this week coming up. I want to have a big week. I'm hoping by the end of the week we can get up in here and, I don't know, have 1,000 or 2,000 or something by the end of the week. Something going here. We've got to move this barometer up a little bit when we can. So, I'm excited for it, man. Aren't you? To see this ministry producing abundance and shipping it to your doorstep. That's gonna be a big day for the ministry, man. When the ministry gives back, So a ministry is supposed to have purpose. All I have to do is come in here and share the gospel. I don't have to do any of this physical stuff. This is all just, ads. So I'm excited for it. I need to have some motivation in this life. I'm a little bored with the physical stuff. Just bores the living snot out of me. So I'd like to have some good experiences. I've been through a lot of crap in these last couple of years. Have just been a nightmare. So be nice to have some good times. Maybe be around the ministry a little bit. Like I said, maybe this, make this physical thing a physical thing. I love having this online ministry. It truly is a foreshadow of what is to come. Some of us, even if this never works, will have to meet each other on the other end, and we will not be together in flesh then. So it's kind of like we're doing that now, and so never has to come to pass. And I won't be like, oh man, I didn't get that done. I don't have that. It's not a bucket list thing like I have to do it. It's just something that makes sense to me too, because of how I live, and that in the future tense, that if they do a crackdown, that I don't want to be told that I don't have another place to go. So as of this time, I don't. If they told me I couldn't be on this property, I wouldn't have anywhere to go. So I have the other one, but that's what I'm saying. If they said, hey, you have to have a physical address, and I do think that's going to eventually happen out here, because there's going to be a grip load of people the next time the economy turns down, which is going to happen very soon. It's just a cycle. The market's way overbought, more than it was in 1929. And then again, a whole bunch of people are going to come out here because it's crazy affordable. They'll take what they have and they won't have a choice. See? They won't have a choice. It's happened before out here. Okay? I've been here long enough to see it happen. So, and this time, you ain't seen nothing yet. The next time, if you see people been out here said this little town's never going to grow, yes, it is. We got our own data mining station going in here. Data mining station in a township. It's not even a legal town. It's a township is getting a data mining station. So this little town's growing. And again, I do think with the way they're turning this country into a police state, if something like that economically came down to it, they're going to want to, papers, and you're going to have to be going by some kind of formality. So it's what will work best too in that situation as well, so that they can, there's an address, they know that I'm here. It's not like they don't know that I'm here. That's the difference. See, so might not be something that ever happens, but I do see it as a plausibility. And that's how I work with things. I prepare, I hope for the best, and I prepare. I don't plan. I prepare for the worst. So, like I said, you want to help the barometer go up. There's whatever. It's our little meter there. There's a Cash App and a PayPal in the description. We'll take gold and silver too if you want to send it. If you have any extra of those, put it in the stack of what I have, and yeah, this is a difficult time, Brian. It is. Appreciate your support, of the ministry. It's getting nutty. That's why I'm trying to think that maybe Father didn't have me go down there, the whole thing that happened with me, because I might not have ever made it out of there. You know what I'm saying? I might have already been erased. And he wants me to be here for another 50 years. He can beat me for another 50 years because he loves me. So, I think I've been recently thinking of that, like, where's my son? Let it go. His Father has this. He knows what he's doing. He's perfect. He doesn't make mistakes. So crazy time. That's where I was going to start. Remember, I was just going to start in Mexico. I said, the heck with Ecuador for a minute. I'm just going to start there. So, and I'm not a female, but it is, there's play. I would get away from the cities. I would get away from the cities. I don't think you would have the issues out there, but remember, he did declare, war on the cartel. And that's not just in Venezuela. That's not just in Colombia. That is from the border of our country, this country wall, all the way down to, Chile, all the way down, Brazil, all the way down. That's not you take on the whole South American continent. And so they know that down there when you declare that. So that's why I'm pretty sure that Mexico is a little harder to exist right now, because it is the gringo, it's the orange American, the orango, the orange, uh, no bueno, no good, bad man orange, you know. So, well, gringo is orango, but anyways, they know that. And like I said, it's not that Hispanic, well, Mexican or, in Mexico, people have not treated Americans with the utmost respect and have been very good to most Americans when they go down there and treat you like royalty because they want that US dollar from you. I'm not going to lie, but they do. So it hasn't been that way. But, it's changing dramatically, quickly. Things are changing quick. When you start sanctioning everybody, when you start sanctioning your own enemy or your own allies, the world looks at you differently. The world responds differently. When your president's a PDF file, and everybody knows that, not like in America where they're hiding it, people tend to react a little bit different. So thanks for the update, Ryan. I apologize. That sucks because Mexico is an amazing place, and there are so many expats that live in Mexico that don't have no problems now. I bet you they don't. If they're already into the culture, can speak almost fluent Spanish. It's, if not some real good broken street Spanish, already in with the local peoples, they probably won't be targeted. But you go down there, you smell like a stinking fresh gringo, like an Americano. Remember, I told you one day they're going to build that so to keep us pesky Americanos from coming down and taking all that Mexican silver. They ain't going to want any of them down there. It'd be the richest nation in the whole world. That's why he wants Mexico. That's why he's holding off. He can't blow his cover there. That's why Mr. Warp Speed's going to take Mexico. Panama, he already got that. Whatever. Venezuela, that's why I said Ecuador, dude, that's right there. That is freaking right there. See what I'm saying, Ryan? That was right there. I was going to be right there where all this crap's going on right now. And I don't live like that. Like, I would go down there and still live not in fear. Whatever happens, happens. But I think it's Father's will be done. That's why Father doesn't want me to be down there. I got to do this first. Get this going. And I can still go down there. Probably about the time that it takes me to get all this together, I'll be ready to go down there. Maybe all the smoke will be cleared, by then. All the brumbling and whatever, earth and shaking and all that by the time, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be done with this here and get it set up and be comfortable to leave here and go down there and have the people here, instead of going down there and trying to come back and do that later. Going to do this first, possibly, maybe. I'll see what Father's plans are. I'll prepare and he'll, wreck any plans that I make. But, I'm starting to really think that, because I know how I am. I just know how I am. I'm not going to let the situation, overcome me. I'm going to be like a chameleon. I'm going to blend in, but it's not the right time. I don't think it's the right time by what you said, you know what I'm saying? With the way she's feeling, it's dangerous down there right now. I think Americans can be easily targeted outside the U.S. I don't know if I'd want to be outside the U.S. right now. And I do want to get the hell out of this country eventually, and have experiences outside the country. Every other country is awesome. All of them. Just like America, there's a bunch of, it's horrible here in every state, but there's a bunch of awesome spots in each state too. It's like living in a big city. There's always good spots and bad spots. Maybe it's the way I was raised, the way I grew up, because I've traveled outside the U.S. I understand. So, I can't imagine how many times I've been to Mexico. That's something I'm definitely more familiar with. But I'm thinking that's what Father's plan is for me. Something would have happened to me, man, down there. I just feel like that it is something would happen to me. And he's not done with me. He wants me to be around still. So I got to stick it out. And it gives me that motivation to finish what I'm doing here. Finish what I started. I got 10 years into this place, man. 10 years. A lot of effort out here too. Somebody ever came out and visited, and remember, like I said, it was like 6 years ago, everything was taken off of this property. Everything except for my tent. So, this has all been done in 6, not 10 years. So there's a lot here for one man with no income and no Social Security, no disability, no hands to help him. No, not like I got tractors and all this fancy equipment to do it. I do it all the hard way. So appreciate it. Thank you, Father, for keeping me here, because this must be the reason. You're not done with me yet. And so we'll finish, doing what we're here and keep going. And then, like I said, it gives me future tents down the road, something to look forward to say, hey, I got, a few years down the road, I'll be able to hopefully all this, be almost right before Mr. Warp speeds out of there, out of office, right about that 2028 mark, right around there, So, hey, that's fine, whatever. You're gonna have to stick it out through this administration. It kind of makes sense again, needs me here, Maybe this ministry would have shut down if, like I said, if I went down there, something would have, and here we still are sharing the gospel. So he's going to need somebody to hear that word, and the word himself is going to rebuke their heart, and it's going to change it's going to be a game changer, not because of me, but because of, the ministry itself. So, all right, let's take a pause. If you guys want to take a pause, I'm going to go feed the chickens and, probably get myself something going. I already made some burger. I think I'm gonna heat up some beans and make a burrito. Do a burrito. So give me about 5-10 minutes. A lot of people see that too. You know what I'm saying? This whole that just scares me. The idea of somebody saying Trump 2028. You've heard me say that before, Ryan. You have. You know what I'm saying? That that there's such things called term limits, like there isn't in Congress, for pretendants. So what scares me is not the fact that it could happen. It's the support of it now, that people don't care about and I don't agree with 8 years. I think that's the stupidest thing ever. It allows the system to continue. So it would be better if somebody actually served 12, 16, more like Vladimir or whatever, then things could not, if it was a decent, not instead of this back and forth where people keep thinking something's going to get fixed and they hope and vote for, remember hopium. Obama ran on hope and change. How'd you end up with just a bunch of lint in your pocket, right? So, but that's the idea of, the donkey's going to fix it. So record votes for the elephant in 4 years, 8 years, because they're so pissed off at the elephant now that they vote for the donkey. Back and forth, like a seesaw, and nothing ever gets, So, I mean, Trump 2028 is a thing, but that has to be adjudicated, legislated, passed all the way through the exec, all the way through all branches of our government before, we could ever just start saying, oh, well, now he gets to be a king. He gets to be a ruler, But do you see what I'm saying? About you see what I'm saying about the opium then. So, but you see what I'm saying, Ryan? Like I would definitely think our system would work better if it wasn't this paddle back and forth, like I said, like a seesaw or a teeter totter, it's ding, 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 ding. It never gets fixed. And it always keeps that hopium alive. So we actually had somebody in there for more than just 1 or 2 terms, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that, things might actually freaking get done, but it doesn't. Because, you're a donkey, you're an elephant, now we're divided, and it's working perfectly. It's actually executed, and it's working perfectly. If you look at it, democracy, basically, right? Demonocracy, mob rule, you know, red team, blue team. They've got this. They've got this country. They're going to write about this, you know, hundreds of years from now, Ryan, and just piss themselves laughing. Get like stomach cramps from laughing so hard at how easily these people were to be just paddled around. Smack that down on the floor, smack that. No, so okay, hold on. It just blows me away. It's mind numbing to watch. It's like when I thought about this 20 years ago, how the world, you know, when we came into these times where things got crazy, and I never thought it would get this nuts. You know, my mind always went to Mad Max. You know, it went to Mad Max. You know what I'm saying? They didn't get this. This is worse. We'll get to Mad Max, but it won't be the Mad Max you're hoping for. It'll be a digital Mad Max. You know what I'm saying? High tech rednecks. We're gonna get that day's coming, but not what people are thinking as well. So, man, these Father creates evil. Isaiah 45:7. So, man, he can create some evil. You ain't seen nothing yet, boys and girls. Tighten up them bra straps, lady brothers. Tighten up your bootstraps. It's gonna get wild. The ride is begun, and it's just begun. Keep your hands and feet inside until the ride has come to a complete alto stop. All right. No, it is. It's not going to get better. This whole great again, and I'm going to fix the system, and none of that does never happen. See what I'm saying? That never happens. The underlying agenda just keeps going. You guys got it. I see you guys got it. It is what it is. It's been wild to watch. I mean, I am thankful to be alive in these days. I mean, they did speak of these days thousands of years ago, but the details, man, woo, the devil's in the details. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Hold on. Give me a minute or 3 or 5. So, yep, like to energize everybody. Okay, I'm backwards over here. Thank you. We have had one supporter as of now, and that's fine. I appreciate it. Make a mention of it. 15 or something like that, and make an offer on this building they want. Seriously, I'd have all the money to make sure it's 100 set, and probably put the kitchen in it. So don't worry about it. You don't have to give a single penny. I know times are tough. Dollars lost 97, 98% of its purchasing power. $100 don't even buy groceries, a bag of groceries. So for anybody to give anything is phenomenal in this day and age. It truly is. But don't, please, I don't want any negative vibe while building this ministry from anybody's stolen. Remember, I told my son no to Bitcoin because I don't want to build our rock on sinking sand. Okay. It is our ministry. It's there if you want it. The links are in the description. Oh, guys, I'm going to go feed my chickens, get something started. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay. Love you. Thanks for the support. Again, no obligation. Please do not feel obligated. Your time is something that you spend here, and that can't be gotten back. So that's more valuable. You can go make more money, but you can't make up time. You can't. It's going too fast, and you can't actually print time either. So your time is more valuable than any monetary gain that this ministry is. Okay? So much agape and play. I'll be back here in a minute or 3 or 5-ish, 10-ish. All right, anybody want to guess how many eggs we got today? I said it's winter, so we're definitely not getting. We have 11 birds that are laying. Well, 10. One's a rooster, so we take an egg count here sometimes. Well, we take an egg count, so there's only a few of you in here. So it's winter time, I'll tell you that. They've been off and on, you know, some days they lay less, some days they lay more. So they're not all laying for sure. They're definitely not all laying, but they'll come back into it. We're starting to get more light every day. So Sabrina says 3. We only got 1 yesterday, huh? 1. So, all right, I'm holding it up. I'll hold up the the clutch or the. So. Anybody else could take a guess? 6. Okay, yeah, we haven't got 6 in a while. So we got 2 eggs today. This one's like a pink color. It's almost pink. It doesn't. This camera doesn't show it, but it look like a white egg, huh? But they're cinnamon queen, so they're a Rhode Island cross. But we got 2 beautiful eggs. That's okay. I'm backed up. I almost got 2 dozen eggs sitting over there right now, and I've been eating eggs every day, so that's okay. They can slow down. It just gives me more eggs for later. More eggs for later. So. All right, where to put my? Put that knife. And that fork. All right, I decided I wanted a wet burrito, so I made a wet burrito. Get something to eat on here. So I have to cut this bad boy up. Cut this bad boy up. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I said, I don't mind if they slow down a little bit this time of year. It's that time of year anyway, so. All right. Yeah, definitely. Made us a big jumbo wet burrito there. She's a big one. Oh, there we go. Get out of the darn way. I don't know why. I said I wanted a wet burrito. So normally I like to pick my burritos up. Give me a minute or 3 here. Let me munch this big bad boy down here. It's time to feed the puppy. Mm-hmm. 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 Thank you, Father, for good food. Oh, yeah. Queso on top. Muy bueno. Made us a fatty. A fatty. I got the beans and meat on the inside there. Thank you, Father. Once again. I love burritos. I love burritos. I didn't grow up eating a whole lot of wet burritos. Sometimes, every once in a blue moon, but I like to pick them up. Look at that bite there. Ooey gooey. Oh. I dropped. I didn't. What's your favorite kind of food? What's your favorite ethnicity of food? Vittles. Remember a guy from Pittsburgh, he used to call it vittles. Vittles. You love poutine? Okay. Pudding or poutine? Warren likes trouser trout. No. Mm. Some pretty good sauce on there. Pretty good sauce. Pretty good roja. About halfway there now. This bad boy is done. Get her done. Bring that out there. No, we're in the middle of a fight there. Did you already eat dinner? Did you eat dinner yet at your place? What time you eat dinner? It's like a late lunch for me. Nice. All right. Hell yeah. You freaking flyer miles, man. They're like, hey, man, we'll give you some free crap if you let us track and trace you. I know. I got the Domino's app. You know, I got the frequent flyer mile card at the gas station. Yep. Guilty. What's your favorite kind of food, Sabrina? What are you making for dinner tonight? I'll give you the 2-in-1 question. Some of the Berkshire here. Oh, yeah. Oh, the old meat potatoes. Can't go wrong there, huh? Heck yeah, that sounds good. Can't go wrong with meat and potatoes. It's a good staple there. Get your starch there and your protein. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is good ground beef. I made this earlier from that company that I showed you. It don't quite look like venison, but it's not pink slime. You know, no way. It's not even anywhere. But if you truly want to see what your meat looks like when you're getting it from Top Notch, it should look like venison. Ground, you know, your ground beef. Or caribou. If you're up north. You have to add fat back to it, you know. So slime is like, hey, we're trying to get all these processed parts that we don't want you to see what they are. We'll just put them into some kind of puree, and you won't have there'll be no shape. The old 1,000-cal burger, baby. Got to be careful now. They'll serve you the old 1,000-cal burger. A 1,000 cows in a single burger is kind of scary, don't you think? I'll couple a few more bites of that bite. Would you look onto her? And I'm tearing this bad boy up. Oh, it is. I mean, they're just basically feeding us food flavored poison now. That's what we eat. When I said food flavored poison. What kind of food flavored poison are you having tonight for dinner, huh? Right, this tortilla is not good. The cheese, oh, little piece right there. No good. The beans are out of a can. No good. I'm terrible. I'm not, you know, I'm not any better than anybody else. But the meat's good. The meat's good. Oh man, that was fantastic. All right, give me a minute, right? I gotta rinse this plate up here and I'll be back with you because that thing was way too big to be trying to put on no paper plate. So give me un momento, por favor. I gotta get some more water too. Oh, pardon me. Oh, I sicked. Pardon me, I sick terrible. Oh. Yeah, I had to get some more ice in my cup there. Some outside there. More filled backs at the top with the ice. Isis. All right, that was some good lunch dinner. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm gonna eat again. Fire going. I probably need to go get some more wood for the end of the night. It's about 2 loads to burn all day and most of the night. What you doing there, puppy doggy? What you doing, puppy doggy? Being crazy boy with the dad? Being crazy guy? The one that I love? My best boy that I ever had? Him's the best guy. I love him. Yes, I do. He's my best job that I ever did have. He's such a good boy. That tail's a wagging. Him's a tails is a wagging. Him's tail is a wagging. Him loves dad. We're just banging. It's just hanging out with the dad. Just hanging out with my dad. Hanging out with my dad. Dad's boy. I'm a dad's boy. Handsome, pantsome, 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 handsome, pantsome, pantsome. You're such a good guy. He's such a good guy. You're gonna be all crazy again. You're gonna get all crazy again? Oh, you're gonna be all crazy. We can see your pants. There's his pants. He's got his pants on in the back there. His little brown pants. Oh, you're such a good guy. You're the best guy I ever had. The best, biggest puppy I ever had. You're my biggest now, huh? You're my biggest now. You're my biggest one that I have. You are such a good boy. Couldn't ask for a better puppy. Couldn't ask for a better guy. I couldn't ask for a better guy. He's as loyal as it gets. He's eager to please. He just wants to see the dad happy. Yep, he just wants to see dad happy. He's not that dog that just needs a little love. He needs lots of love now. He needs lots of love now. He picked up off word tago. He used to need lots of love. Now he needs lots of love. He does. He needs lots of love, huh? Oh, he just needs the loving, shoving. You're the best kid I ever did have. Yes, he's quite the cuddler. He'll stick to you like a magnet. So, man, you can't get, I don't have a lady to love up on me like that. My dog, no. So, he's never lied, cheated, or stole anything from me. So, he's treated me better than any lady I've ever been with. Can't say anything about any ladies I've ever, All right, nothing against the ladies. So, same goes for the guys. So, dogs are better than people sometimes. Much smarter than most people I know. So, that is a fact, Jack. Take that. So. All right, thank you, Father, for creating the canine and the feline. I love my kitty, too. I love my Juniper girl. I've been really thinking about trying to maybe find her another kitty. Find her another kitty. As it's getting closer to the springtime, something that will be able to get big enough towards the end of spring so they'll be able to hang out and be an outside kitty. Juniper, she's been coming inside a lot, though. Like I said, since Jasher went away, she's come back inside. So some nights she sleeps inside. She's really, like I said, she's good. She sleeps at the foot of the bed. She normally won't ever. Just something about being at the bottom of the bed, which is totally fine with me. I really don't want her up near my knees or my waist. I don't mind. Sometimes she'll come up and be lovey. She doesn't get in my face or lick my face or nothing. So that's what I don't want. But others, like I said, she like cuddle and come up and do a little purr, and she has the cutest little purr. But Yeah, she stays down at the bottom of the bed. That's a good spot for her. So um, she don't mess with my feet or nothing. Um, if she starts to do the kneading thing, I tell her to knock it off. Normally just once, and she'll stop. Every once in a while, she does that. She gets a little excited. She starts kneading. Do the like um, like kneading bread. So I'll turn that light a little bit. Turn that light a little bit. There we go. A little better. So yeah, I don't want her down there fussing and moving around. I really don't mind if she starts cleaning herself, whatever. That's different. If she's cleaning herself, I could feel a little bit of a wiggle, but it's not that, because then she'll get the claws in and she'll stick me with them. That's why. So I don't so much mind the wiggling as it's the claw in me that I don't like. So, and they're not doing it. They're being kitties. That's what they do. So, but she's normally pretty good about that. So if she starts doing that and I tell her to stop, she doesn't normally continue. So she's a smart cat. I was hanging out with her last night, and I can't believe how old she is. She's a few years old now. I think she's not as old as Yoder, but I'm trying to think when I got her. You guys would remember when we had her here on the channel. She was just a little baby kitty. So she's almost 3 now, almost. So she was a channel kitty, remember? So she was just a little tiny little. Kind of got to see her be a little kitty. So yeah, it's been that long already. I can't believe that we've watched her go from that little tiny little fuzzball to who she is now. She's not a very big kitty. That's what I was looking at her yesterday. She's just a little girl. So she's not a forever kitty. I've had cats that are smaller than her. It's something that, like I said, I don't try to do that. I've done that when I first had some cats. Like, not, it just is what it is. I just was able to kind of, they stayed small. It didn't matter how much I fed them. And it's like Juniper. She ain't no bigger than, she's only about that big. She's not a big kitty at all. She's a little cat. Um, but I've had smaller, like Stony. He was a little gray, looked like a little, granite stone. Um, that cat was a little forever kitty. Full grown cat. That's what I'm saying. Juniper, she's not a very big cat, but even Stony, and I had another cat that stayed pretty small too. Um, I call them forever kitties, but she's not a very big cat at all. Um, but she eats like she's 3 sizes her, you know, like she's 3 times her size. So that's okay. She does her job out here. Like I said, I don't have any rodent problems, and there are people out here in this desert that have some issues with rodents out here. So I'm thankful and so graceful I don't have to sit there and listen to mice. And I don't like, like I said, I don't like mice droppings and mice pee and the smell, and oh man, it could get bad. So I'll have the cats always. So um, they're a service animal to me, and they're lovely. Like I said, they're just lovely animals. She's just lovely. She's a lovely little girl, lovely little cat. She got a great demeanor, and just always a pleasure. Like I said, she got an awesome little purr. She does a little kind of a little whistle at the end sometimes. But yep, like I said, I don't mind if she comes inside the house. Jumps up on the bed. She might even be up there right now. I don't know. Sometimes she comes in during the day. She will. I'll open the door or whatever. Sometimes she wants coming in and out a little bit often. I'm like, what are you doing? But as whatever, a couple times throughout the day, she'll. But sometimes she stays outside. I let her come in. What was it, 3 o'clock or something? I'm always up at 3 o'clock. When she wanted to stay out there, she didn't want to come in. And I heard an owl out there, woo, woo, up on the line. I'm like, Juniper, 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 Juniper. About 3 times she came in. So that was, I don't think that was last night. I think it was the night before. So that's normally what gets them out here is the owls get the smaller. And I'm not saying we have a ton of predator birds out in this valley, a substantial amount. So I think more than the coyotes. I don't think the coyotes get the cats as much as the birds get them. So we do have a tremendous amount of coyotes in this valley too. It's a high desert, so lots of rodents. You're gonna have lots of coyotes. It's the way it works. So it's kind of the way deserts are. Yeah, this one's, I have one out here. I'm the end of, like I said, I think you have talked to you before about it, Serena. I'm the end of the perch. This is the last power pole on the whole valley. You know what I'm saying? Well, like the main line, there's a, you know, it ends right here, right here. I'm at the last one, you know, at the very edge of the, so these birds are used to coming and perching on there. You know what I'm saying? This is the spot. So, it's kind of unique. I kind of, you know, eventually, I was hoping to get further back. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's the end of the line. I hear you. Hear me? So, but that's the uniqueness of this. You know, of this part of the valley too. You know, back here. But it does make for the birds know it's here. I mean, it's their last stop before they sit here and normally then fly up and over this hill over to the other valley where it drops down. There's water, you know, over there, and you know, it's a these birds are very wise birds. So for me, I've always wanted to be a bird. So I think I've said that before. So if there's any animal that I could be, definitely 100%, it'd be a bird. So, so to get to see, you know, on a regular basis, you know, falcons and osprey and, you know, eagles and hawks, you know, some of the hawks out here are so huge. They're as big as the eagles. They really are. Some I think they're bigger, man. They're huge hawks. So the biggest hawks I've ever seen in my entire life. So they are big. So those predator birds here, having a view of them is just, you know, it's an abundance. I love it for eyes. You know, I'm not a big eye person. You know, like what you own. I like the experience of seeing wild birds and predator birds in there. You know, but once again, there's a lot of rodents in this valley. So, and they know that right on the edge of the wood line, there's these bodies of water dotting all around here. So it's a, it's a, it's a, it's a bird paradise. It really is with these water pivots because there's always going to be, you know, water inside those, the cool grass. Uh, Yeah, it truly is a rain. I don't need to brag it up, but I've been to all 50 and I've told you Washington, California, Nevada, Idaho, Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, Nevada. I don't need to go through all of them, you know what I'm saying? They all have their own uniqueness about them. But Oregon's just a state that it has a Canada feel to it. Truly does. I lived in Alaska. I've been there, you know, in Canada, you know, it has that kind of a feel. Not quite Denali up there, you know, but you know that big country that you know tall, and we don't have they have the sequoias to the north and the redwoods to the south. Everybody they took all that out of Oregon. All the old growth was taken out of Oregon. There's no old growth in Oregon. They literally milled this state from top to bottom, left to right, north, east, west, and south. Get with the news. All the trees here, some even though some of them are massively big, they have been replanted. I've tried to explain that to people. They don't realize. They're like, man, you know a lot about this state, you know. But that's the uniqueness about the state. I call it the tree state, truly, because not over here on this side of the valley, but this state has learned how to grow trees. You know, like how to grow proficiently, how to space them, how to, you know, they're not going to be trees like the past. You could look at lumber, the way it's tighter, and you know, there's A lot of that has a little bit that has to do with weather too, by the way. A lot of the times, but they're much. I mean, they can grow as much as I don't. I always tell you that Creator makes things better than any man can make. But with the study of forestry in this state, they learn which trees to plant, how to have that forest floor, to how to so they can actually grow for like produce lumber quicker, faster, and have learned how to grow trees in this state because of that ability to cut them down and then replant them. They're really big about always replanting. There's very seldom there's what's called clear cuts out here, but they do get replanted. So that's why you look around and some of this stuff you think it's, oh, look at that lush forest that was all replanted, all of it. But then it gets overgrown in forest management, and so um, they've just gotten better and better through the years in Oregon at forest, probably the most, probably anywhere in the world. We have some this lumber from this state goes all over the world, and like I said, most of it is regrowth. The old growth is protected. What old growth is protected is like the sequoias and the redwoods, but we don't have those in Oregon. Those are to the north in Washington. To the south, the redwoods. Those were here, but they took them all out. We had actually bigger trees here. We did. We had big, massive trees that went to the firmament. But we'll leave that out of this conversation. So, um, yeah, no, they go up there. They go up to the north. You guys have some of the redwoods. Those are what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the sequoia and the redwoods is those redwoods. They're massive. Like I said, they're a unique species of trees that's almost. I mean, you can you know catch it on fire, but it's a tree that's almost resistant to fire. It's unique. That's why I have this trailer that I have. This semi trailer that I got it because it has redwood, not all red. I wish it had all redwood flooring. Yeah, right. But it does have quite a bit of redwood, slatting in it. So one day I'm going to strip all these carpets out of here and redo all this, like I said, not redo, do the floors in here. And they're going to be gorgeous with the redwood. They're beautiful. This is a older flooring and they use redwood because it was, you know, um, almost, like I said, almost like a fireproofing. So um, it has some pretty awesome, it's really hardwood. It's good. Like I said, they used to use it for flooring, you know, um, because of that property too. So it is the reason why I truly was interested in this trailer when I know, because I know only the older ones have the red one. They took that out. They put other ones, other hardwood, um, and replaced that. But this particular model does have. I don't know if they'll be able to get away with whatever with this inspection. That's why I'm concerned about when they come, if they come in and I can try to make this building pass because I don't have a title for it. That I can. And they might be able to make something work, grandfathered or whatever. But if they see the redwood in the floors, and they might not even notice, whatever. But there's redwood down there. It's pretty. So uh, either way, again, this state is a state that's got a lot of beautiful. There's so many species of trees, throughout the Cascade Range, all the way up and down, and like I said, and that extends down into California, and then obviously up into Washington, and they're on into Canada and British Columbia, Canada, Vancouver, all that. It's all part of that. Um, you're to the north there, so you're pretty heavily forested at that point, no matter, which side, east and west. It doesn't, we have a desert here, we have prairies, we've got, valleys, we got oceans, mountains, we got all of it, the kind of like that song says, but we got it all right here in Oregon. So, but it's a unique spot. And this valley that I'm in is kind of like a Goldilocks uh, as far as weather too. I've talked to you about it. These weathers, this been so mild around here. Uh, it's not that we don't get weather here, because we obviously get weather. We got snow on the ground right now, but this is normal. There's been, negatives in the 20s, 30s, 40s, out here in this high desert for, months, on it. We haven't seen that we didn't see. I was here for 6 years or something. I didn't see 100 I grew up in the Mojave Desert. I was born in the damn, oh damn, like Amsterdam. Oh, I was born in the desert. So, Mojave. So I know what it's like to be, hot breath, fry your lungs hot, um, and it just didn't ever get that hot out here. We had the heat dome. We had the heat dome where everybody, the whole Pacific Northwest went under the heat dome there. Remember all that, but that was like 4 years ago now, maybe almost 5 years ago. I think that when we had that heat dome. So, um, I think this has again a lot where I'm at. You know, it has a lot to me with the whole currents, the energy that's going on underneath this area. It does something to the weather. It's like the eye of Horus. It goes around. You know, it's very seldom do we get this north and south weather from here. That's when it'll push into here. You know what I'm saying? Is when it comes from the north or the south, we don't really hardly get an east and west pattern like that. It will normally go up and around. Otherwise, if it's coming from the south, we might get that, and if it's coming from the north, we might get that. But then sometimes it also, but this east to west, and we're in that cycle now too with the La Nina. The La Nina cycles and east to west from the Pacific to the Atlantic in the ocean cycle. It's an ocean cycle. The La Nina cycle is an ocean cycle. So um, it's basically the difference between the solar cycle, like we were talking about yesterday, about that 11.9, 12 year solar cycle, and the 7 year, cycle of the ocean cycle, and then the lag between those two cycles, between the sun going from a minima to a maxima, and then that drag between that and the oceans. Because what is going to heat up the oceans more than anything is that solar energy coming from the sun. And like I said, if you want to see a barometer, the temperature, the barometer, of the of this rock's temperature, look at the ocean temperature. That's going to tell you there's way more water than there is land. So where the ocean temperature lies, if you want to see if there's global warming or global, we'll use that term for a second for all you ball camps. No, just kidding. There's no balls in here. So um, go play with your balls and go play with somebody else. Again, this is a cycle again, though. So, but we're in the La Nina cycle right now. So that has a lot to do with it. And that is the cooler cycles, La Nina. La Nina and the El Nino is like I said, that's your warmer cycle. So, um, but it's not that, again, not rocket science. Hopefully you understand. If you understand what I was saying, I don't know if I was too long-winded while explaining that, but again, you got about a 7 year cycle in the 7-8 year cycle, somewhere around there in the ocean cycle, and then between the sun cycle changing because of the body of water. That changing in the cycle takes about a 2 or 3 or 4, normally a 3 or 4 year drag to flip over to catch up with the cycle. You see what I'm saying? And that's how we have a La Nina or an El Nina cycle. So um, I watch a weather channel. What is he? His name Direct Weather, I think he is. He's a younger guy. Um, and talked about him in before, and he talks about this like a seesaw back and forth between and it's because of this, like what they've been getting crushed over there on the East Coast and over here on the West Coast because of that La Nina cycle has been pushing that, and it's been coming down, and that cold Arctic vortex air has been pushing down over to the East Coast and not the West Coast. We haven't really been seeing much because a lot of that, again, is that push of that tropical, more moisture during this cycle, during off that pineapple belt coming from down there in the pineapple belt, Pineapple Express. Where's Stoner at? He would have loved to hear that, huh? Pineapple Express. When was the last time you chooched on some of that? But I'll check my fire. But Well, that's what does that. That's where you get all that monsoon season down to the south. Remember all those, California edge of that, all the way over in Arizona and New Mexico. That's where they get that band that comes up. You know, otherwise it doesn't normally do that on the El Nino cycle. So the back and forth cycle is something that direct weather talks about. I forget what he calls it. He calls it the P&A, the Pacific uh, North Atlantic oscillation, like a fan. It goes back and forth. It's going to warm up over here in the east, then it's going to push the cold over there to the west, or vice versa. You normally see that seesaw effect. I don't know if you've noticed that in the weather, and that's where we get that break in that cold band, which is a recipe for tornadoes, hurricanes, all that cold and hot mixing between the two bands is how obviously the most extreme weather is going to be created in that cooling and mixing, the heating and cooling process. Those two fronts smashing each other. I don't know how much you know about weather, but they've got all the millibar and we have many layers of our atmosphere that have a lot to, with the upper atmosphere and the jet streams. And again, I don't want to overcomplicate it. Weather is not super complicated, but if you don't study it, then you know I don't know where people think the weather comes from. The weather comes from the sun. Okay, the sun is the driver of the climate. So theoretically, right? Their model is what, a hydrocycle. So it does. That's, there you go. And I'm a pattern guy, Sabrina. Obviously, I like cycles. I like patterns. So why wouldn't I pay attention to something like this? You know what I mean? As much as long as you know me now, because obviously we've known each other for years or through the net or whatever. But I'm a guy who likes cycles, patterns, sequences, rhythms, algorithms. That's part of this. Remember, my brain works like that, anyways. So um, it's something, again, if you can look at, oh, here's what's coming, yeah, this is a cycle. So there's been some cycles that were broken, like we were in a La Nina cycle for 3 cycles in a row. I don't think we'd only ever done that one time before. That was about 2 cycles ago. Why do you remember all this stuff? I don't know. I just it's the way my brain works. People didn't take sports teams, and people know a lot of stuff, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, some of us like that. Like I said, it's kind of like a, I don't mean to go there, but like a Fibonacci code. It's like a gematria. It's like a puzzle, and I really don't have the time to be putting together puzzles or anything like that, but more like an investigation, like a, so the way my brain was wired backwards since I was young. But, riddle me this. So, that kind of mentality. So it's okay. And notice all the little things, people used to tell me, all the little different cracks in the sidewalk and the pattern and the sequence and all the little popcorn ceiling of all the different, just mind wander. Don't want to be here. Don't care about the world. It's not that important. So my brain is like that. So the way our brain fills in the gaps and things like that, we already have a very amazing mind. If we could only use the mind, like, without this restrainer that's been put on us right now through it's for purpose, you know like I know I can fly, I just don't, because but I'm not saying like in this flesh, but it's the flesh that keeps me from flying. So see, but haha, so I know I can fly, and I'm not talking about an airplane, but we've all had the dream, you can fly. Stop it. we we were It's the flesh that keeps us chained to this. Faith is what keeps us hopefully anchored. But anyways, we'll move on to the conversation. Remember, I told you I wanted to be a bird, so we had to make sure we keep the conversation round, not like on a ball. So make sure we hit the target there, huh? All right. Thank you, Father, for the blessing of this ministry. Thank you for the abundance and the bounty of this knowledge, understanding, so we can enjoy the littler things in life. And this life is about you. We know that, Father. We know this life is about being a sacrifice, for your will, and that we have to deny this world and not be a part of it. Come out of her, you said. Be in it, but be not of it. So 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out of the system. Give unto Caesar what is to Caesar, right? So sometimes you gotta a woman or a man's got to do. People got to do sometimes what you got to do. You have to be able to survive. So um, the love of money is the root of all evil. Money's not the root of all evil. He said have extra oil. Think about what it is that um, you're here doing. If all you do is money and that's all you ever think about and all you ever talk about, then that's what you love. So most people, all they can accomplish is a job. And hey, it's a tough world we live in. You can't find the time. Remember, I told you most people got a playlist of about 3,000 to 5,000 songs of whatever genre, rap, rock, alternative. I'm not sure what kind of. I like all music, but can you match that with scripture? Half that much? A quarter? People don't know much, if any, all scripture, and I don't care if you know it all. You don't need to know it all. You need to know the gospel. Is all you need to know. Everything else is adding, like it says in the book of Timothy, to your faith. So faith without works is dead. Faith is a noun, but we have to, again, do what we do. So thanks, Father, for this, ability to come here and gather in your agape so we can all glean and that we could have abundance through this ministry. So I'm so thankful for it. I know the subject we cover in here are sometimes are a little hard to cover. We don't just sit in here and do this easy Sex Pistol Jesus to try to get you to subscribe to the channel and make the channel grow. And that's not what this channel is about. So we got to make sure throughout the conversation we take the pause and give him thanks, because without the understanding, is be one of these people that's stuck in a box. All we do is go to work and barely get by. When most people, they're sold on they're sold on the idea of the dream of America. That's the Father is what we should chase. He said, follow after me in the book of Matthew, right? Follow, do what I did. So it's not going to be an easy life, but you can have bounty and abundance in this life. Never give that shekel to the rich man. You got to use what you're given. So we give thanks to come here and share. And we don't do the politics in here because we talk about history. History is being made every day. That's not politics. People are separated, and that's exactly their plan. So I'm thankful that we can, have the gospel, because many are called, but few are chosen. Many are called, but few are chosen. So doesn't matter. A lot of this other stuff we talk in here, it's covering the bases or whatever, because you have to keep, you can't put your head in the sand. He said, don't build your house on sinking sand. You got to keep your, we're not by laws of flesh, but you got to keep your skin in the game. This is a real deal. You're here for a reason. You didn't, and if your only reason of what you do is the system, I understand you have to have the system. You got to survive until you can get out of the system. Give unto Caesar what is to Caesar. He said, come out of her, my people, though. So you got to start making the steps to get out of the system and stop feeding the beast. So I think that's what's beautiful about this ministry, is we go over the fact that, preparedness is a lifestyle, and it's something that even the Hamashiach at this point, at this very moment, is not done preparing. So not a fear, doom and gloom. There's no doom. It's not going to, just because I say things are going to get worse doesn't mean that I'm trying to get you all sold on some fear porn, freak out, sell your everything, and, dig a 1,000,000-foot bunker and disappear and dig to China, or whatever. No, it might not be a bad idea to have a storm shelter, though. The weather's not always 70 and sunny, So Whatever, do what it calls out to your 10 toes. Be where you're supposed to be. Do what you're supposed to do. Don't let anybody. There's a voice inside your head, and that is the Father, and it's not yours. It's that quiet place that you go in. Don't hear the city lights and the secrets, of the world are not seen. This is what the world did. That's where you're going to be with Father. Maybe it's a place. He says dark place and secret. It could be somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. It could be in your car where it's quiet, locked in your garage where you can't hear it. I don't care what, but a place where you can hear his voice. You should hear it all the time, no matter what. But that's okay. People become numb, comfortably numb to the world, and forget that voice inside that's been with them since they were a child is Father. It is Shiloh, the Hokadesh, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost. That's where you're going. So you're going to that voice inside your head. You better get familiar with it, and you better know that he better know your voice. You better have a relationship with him. Hell, with religion. Remember, he wrote the letter to the 7 churches. So, Father, hey, we're killing Christians. So, go back and know your history, please. What's going on there, Obama the servant? So, haven't seen you for a country minute. Hope life's, treating you, nothing. Life's not fair. So, hopefully hope the world hates you. Good to see you again. Hope the world hates you. So, all right, moving on. So, again, we're the path that we walk it's a process too. Remember, so we're not going to accomplish anything overnight. It's a walk, but yeah, isn't it just an insane in the cheese brain time to be a witness? To just like, whoa, this is like revelation. Here we are, the unveiling of the truth. The whole veil is being lifted off of. They're a bunch of island boys and girls, and that seems to be a lot of talk in the conversation right now. And how about Iran, huh? What Iran ever do to us, Obama the Saint? What's going on there, Scott? Would anybody like to comment on what Iran has done to America? And why would you kick somebody out of here that's been working here for 5 years, 10 years, paying taxes, and never committed a crime? A lot of things going on right now. They're hard to swallow. I tell you, these like taking a bunch of horse pills. Hey, we're in the year of the horse, so welcome to Revelation. So, the red horse is here. We've already seen the rider on the white horse. So, well, remember, there's 2 riders on white horses, so you better know which one. We've only seen the one that the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. So, and warp speed. All right, so pretty incredible. Anybody want to tell me what Iran has done to America? What did they bomb? What did they do to America? Oh wait, this isn't our war, is it? See? 51st state of America. Israel not. No, it's not. That's not real. It's Hokadesh, remember? It's not physical Israel. It's spiritual Jews. Inwardly spiritual Jews. So all 180, right? All continents. Just like this ministry. It's been up enough years. We don't get the numbers like hundreds of thousands, but we have had millions of views all across this rock. So that's where Israel's at, not some place in the middle of the desert. So, yeah, no, I don't like the whole, like I said, but nobody's answered. I've asked this over and over again, but nobody's been able to tell me what has Iran done to America for us to. Do you realize what they have surrounded Iran with? Do you have any idea? This is probably the largest military operation ever performed by all the, the armed forces. Some of this stuff is just, it's record breaking. But I don't want to go into all of it. So I think it's kind of ironic that anybody would support this. And I haven't had anybody today be able to tell me, or yesterday, what has Iran done to America? For us to, America has, atomic, nuclear, hydrogen weapons. They don't have the ballistic that Iran does and Russia does. Bye-bye. You sank my battleship. Gulf of Tonkin much? No. We're already here, Scott. There's never been a war outside of this country. I'm a military veteran that started with an ordnance or a bomb falling. They always start with embargoes like World War II. Embargoes or sanctions. Iran's the most sanctioned nation in on this whole rock that you walk. How come Israel can have nuclear weapons, but Iran can't? No, Iran turned their Iron Dome into Swiss cheese, didn't he? So I'm just trying to bring up the, what's whose war are we fighting? We fighting Israel's war? Or we fighting America's war? We're a lapdog for Israel, in case you ain't figured it out. Mr. Warp Speed, whatever Mr. Yahoo says, Yahoo, freaking Yahoo. So be wise, I know about Iran. I mean, this is something I spoke about to my son before he was a teenager, because this was spoken of. Remember, the General Wesley Clark talked about the 7 nations they were going to overtake, going into the desert, going into the Middle East. Remember, the last one on their list was which one? Oh, okay. Welcome to Revelation. So, all right, Gog and Magog. It's all there, brothers and sisters. They're putting this all in front of your. If you know Scripture, you'd realize where we're at. So Syria, Damascus, the armies, Maggedi. You know where Maggedi is? Talks about Armageddon, but people don't know. Remember, I tell you to study with your maps so you can understand when it talks about these battles. You'll know where these, events took place. People think Russia is somewhere all the way around the world in America. We had somebody in here from Alaska earlier. Russia's our neighbor, remember? Trump says, oh, well, we don't want Russia to be our neighbor or China. Hate to break it to you there, Mr. Warp Speed, Mr. Badman Orange, Mr. Cheeto Puff. Russia's already our neighbor. So, it's the moronic behavior of society today, the TikTok brain. People have the attention span of a fly. So it's all right. I'm not trying to change the world. I already served in the military, got my honorable discharge. If that's a thing, that's not honorable to serve a nation that's going outside their borders again. Tariffs, embargoes, sanctions. There's never been a single war, involving this country that started with a bomb falling. So we're already at war, just so you know. Okay. Long way around the answer, but that's the truth. So you can't handle the truth. Oh. Not you personally, just, using it as a quote. You can't handle the LFD is the word truth. So, hey, this is it. Remember, Nate said there's no such thing as, military exercises. There's only World War III disguises. So they've been playing this chess game, 5D. So they're ready. They're ready. Like I told you, I already told you they were ready. They're ready and all dug in. Now they're ready to do their eugenics program, continue on their march like they did with their scamdemic. The sticker, stand in line, get a cheat test or get a free test or whatever, get the, get the speed test, get a quick ticket out of here. No birthday next year. Not supposed to celebrate birth. So, but anyways, moving on. And we just sent how much more money to, Israel, Ukraine? How much money is being spent? Did you get a vote on any of this? On whether to send any kind of military aircraft destroyers to Iran? Did you get a vote on that, America? All you Americanese people in here, whatever. You don't see straight, so I'm not sure what nationality you are. You can take that at whatever you want. You're blind. Blinded by the light. So I'll throw that in there. We haven't done no music in a minute. So yes, Russia's like, the ice, it freezes over in the winter months. And, sometimes you can walk to Russia. You can fart, smell it in Russia. Thank you, Scott. So it's insane. We're going to just take Greenland, and Canada wants to be the 52nd because Israel's the 51st state of America. Oh, I know. We don't have no people in this going without disgusting health care compared to most other countries, or a lot of other countries, not most, but many other countries will say that, right? Dying veterans, dying children, dying women on the streets, and we're sending our money to other countries. Oh yeah, you vote for the donkey and the elephant, don't you? So it's a broken system, whether you like it or not. The right to redress grievances. That's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to get in the way of any of it. So I'm not telling anybody to do anything other than evolve. That don't mean like grow a new thumb or something. A kickstand, just sit there and get stuck on dumb. Go around. Evolution. That's how it works. Evolve. We called it adapt and overcome. Like a chameleon that can, take on its environment. Cover and concealment in the military. So you don't, be like a wallflower. Like in some paisley, That's the way it works sometimes. My dad taught me how to do that when I was very young. Keep your head down. I didn't listen to him, but that's what he told me. But he taught me that, he got me the idea on how to, you don't jump in front of moving trains, bullets. If you want to be a hero, you got to live to fight another day, correct? You don't fight everybody that wants to beat you up. So I learned it from a young age. So I didn't have a choice whether I had to fight or not. It's just where I was at. So it's where I was born in the valley. So didn't have the ability to whether, it's just the way it was. It's just, I was a minority growing up where I was. So I grew up in the concrete jungle as a minority. So I kind of had some strikes against me, but my dad never let that be an issue because he didn't take no for an answer. He told me I had to figure it out because when I went out on the world on my own, the world's going to chew me up and spit me out. But this wasn't a nice world I was going into. And I lived in one of the best places in the whole world, if there ever was, because if it's going to happen, it's going to happen right, and he was in many ways right. I mean, growing up in, right there in the melting pot, I got to see just about it, every nationality. So that's why I cannot be racist. That's why I don't see color. I don't see color, because I never did. I grew up around everybody. How do I know any different? All I've ever seen was everybody. And then I joined the military, which let me see people outside this country as well. Even within this country, I actually got to meet a lot more people too from within the own states that I had never met. We got a lot more in and learned more too about how diverse just this country itself between these 50 divided corporate states are, so, how are we different? We're not. We all bleed the same red blood. Some of us have a different, positive, negative, A, B, C. I don't want all this O, R, this. When you're have somebody has your back, has your six, and you're somebody's trying to take your head off, and this man is behind you. Do you think you care how much melanin he has in his skin, what the shape of his eyes or not? that's ridiculous. It's so shows how narrow-minded. But it doesn't mean that my dad. I grew up. My dad was racist, but he would help every nationality. As crazy as that sounds, he just didn't. I'm not going to go there. It just, like I said, he was not. He would help people that wanted to help themselves. He was a charitable man, and he would say to the person that he didn't like certain people, he would help them. But most of the time, it didn't turn out well because they would come off with some attitude or something, and my dad would call them out. My dad would do it to anybody, though, too. You know, like, for example, you go up to somebody and say, hey, he won't give him $5. You have some money, and and no, I'll take you down and get you something to eat, though. I'll take you over to the Taco Bell and buy you a burrito. No, I just need five. I get the at it, and he's not going to support somebody's drug habit or or alcohol habit and now I'm not supporting any of that, but I mean, if that's the last thing somebody does at the end of the day is have a drink to, they're living on the streets, let them have a drink, but whatever. I'm not supporting any kind of, habits. All, so it's a hard life to, anyways, let's talk about not, habits. Let's talk about being a human being and one race, the human race. The reason why I keep it that way it can help me keep this channel structured too, that we don't start having gods in the sky. So if you start separating us and then you're going to tell me there's some other kind of entity, there's no entities. There's no interterrestrial. There's no universal universe. That's all hocus pocus, space farce, balls. I don't do that in here. That's why I make sure too that I know that's why Father raised me to be this way. To understand that we're one race, the human race. There's nothing else here. There's nothing else coming from anywhere. There's no gods in the sky. There's nothing coming from the sky. This is all childish. This is all sensationalism. And this is all, building up idolatry, building up your own, fortunes. You're telling yourself lies and distributing those lies. It's demonic. So that's why I don't support that. That's why I'm always going to stand on no racism allowed in here. God's children are from, birth to, age is inappropriate. If someone has mental retardation, then they don't know if they're doing right or wrong. And they could be a handful. They could be breaking things up in, to the 20, 30, 40, a lot of disorders now with the way we eat foods, and other people have no idea what they're doing. Their brains are not, to the capacity. Those are God's children, somebody who's never sinned in their life, but you would never think of that when you got to be careful in this world that you live in. So that's why, we got to be careful. Do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So I don't see color. So don't judge them by their cover. Do not judge them by their cover. What did Martin Luther, the king said, not by their color of their skin, by the content of their character. So that's how you know them, So I'm thankful for that. And that's hard for people to understand who grew up in Tennessee and, all they knew was nigger this and nigger that and nigger this, and grandpa said nigger and grandma said, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, they don't know. They think when you go to the end of town that the world is flat and it falls off. I know, because every time everybody leaves town, they never come back. All right. So anyways, you see what I'm saying? It's taught. Remember, I told you it's taught to us. Children don't see, children under the age of 4 from 4 different places playing in a playground, different places all over this rock, don't see color. They don't see race. We teach this to the children. So get this through your thick skull. So, all right. Sabrina got it. I know the earth is flat. What are you talking about, Charlie? Well, because every time somebody leaves town, they never come back. So, that's my little flat earth joke. So, and then sometimes when you go back to that town, that little hick town, guess what? And people are doing the same thing they were doing when you went back there, huh? You left town, you came back, you still doing the same thing, huh? Driving that same pickup truck, still chasing that same girl that's not in town anymore. She left too, and she ain't ever come back. No. Man, I am so glad I grew up in a city because it makes me appreciate country life so much. Why I enjoy this life so much. I do. I love being country. I wasn't born, I was born in the concrete jungle, in the valley, in the desert, but country is a lifestyle, and it's has its, you know, disadvantages, 24 miles to check the mail, you know, uh, whatever, man, you wanted to walk around on this property naked, you're not going to get some looting, you know, in public, uh, ticket or indecent exposure, or, you know, so I'm not advocating for running around here like a free bird. I'm just saying you could have some space, man. So I appreciate visiting the city, going to the opera, take the lady out for that bottle of wine or whatever, remember steak dinner, and let her get dolled up, let her paint her face, put on her masquerade or whatever for the night, or because she wants to look pretty for, you know, um, she can go home, get back in her, her work clothes and get back to work. When we get back home, she'll look like a all dolled up for for the show, but go back home and go back to the country where there's the real life continues, not some big Hollyweird, keep up with the Joneses. And but if the city does it for you, enjoy your electrical panopticon, your grid system, and that's fine. I can't do it. I've lived in the country for too many years now. The city actually, it's hard on my body. You know, I'm really thinking too that, remember when I got locked up, I think that's a lot of it was the reason why I felt what I did. I had a lot of um, they put me in a building, guys. I'm not used to being stuck in that kind of tech. Like I said, I got a couple little batteries and a little trucker, you know, a couple little boxes. There's not a lot of there's no electric going in here like that. Um, just all the TVs going, everything in there, man. I think that's what messed me up more than anything. And then knowing too that I had to lay down and my back is, I have a, you know, compression fracture in my third vertebrae, and they wouldn't give me a freaking blanket to lay on or nothing to help me. And I think they were giving me some other something when I was in there too. Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't that, but maybe it was that, all the electronics and stuff, because I am not used to being around that all the time. Man, that stent messed me up bad. I came up that ruined me. I'm never gonna forget that, man. Like I said, that was a horror show. It was a terrorizing, on my body. On my body was just absolutely put to the test. But anyways, all right. So back to, no, don't be a racist. So all right, we won't stand for no racism in here. We're all one race. Man and woman are equally coveted. Woman has not never been below a man. Even Old Testament, it said treat a woman's body like you treat the church. So, you know, treat like you treat your own body. So, woman was not allowed to speak in the church, but there was never any kind of, the subservience was only when it came to the teaching of the agape. So that was it. That's it. Nothing else. I want to hear it. Know your scriptural record. And then he can say something to me. Use the scripture against me if you're going to come in opposition of the aletheia truth. So women and men are the same in my eyes. I don't think that no, I know that women are built physique differently, but that doesn't mean that they're less. Just like somebody with the disability is no less in here. Don't use your disability as a crutch. Either can do it or you can't. If you can't, then guess what? Some people get up and say, I don't care, I can't. Some people can never walk again. Some people get prosthetics and run marathons. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of people who say that, who take that, you know, down and turn that positive into a negative, right? Negative into a positive. Vice versa. Somebody could have a really good thing and then ruin it, right? Turn that positive into a negative. Take that negative and turn it into a positive. People deal with adversity differently. So I'm not the best. I'm a whiny butt. I have all kinds of horrible things happen in my life, and I gripe a lot about, but I try to keep going. Like I said, I try to pick up the pieces and move on. You know, every day's difficult, you know, but that's the way it is until it's not. At least for me at this point right now in my life, I don't see uh, anything other than, you know, just think about a few years out from now and know that, you know, let's make it through the next few years. I ain't even trying to make a 5 year, you know, preparedness uh, mode of operation at this time. You know, uh, yeah, no, I've seen people who take, you know, mental, what people call now mental disabilities, and some of the most, hey, some of the most brilliant minds, some of the most brilliant minds on this rock, brothers, sisters, had some of the highest IQs, and they said they were crazy. Remember that, and I'm not saying that, you know, whatever, that I got some high IQ, but I they're not normal. I can tell you that. But so you know, some of the people who had some of the most brilliant minds could think outside the box. So yes, sometimes what the, you know, it's like taking that, you know, one sense that's maybe has not that you're less, that is less in it, it heightens it over here in the other areas. So you can, you know, you almost get, I don't mean to go there because remember, I don't, not above anybody, but you almost gain like a superpower. That's that evolution that I was talking about, Sabrina. That's an evolutionary trait with us. Our body does that, you know, where our heightened senses, well, senses will heighten because of one may be more suppressed, the other one will. It works like that. Where Father made us more like cockroaches. So So we are like cockroaches, and he can't get rid of us. We're hard to get rid of. We're still all here. So, in some form of species, hominoid or not, you know, I mean, well, no, hominoid, we're all hominoid species, you know, whatever. I understand Demisovan and uh, there are, you know, Cro-Magnon and other, but we're, you know, the hominoid species, you know, whatever. We'll leave it at that. I don't want to get into all that, but we tend to have our traits, you know what I'm saying, and that's genetically in our um, humanity. Name another species that sits there and takes care of their kids until they're, you know, look at me, I'm still, if I could somehow help my son right now, I would do whatever. I'd give up everything I own to help him start all over from scratch again, just to get even just a flicker of hope, you know. And I don't know, when they're 18 they're on their own, you know, come on. So, what other species takes care of their, you know, their young until they're grown ass adults? You know, we're in a unique species, and it's because our humanity. It's why we are given to reign over all of this rock. You know, all species. Uh, most species, if you notice in the wild, they're like a bird. They're like kick them out of the nest. There are some species like primates and some pack animals that will, you know, tend to other, you know, the young and other, but you know, generally in the wild, it's kind of a dog eat dog, and you know, it's a lot of the times as soon as it can walk, it's on its own. You know, it's off the tit and see you go, and you know, and you go out into the, you know, and I'm not saying that we're wild, you know, we're not supposed to be wild, but some of these species, you know, are you know, there's a reason why we are unique to this rock that you walk. We are given, we're supposed to be good dominion over all. Remember, all of the smallest, the little creepy crawlies and the and all of them. You know, we are. That's why he put it all here for a reason. It doesn't exist without purpose. Father creates all things um, with perfection, even the evil. He knows what he's doing. Uh, but that again is what makes this hominoid species such a you know, his pride, and why he put us at the heavens, at the rain, over the top of all the things that are on this rock. Now, I don't think we've done a very good job this time. I don't. I think we've destroyed this rock in many ways. And I'm not talking about cows farting and cars running and CO2. CO2 is plant food. I don't want to hear that crap. I'm talking about how disgusting we are with, you know, vinyl chloride and cesium 137 and all this military and this, you know, going through and using things like oil when we don't need to be using oil. We could use, you know, we could use polarity, you know, magnetics, and cancel the gravity, and something will just float right out of there. You could lift a building and just take it right over there, huh? So let's not talk about frequency and waves and sound. No, let's use nasty, you know, stegosaurus bones. Must have been hella stegosaurus, huh? We ain't run out of oil yet. Damn. It's a lot of stegosaurus. Remember what Bob said? Bones don't turn to oil. So, all right. Compression, brothers, sisters, compression. Remember these compression events. So, but anyways, we are, you know, just absolutely, you know, how about the floating, you know, oil plastic, you know, island? There's two of them now. One of them the size of Texas in the ocean. In the ocean. Think about that. Literal floating islands of plastic, because we're freaking disgusting human beings. And we're gluttonous, and America's the worst. America consumes 40% of this rock's resources, and we're less than, what, like 3% of the world's populace? That's disgusting. Welcome to New Mystery Babylon. Right here. In the good old corporation nation. The consume nation. Consumer. Corporation consumer. Right? Consume. We do. We consume 40%. Decade after decade. Almost half this rock's resources are consumed by Americans. And we throw away, where in most other countries they recycle everything. They don't throw their trash away like we do. They recycle all of it. We're a really disgusting nation as a whole. We really are. We're gluttonous, you know. I don't need it. Speaks for itself. Look at this nation. It's in shambles. It's on fire. The whole world's on fire right now, but this nation, and you should see more than smoke. The smoke is turned to fire, and now the fire is coming from within. But most people like, nope. And it's going to be an electrical fire, so it's going to get stinky. You ever smelled an electrical fire? I like that snow that doesn't melt. It smells like electric. It smells like your damn lighter fluid, but all right. Hey, they got snow that doesn't melt. Remember, your dashboard in your car is only a couple polymers away from Velveeta. So, or will your gas tank, the polymer, the petroleum you put in your gas tank, that too is not too many polymers away from your dashboard. And that one, remember, that's not too many polymers away from your Velveeta cheese. Or whatever, American, whatever that. I'm just saying, we love to eat our plastics. Plastic Island. They had Gilligan's Island, and now they got a Plastic Island. Who do you blame that on? You ever had a plastic bottle in your life? Do you think maybe somehow one of that ended up in that? Well, there's two of those islands now. Two islands. They're island boys. Wrong island. Not those islands. See all these islands. Everybody's distracted. Wrong island. Oh, I've never had, I didn't growing up, Sabrina, but I do now. Like I said, I didn't. My dad didn't buy that crap. We just ate regular cheese, but man, that Velveeta or whatever, American, all that fake cheese, that stuff is off the chain. It is, it's good. I still buy it every once in a while, moderation, not the Velveeta, but I'll buy a couple of bit of those slices or whatever, put them on something. But I was going a little overboard with that Velveeta with just lots of different things and recipes. And it's like, no more of that. Stop eating that. You know what it is. So you can't just sit there and block yourself, you know. Ronald Reagan cheese is what we used to call it. Government cheese. It's the government oil. Government cheese. That's what it is. Government cheese. I think that, you know, whatever. Cheese by the block, whatever. I'm just kidding. You know, you buy that stuff by the freaking cube. Like, you know, when you do build an igloo with that thing. Yeah, like Bad Man Orange, but we'll build it with Cheetos. I mean, Velveeta blocks. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a day. Oh, I hope it's going to warm up here in the next week. I need to get some things done outside. I got some outside work that needs to get done. Whether I want to do it or not, I got to do some outside work. Some of this stuff out here on the side of the house, it's ruined, but I need to get it out of sight, out of mind. I'm tired of looking at it. It's going to be a big venture, and my back's not up to it. I know it's not. I wish I had somebody out here to give me a hand, but that's okay. That's something I probably need to pull and just do. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's been in the 30s out here, you know. So, getting in the teens in the first part of the day. And so, little cool out here in the high desert. So, Sabrina would like it. But yeah, we're supposed to warm back up into the 50s. You know, we had some 40s mixed, but it's, you know, come on, it's still February, so this is still winter. It's not supposed to be warm right yet. So careful what you wish for. I'll be griping that it's too hot here soon. Watch. Be out here with my shirt off all whatever. Remember, I don't care. I'll come in here without my shirt on in live stream. So and yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have, it's gonna be like I said, spring is a little later and later every year, you know. Uh Without your shirt on, Sonia, really. No, but like I said, I think I've been talking about it. I don't know why I'm so hesitant. I just don't want to get anybody out here to be the wrong person. But I need to get somebody out here, you know, with my back being busted, that vertebrae, you know, fractured. I need to I need to I need to have a hand. You know what I'm saying? I need to have somebody to help me. I don't want to try to overdo it. So it's a little bit of a trade off. I've been praying with Father that he'll, you know, he'll provide the right path to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? And we'll see where you know this leads. But like I said, I don't have that. I just don't have it in me to just push hard like that. You know, with to do the things that I have to do out here. So having an extra hand will give me a tremendous amount of. Yeah, no, I could have somebody out here right now, Sabrina. I could. Now, what the heck? I have something that just keeps itching me on the back of my damn head. Out of nowhere. All it hurts. So, but I could have a dozen people out here, but I'm not ready for that. I'm not. I like living alone. You know, um, I like having my ability to have, you know, some non-schedule where I don't have to look after anybody. And I've been there. You know, I'm saying I'm so. But when I make that jump, yep, I need to, go hard. And so if I had somebody there to, give me an assist there on that, like I said, I could pace myself and then not overwork them either, too, so to speak. And so I'm gonna have to do it. I'm just gonna have to do it. So I need somebody who's self-sufficient. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who can be shown something once, maybe twice, and do it, or they'll be left on their own, and not even need to be told in many cases to even have to do anything. Like, oh, hey, like here's a list of things that need done. They don't have to keep come back and ask me to do anything. They understand how to accomplish things and not, so sit there and twiddle and do nothing. Just try to. I'm not looking for very much, for somebody to come out here and somebody's going to have to come out here and have a job, you know, on their own and make their own money. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to squeeze anybody out here and all they're doing is working for me. I need somebody to work for me just a couple hours a day, and if they choose to work more, then that's great. You know, that's fine. They can definitely, um, spend more time here getting their hours done early so they don't have to do that. They could sit out here and, somebody come out here and really kind of cruise if they wanted to and still be out here. I'd hope they would, spring from here and have, a lot more. Like I said, they wouldn't even have to leave this property. Like I said, I'm pretty sure myself and one other person could probably build, if even with me and having this truck, somebody would teach somebody if they had to learn, or had some ability to learn, could, build a tiny home once every couple months and sell it off of almost nearly all scrap material. Almost all, not completely, but almost all scrap material. We're talking about probably like a $10,000 unit that we could split. So 2 months to build it, not cruising too hard, not working too hard. That's like $2,500 a month for the 2 months between, split it right down the middle, 50-50. Even if I was helping him, I would still, cut him in on something like that. Hopefully they would have a skill set. They could, be shown how to, this is how you use a framing square. This is how you put layout down. This is how you know, basic tape measure skills. Some easy stuff. Nothing. I'm not going to ask anybody to do. And there's nothing I'm doing out here that's so, you know what I'm saying? I don't do complicated stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, some of the stuff I've done without, like I said, without blueprints, and I do it because I do what's in my head, and that would be different, um, for somebody because they don't have that blueprint. I normally see a pile of wood and I can see what I'm going to build already, and then I build what I see in my head. So, what's going on there, Daniel? Daniel, remember he was a magi. So, um, see how the fire's doing. Here in a minute, we'll probably have to get up and get some more. Don't go anywhere on a skill, yeah. So, but so there is possibilities. I can, like I said, I've been hoping somebody from this ministry would work out. So, but it'll take the right person. That's the way Father is in my life. He does. He makes people. It's always, his Father's will be done. So I don't want to push the issue. I don't like that because then it doesn't feel organic in a lot of ways with me and things like that. So, but I'm going to have to kind of, like I said, step up here this next week and make sure because it's starting to change. You know what I'm saying? The weather a little bit. It's starting to break. It's like I don't want to. My problem that I'm having right now is I don't want to put anybody in the Rusty Dragon because I need to rent that building out. I actually need them to help me finish that building. And there's not that much. Actually, I'm going to try to get everything done except for the lid, and pretty much everything is done but the lid. Some trim work in there, but it is near finish completion, but I need somebody to help me finish the roof. I can do it, but it might hurt me. It might not. I don't want to hurt myself. I need to get through the rest of the spring and then the summer and then the fall, and then I can kick back and chillax again. I worked through that. Remember, that's how I ended up breaking my damn back, was working during the winter, doing things that I shouldn't be doing by myself. Things that would take a second person that probably wouldn't happen. So it is what it is. But I want to probably put somebody in the rusty butterfly, which would take somebody who knows what the hell they're doing. I can't just have somebody come out here and, not know a skill set. It's not that I couldn't teach somebody on that building, but I want somebody who could say, oh, okay, I can get that built, and I want to help them, but can see through the roughness of what I've done there. Because that's how things start. That's how it doesn't all come together overnight. When you're piecing things together with repurposed materials and stuff, sometimes it takes, a minute for it to come together. So it would be a roof over their head, but it needs, there's no interior right now. It's better than, I know I could get people to come out here and live in a tent, guys. There are people who would come out here and live in a tent. I don't want nobody coming out here living in a damn tent. I did that. That's not easy to do. Okay. I've done that, and I'm not going to make anybody do that. Now, I did it in an Arctic tent, but there are people who are hungry right now. You know what I'm saying? Who would literally just want to get out of the city and would do anything. This website is full of these people. I mean, I could probably have a dozen people come out here the first day. That's not what I want. I probably actually, like I said, I need somebody who has their own tools. They don't have to have the greatest tools, or like somebody who knows how to use the tools, or probably has, has a little bit of carpentry skills, because I would like them to put that building together to kind of see how they build, so I can start another building for them, with them, for them, alongside, parallel. That was the whole idea, was to have them build another building. As they help me finish a building, this is all the original plan. They get to build another building. I have more supplies out here. We start resourcing more supplies too, as people, as somebody would show up. Go into town and start getting more and more material. And, take and then have them build out their own building. See what they want to do. Lots of different ways. So that was the idea on how I wanted to make it work. So how I'm going to do this for now is, I thought I was going to rent out the Rusty Dragon, but I'm not. I just can't. I need that building open and available. So you got the idea of what I'm talking about there. Yeah. Thanks for the warning there. Just says, I am French and I was born in Haiti. I live in France, and I'm specifically in the Paris suburbs. That's one of the hardest areas to be in right now. Yeah, there's no-go zones there, guys. Literal no-go zones there, where the military won't go in, or not, excuse me, not the military, where law enforcement will not go in and enforce anything because of this, takeover of all these migrants that was sent in by our wars, America. You displaced all these people, America, through your wars, and you sent them into these countries, and now they're in Paris, and there's no-go zones because they're under Sharia law. So Americans, be careful. You sent them over there, America. You caused all these wars, America, and now all these people have been displaced. It's not like here in America where they all, assimilated. They will not assimilate over there. So be careful if you're going over there, American. They don't like Americans, because Americans are nothing but a war machine and the world police. So if you're an American, be careful. Listen to what this person just said. They were born in Haiti. So they're not from America. They might be the person you might want to listen to. So I always said, if you listen to somebody, unless somebody's from America, They're biased. They're from this country. List somebody who came to this country, maybe from another country, went to another country, came, I've heard plenty of stories about that. And now in places like France and Paris and, all over there in the European nations, because we went over there and caused all those wars in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, now Iran. Look at this migration. So be careful, America. You're not liked. You are the bad guy outside of the walls of this country. You're only the good guy inside the walls of this country. Just so you know, everybody's getting tired of your 100 years going around and kicking everybody's butt, making everybody pay to do business with you. Remember? You either pay or play, or play or pay. So remember, tariff to every nation as soon as he took office. So people outside of this country are tired of getting their butt kicked, and they're not so afraid of you anymore, America. I don't care that you went in and just kidnapped the nation's, president. You haven't won a war since, World War II. Didn't win Vietnam. Remember, we pulled out of Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, Operation Iraqi. No, we have not won any of these wars. So careful, America. You're not very much liked outside of this country. And it's because your complacency that you don't do anything about your tyrannical government that these people don't like you. So if they came here, they're probably not going to do anything about your tyrannical government. They're probably going to whack you. I'm a veteran. I know that's what we do. We normally don't take out the top commanders. That's not the way it works. Sometimes, but not as a majority. It's all the 18 to 30, the finest the nation has to offer. So I know I've operated under this war machine. So careful, America. You're the bad guy, just so you know, outside of the walls of this country. So, and how many nations told Donald Warp Speed to stick it up his left, you know what? So, anyways, moving on. Appreciate it for the warning, but it's not a place like America. You got it made in America. It's not like going over there to Paris or, Europe or France, and one of those places where they're heavily, are Muslims that will not assimilate, Sharia law. And there are no-go zones over there where the police will literally not go in and police the areas because they will not assimilate. So if that happened here in America, it'd be a different thing, but it didn't happen. So we're a nation of immigrants trying to kick out all the immigrants. People have been here for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, never committed a crime. You know, it's a crime for even a second thinking that person would need to be removed from this country. You have the right of due process if you did. You'd still have to use the right of due process, and they're not. So this country is an abomination, a nation of immigrants, literally trying to kick out all the immigrants. Now, I understand if they committed a crime, but it's not, I don't care. We displace all these people in all these other countries. No wonder they come to America. We make the dollar worth more than all their, currencies combined. Of course they're going to come here. Send it back home to their familia. You're bitching about, Mexicans. 5 of them in an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, but they smell nice, dress nice, pay taxes the minute they got here, got a job the day they got here, pay taxes on that, got a phone, pay taxes on that, got a car, pay tax, and you're bitching with your EBT card about dirty, stinky beaners and wetbacks and being a racist. Yeah, and 5 of them fit in there, and they figure out how to dress nice, shower, all get their deposit back after 6 months. Put 6 of you Americans in a 2-bedroom apartment. That place would be hammered after a couple of months. Holes in the wall, girlfriends hanging out, yelling out the doors, cops called, half of them are on Adderall, cars out in the driveway. You wouldn't get your deposit back after 6 months. They'd have to go in and remodel the whole damn thing. Carpets ruined, pets. 5 of them. Now there's 6 of them in there, dirty beaners. You guys are terrible. You Americans are disgusting. These people have been putting food on your table for decades, going out into the fields and picking these in the hot sun so you can eat. And you want to gripe as you get a new beta game, but you didn't send Mima any money, did you? No, you got a new set of wheels for your truck, remember? A new rack on your truck, or maybe a new rack on your wife. I don't want to hear it. Disgusting. These people are the backbone of this society and have been for decades. I grew up right on the border. I grew up where most of my friends were Latino or Hispanic, whatever, they came from, many of them came from Mexico, but they were my friends. They were my familia. They were good people to me, and they were good people. I met people who weren't. There were some that weren't, but there were good ones too, just like in all of them. That's why I told you there were good ones and bad ones of everywhere I grew up. So you kind of had to be on your guard no matter what. And I don't mean to be like that. That's just the way it was. But then you did meet, like when I went over to my Hispanic people's, you know, friends' houses, they taught me how to speak Spanish. They didn't make fun of me if I didn't pronounce it right, but they actually made me too learn how to, poquito español, learn how to speak a little bit, and would help me. Like you go to their country and you speak their language, they love that. Oh, what is he talking about? He's talking crap behind my back. He's not. He's talking about the sun and the weather and going to a party. You're over there thinking he's talking smack about you because you got some kind of complex, some American complex, you know? So, I don't know what's happened to society. I understand not everybody grew up where I grew up. So I'm so thankful to grow up down there because like I said, I grew up and many of my friends, their parents might have not come here on, some did, some didn't, but most of them were good people who came here, who worked hard and had a job and worked hard for what they had. There were bad apples in every nationality. There's niggers in every race, white niggers, black niggers, brown niggers, red niggers, and yellow niggers. If you're a white nigger and you hold your breath, you'll be a blue smurf, a smigger. How about that? Like a blue nigger. So I don't do races, remember? That word doesn't bother me. It's a stinking word. It's an attitude. It means you got a chip on your shoulder like the world owes you something. That's what that word is. So remember, I grew up around all nationalities. So sit there and look down on these people for decade after decade have been coming into this country and feeding us. Not all of them, but many of us working hard and then sending money back to their, the old chip on your shoulder. Thank you. Exactly, Sonia. That's what it's a chip on your shoulder. Exactly. Like the world owes you something and that's not how this world works. Not at all. That's why my dad told me when I was young, this world will chew you up and spit you out. It don't owe you nothing. You better go get it. And I don't mean like that. You better know your role and shut your hole. You better know your place in this world. So we're all one race. You know what I'm saying? Poquito español. Nice stuff there, right? So, no hablo. But, like I said, brothers and sisters, many of my friends were Latino, Hispanic, Mexican. Some of them came from down even further, but many of them were Mexicans. It was Los Angeles, okay? And I'm not saying that there were not, but these people were good people. And like I said, many of them, like I said, they worked hard. Not all of them worked in the field. To hell with that. Many of them held regular jobs within the communities and were your, were your body guy, not your landscaper, maybe the guy who came and cleaned the pool, there was a lot of people were they were just, to me, the way I guess while I grew up, they were just everyday people. I didn't know that the only people that my dad really didn't like, to be quite upfront honest with you, was Arab people and people who would act like a nigger. It didn't matter the color of their skin. I can tell you that. That's how I learned that. You know what I'm saying? But and I don't know what it was, And then I'd asked him, "Why do you do that, Dad? Why do you do that?" And then you sit there and then you help the same people that you don't want to. Well, it's the way they act. Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? I could understand even at a young age the difference of what where the same person he call out and call and call it a racist name, he would give a ride because they were hitchhiking. The same person he's helping, the same, so I started to understand. But he had a thing. I don't care whatever it is for people who are Arab, and I don't know what his deal was, but he just didn't like them. So, you know, and I have to be 100% honest. It's not. I've seen many of them growing up. I don't mean to go there. A lot of them own the convenience stores, and and they were in other parts of life. But um, I don't know what his deal was, but he just did not. I guess he said he just didn't have good experiences with them. So that's his deal. I didn't like it. I knew for me I didn't like it. I didn't like that my dad was that way. I didn't like that my mom was really hard and didn't say nice things about my dad. You know, I liked my dad, even though he wasn't perfect, things like that. So I always had my own opinion, no matter what, my dad said. I had respect for him. I had to. He whooped my ass, it's just, so I'm thankful again that knowing that, there's people of every ethnicity, and there's a bad apple in every bunch. But when we create things like displacing whole nations, near nations, like we've done over there in the Middle East, and then they migrate into the European nations, they're not going to assimilate. They don't like us to begin with. So if you're in America, you should be very thankful that the people who've been coming from these South American nations have been very fair to you. So if you have anything to say about these current ISIS terrorists going off the streets and literally kidnapping people, if I understand if they've been convicted of rape, murder, arson, armed robbery, get them the out of here. But if they haven't, I don't support you. Unsubscribe from this channel, and it's going to go down in history that you supported this terrorism inside your own walls, and you just can't even see it with it. Despite the nose on your face, it's happening. That's going to be you next. There ain't nothing special. They're just getting you ready to be picked up like the gulag and being thrown into a van and be taken wherever they want to take you. So there's nothing special about any one of us in this stream right now. Not any one of you or even me that makes me inept. Not not have to eventually come for me too. I'll be one of the first ones to go. I know that. I'm a loudmouth. So they don't like people like me. People like me tell people like you what's coming. Now, they don't want messengers like me to give you the warning. Can't send you a warning if the wave's already overtaking you like a tsunami, right? Nothing's happening, honey. I don't know what he's talking about. The water pulled back. We're going into a drought. Yep, here it comes. So you can't turn goats into sheep, brothers, sisters. I won't try to, you know, um, I won't try to change you in here. You can just learn from my experiences, but I can tell you that I won't be hanging around racists, though. I don't like the idea that that Father created anything other than the hominoid species. That's. I'm not saying that animals aren't intelligent. A bird has the brain the size of a pea, and nobody needs to tell it to fly south for the winter, or a chipmunk same size brain to put up nuts. Who's nuts now, huh? So most people are nuts, right? Well, they don't have any extra nuts. So who's nuts now? Remember, people think the edge of town is, flat. If you go there, nobody comes back. So, all right, guys, I need to go out and get some more wood for my wood stove. Let's take a pause for the cause here. If you need to smoke them, if you got them, if you're a cigarette smoker, I hope you don't smoke those. We had a conversation about that the other night. That's okay if you do. I know it's a hard habit to kick. We had a pretty good live stream the other night talking about that. Maybe yesterday, I think that was, or the day before. I think it was yesterday. And yeah, I got to have enough wood to make it through the wood stove here, because it's been getting, like I said, oh man, I'm getting some sciatica there. Ooh, that was a good one. It's a good thing I would have been standing up. That would have crippled the knees. So let me get up here and go grab some wood, and I'll be back, and we'll. What time is it? It's early yet, right? Early yet. And it's the light we've been using. Maybe we'll grab one of these here. Let's get some more wood in there. We fit some more under there, or what? What's going on in here? We're not ripping. Oh, because we're down to one piece of wood, you silly goose. Because you're down to just one piece of wood. That's a good sized chunk right there, right there. That thing's a smoky, 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 smoky. All right, that might do it. That might do it. She fell down. Fell down, boys. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Nope, that won't work. There we go. That's a big chunk of wood. We're gonna go outside with the dad and get some wood with the dad. Handsome, handsome boy. You're gonna go get some wood with the dad. You can if you want to. You can if you want to. You're always such a good helper. All right, I think she's going there. We'll let that rip. We'll let that rip. Okay, I gotta do fire. We're back. Got her going again. Got more here for the night. A couple loads there. Stripes or puppy or cat? Somebody got a cat named Stripes. Stripes. Sounds like a kitty. Sounds like a kitty name to me. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Well, I tell you, this is a mighty interesting time to be in the flesh, to be a witness to the goings on of the. I'm glad that I have enough intuition to know to try to avoid chaos when possible. Obviously, got a lot of issues in my life because I don't stand down, but there's a time and a place for everything, right? My dad used to tell me that a lot. Time and a place for everything. Know when to work and know when to play. Not always playtime. You don't get anywhere in your life doing what you want. You want to be successful in life, you have to do more things in your life that you don't want to do. Remember I taught you that the other day. Yeah, it is. It's an amazing time to be a witness to just knowing scripturally where we're at, celestially what the firmament is declared and where those markers were declared, so we know that they are the true celestial markers to give us, not this perverted time. These people are very changed. How about that? Changed. They've been changed. It says you'll be changed in the twinkling of an eye at the last trump. So Father, that's Father. Judgments. 7 shofars. 7 rams. That's Father. 7 rams' horns shall. If you know what that is, that's the wedding. So most people aren't very in tune with that. That's always on my brain. I'm constantly thinking about a wedding. What do you think about more than anything? Put in the chat what you think about more than anything in your entire life. If you thought about one thing, if you had to put one thing that you thought about more than anything in your life, what do you think about? If you'd like to share that information. Creator? I think a lot. I know I think a lot about the Creator, and I am like hooked on that, like phonics. But there's something that I've thought about more than the Creator, and the Creator brings me closer to that thought. But just everybody has wandering mind wander, So most guys, all they can think about is round things that are round. Remember? So, booby Jesus. All right. No. See how I just got away with that one? Or did I? Or Father knows I'll not get away with nothing, huh? Anybody else like to give an answer on what is it that in your life that you've thought about on an occasion from time to time, more often than not? How about that? Anyone else? Other, thank you always for your contributions to the comment section, the live stream, and the ministry. Sabrina, appreciate it. Thank you, Father, for sending Sister Sabrina to be a part of this. Part of the ministry, always leaving good comments and participating. So I'm not in here talking to the walls if you weren't here. Do your walls talk to you? Yeah, they do. So, I'm kind of looking forward to eventually being able to get to this cabin, although I love the way it's built. I'm going to, when I redo this wall, I'm going to turn it this way. And belt buckle. So, and I'm hoping again to walk that wall back about 3 or 4 feet, about 3 4 feet, about something like that. Walk out that there, 3 4 feet. Right that there. So, yeah, I make a lot of changes to this. I take all this food out of here and all this, a lot of, a lot of changes. So take me a couple of weeks to do the probably the remodel on on both sides because the front's coming off out front too. This wall is probably the only wall that will I have to take the front wall off too because I got to get the windows to take the windows out of the I'm going to put bigger windows in here. Yeah, I am now. I'm going to put some bigger one. I can't over there, or I'm going to have to figure out how to do that too. I might strip that out and probably just cut that shelving down a little bit, and then squeeze a little bit bigger window in there. So the way I built it, there's no blueprint. So like I said, we'll see what the county lets me do. If the county's going to let me use this, I might just walk it inwards and stand up these 2x6s in here, and I'd have plenty of 2x6s. So what's going on there, John the carpenter? My dad's name was John. My son's middle name is John. So, what you got there, Jonathan? So, again, a loan. What do you need a loan for? I'm trying to get a house out here, So, what is your loan? What are you trying to accomplish? Uh, I'm about $19,800 short of having the building out here that I need to be able to bring people out here. So, well, appreciate it. Like I said, if you were here, I could help you. Um, but you might check with some of your local. There's always lots of churches that will help. There's lots of food banks and whatnot. So even I go to the food banks. I do. So I don't have an income. I don't get Social Security. I don't get disability. I don't get veterans benefits. I don't get any pay. Haven't been paid for, I don't know, the last time I had a job what's the last job that I had? I was a manager up there as a bartender. Manager of the bartenders up there at the watering hole. Oh wait, Cinco de Mayo. I think that was during the COVID. That's the last time. And I had to get that job because my son, this whole flipping case. Apologize. I would have I probably spent a couple $100,000 on my son trying to help him, and now where the heck is he at? But like I said, if you get in a pinch or something, but you should be able to get, I don't know where you're at, like I said, there's always food available. At least in this country, there is. Hallelujah. This whole take away people's food stamp thing they're not doing that right now. And so there was a big run on the food banks, but the food banks are pretty overflowing. Like I said, I went to the food bank the other day. I'm not going to I don't have an income. So I'm not proud. I actually, I'm gonna have to go get surgery. I might have to be down for a while. So I don't want to have surgery, but we'll see. I don't want to. I'm getting tired of feeling like this. So it's been some pretty, like I said, that's why I need another hand out here. I don't normally call for help. It reminds me of my dad right before he died. He never would ask for help, and he had to call for help because he needed it. It ended up costing him his life. So, but well, in a sense. So um, I don't want to go into the whole story, but anyways, like I said, if there's normally a considerable amount of food available, and there are assistance programs through many of the churches, and don't have pride, just ask, man, I got so much food here. I wish you were here. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, there's a lot of places to get help. Don't go hungry at all, man. Don't go hungry. Ask, and I appreciate you not having pride, and asking me. I'm really just trying to put together this. I have food here. I could feed you for days if you were here. Put you to work, probably get you a job, all kinds of, But I don't know where you're at or what you're, Um, I've been like I said, I've been a little overwhelmed here, you know, um, out here at the ministry, still trying to work, and uh, it's just been hard. I've been really trying to get my head on straight with this whole thing with my son, and not leave it alone, but snap, crackle, bopper. That's why I wish I had people here. I want to feed people here. Not that I don't want to feed people outside this ministry. But the whole idea is to get this ministry so that I could send food. I could say, well, okay, hold on there, you know, Jonathan and I have a whole bunch of food I can, send you. Where are you at? Give me an address. I'll send it to you. We'll overnight it. The church is doing well. We're renting out the cabins. We have extra income coming in. I'm gonna, eventually this ministry will be able to generate income. I'm not doing this and not like it needs created income, but do things like this so that if people within this church, within this ministry, within the body here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries need some help, we can send that out. So that's why I'm trying to create the abundance. I don't mean to go there, but Father has not cooperated with me. He hasn't sent it to anybody. Co-op, that's normally like two people or more gathered, But if you get in a pinch, let me know. I'll freaking try to send you something in the mail or something. I've got some freeze dried something I can send you. If it's food, I can send you food. I have food. You know, I'm short right now. Like I said, cash. I'm trying to say whatever I have. I have regular. You know, I have a land payment out here too, and insurance and gas and food and so myself, and I don't have an income. So any income I have to be extremely tight with. Otherwise, I don't, like I said, I don't want that. It's not that like I struggle because I have food to eat and things like that. But I don't really go anywhere, hardly ever do anything. But I'm gonna get shake out of this minimalist lifestyle, bring more people into my life, and Father will do it too, through Father. But I didn't want to bring any wrong people out here to this ministry, and I'm glad that like I said, I have sold the land, and I have this chunk here. I have one there, so I have a couple that I can work with steer, here, and so I'm hoping I can get to that point where again I can provide housing for people. You know, Not in a permanent basis, maybe if they wanted it, but in a temporary transition to be able to move out into this valley. You know what I'm saying? This valley doesn't have a ton of resources like that. It does. It has it has a single food bank here, and it used to have a couple, but now the one, they'll just kind of joined in one, and don't nearly give away what they did, before and stuff. But there are people go into town, in the little town up, in Lafayette. It's not a little tiny town anymore, but they'll fill up your damn car. They do. They give away a lot. They do. Um, Ben the same way. So I don't know what city you're in. Like I said, if you can't find anything, please let me know. Come back to near. I don't want to see you going without food. I mean, like I said, I've got some freeze dried meals I can send you or something. We can make something work here. I don't want to see you go without. So why don't you have you looked into that homesteaders looking for helpers thing that I told you about? Or there's a good way to get into somebody. I'm not saying like that. There's a lot of people on that website looking for the same thing in a city trying to get out in a situation where they're like, hey, I see that the people are like self sufficient. Most people, these people who have homesteads, they're doing pretty, they're doing okay. I do it by the skin of my teeth. But, you know, there's some people, even with like a social security check, my whole life would be, I wouldn't know what to do, to bring regular income in again. I just haven't for so long like that. My money goes into assets like land. It's $47,000 it took to purchase this property. Imagine that without having a job. It takes a lot of bartering and trading, and like I said, and then all the there's a quarter to $500,000 storm shelter on the back of this property there. How do you do that? How do you pull something like that? I look back and go, how did I do that? I stay focused. I tie my money up in assets, so I don't normally keep a lot of cash around for very long. I don't. Only put in the what I need to put in the bank to, or credit union to what I need to pay my bills type of thing. So um, I lead a pretty tight life. I'm on the poorer aspect of the scale, but remember, I own what I have. So how poor am I? You know, um, Many people that have things, but they got big bills and credit, so that's what I'm saying. I really wish people would try to go back to this homesteading lifestyle. Somebody like Jonathan, could find somebody right where he's at. I don't know exactly where he's at, but if he was hungry, and I don't necessarily mean literally hungry, I mean like hungry to, try to find work. And sounds like he's worked a lot, work light and food, and there's ways where you could learn a trade. People who homestead normally are a jack of many trades. Many women too. I want to let you know that I'd have to say it's almost half and half on these homesteads that I see. And I'm talking, these are homesteads, people producing food, producing, you know, growing livestock, growing, really, some of them have quite a bit of, a lot of them like, wow, these are some fancy spreads. I don't know, why would anybody want to come here? He could full RV hookups, the whole, I'll get there. We'll get there. I'm just one dude without any income. So, and I spend all my time, throw everything I have at the ministry. So, I could have lots of nice things, but the ministry is not a something that's, it's a process, just like anything. Through, even through the, if I've ever, been able to give you the lesson in here of anything, that the process of this, salvation, you have to endure to the end to be saved. So it's a process. So nothing comes easy, nothing comes overnight. So um, that's the beautiful thing about watching something grow. It's like a new living will and testament. He grows inside of us. So anyway, oh, here, we'll turn that over there a little bit. Apologize. I did get, a small donation here too recently, but we got to, like I say, I got to try to keep the funds towards to the ministry. I want to be able to send food out on a regular basis here. It can be done. It's going to take 2 or 3 bodies out here. I can, and I'm not going to say that I will do that yet. I'll get to that point and see if I can handle it. If I can reach that point, I will reach this goal. I will get another building out here if they will not let me build this one, whether it's a shipping container, I got to get 2x4s or 2x6s, strip this building down. I don't care. I'll strip this down. There's enough wood inside this building. If they'll let me use any repurposed material, this is all 2x6 and 2x4, well, mostly 2x6, 8, and 10. I have enough to almost build another building with this. I'll put the other siding on this. I'll put the other siding that I have on. I'll figure out a way, man. I'm not going to let this stop me. I'm going to reach this goal, whether it's by, building another building or, like I said, that's the way I am. I plug away, but what I do and I'm going to need, and Father will help me with this, I'm sure he will, is get a couple more bodies out here. And that'll allow other people to, again, to bounce and benefit. If not, I'll do it all on my own. And you guys could be a witness and just be a witness and watch. And that's all you're required to do. Just support me if you can through being a good steward of your time in the comment section. You don't even have to participate in what I'm talking about in any of this. Just keep putting good comments, be a good part of the ministry. And yeah, from being where I really don't really feel, like I said, not trying to be a stick in the mud, but I'm in a really hard spot. To get up every day for me is difficult. So to have some purpose and some drive and knowing that I need to do things makes me militant. And I've been self-motivated as my own boss for many years. And so I can do the things that I need to do. Although I spend time studying and doing other things, because that's more important to me, put my treasure, in a higher place. I do spend time in the flesh doing things that I don't want to do. You don't get anywhere in life doing what you want to do. Life is not Burger King. You can't always have it your way. So appreciate it again. Jonathan, please don't, if it comes down, to something, I don't want to see you starve or anything like that. Please, thank you for not having any pride in asking. If you end up needing and you can't find anything, please come back to this ministry and we'll figure it out. I'll ask the ministry. Like I said, I have some freeze-dried meals and stuff that are good. These are $10-11 a meal. They're good meals too. Probably costs a little bit to send it to you, but we can figure that out. Like I said, I mean, if it's just better to send you, $20 or something, because that's probably what it costs you to, I mean, I'm sure we could figure something out. I don't have, like I said, this was sent via the Cash App. So, but again, I try to transfer that out as soon as I can and get it into cash. I don't like things sitting in electronic. I don't mean to do that. I live like that. I shouldn't do that as much as I do, but anytime something's sitting in electronic, I pull it out into cash. It's a habit, man. I don't know what it is about me, but I am just allergic to electronics. So, but please look up where you're at. I don't know what your situation is. If you're not in a situation where you're not getting enough food and not enough income, well, why don't you go somewhere, like I said, and take a look at, a homestead. Maybe once or something mentioned about coming out here. I don't know which state. You don't have to disclose where you're at, but I'm sure there's somebody homesteading needing somebody right now, a hand, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't mean to do that, Sabrina. I just almost like a freaking program Android. When something, I get an electronic thing, bam, I kick it out, put it into the bank, you know what I'm saying, where I can cash it out without having a fee. Now, sometimes I have to transfer it to the bank, but that's the lesser fee than going to the ATM. My brain always works that out because I'm a minimalist. I don't ever hardly have cash. I don't. If I have it, I kick it out and buy something with it. An asset, turn it into something longer. Cash loses its value so fast. I mean, I have land payment. I have, I have insurance. I have food like anybody else, gas, and if I'm going to go to Bend or do anything, buy anything in town. I don't have no credit just because I go into town. Some of the things you guys see me buy. I just bought a gate for the front that was like almost $300 for the gate, but I'm glad I did. It's so much easier to move that gate. There, see, like that on my back. That gate that I built was heavy. And even with that cable that I had on it, it was a tough move, to close. And I've been, keeping it closed more. And I'm fine with that. I used to keep it open. I like it closed now. I just like the gate closed. So it's a farm. You open and close gates behind you. If you can't have a but anyways, what I'm saying is that you know um, I'm gonna get, like I said, I'm gonna get this through this. Like I said, this is a tough time for me. Remember, I just spent $25,000 to pay for that attorney and nothing, and that was all. It was a waste of money. So that cleared out, and my assets to clear out to get to buy this ministry. And I'm saying that I the bail money, how many times have they been throwing me in jail? And it's just been all to try to help my son. And remember, all of it was worthless, didn't even add up. His bail money, how much was that? Another 21,000. So anytime I get a chunk of money together now, it seems like in the last couple of years. Remember, before all this stuff happened with my son, I was sitting where I could easily help Jonathan and not been, but my son needed help. They were messing with him because of my dad. Well, my dad, his dad is an activist, a blogger and somebody who's active in his community and active in, enough to have charges now, obviously, and be on probation and all that crap because they don't like me. They don't like who I am. They don't like, because of my voice, my mouth gets me in trouble. So um, it's just wiped me out. Like I said, I did the math. I think it get over $200,000 I've spent on this case with Elijah between John, the attorneys. How many attorney bills I have to hire attorneys, and for him, his bails, all this. So um, I can't even imagine if I would have put all that in the ministry, what this ministry would look like right now. But that's okay. Remember, I had another plan to go build a ministry down south, and Father wrecked that. So I'm not making any more plans. But remember, I haven't sold anything on the internet. That whole car deal, remember the flatbed thing, that ended up that car. I'm hoping that guy will make good on it. I had that car sold and a gold necklace, but wah wah wah, the transmission. Yeah, whatever, the cable came unhooked. I don't know, whatever he said. The guys, I don't know, but Father's just been beating the snot out of me. Uh, Again, I haven't sold anything on the internet. I go in these spells. I live way out in the desert, so it's people don't normally want to drive out here to begin with. They just don't. It's, oh, you live way out there. I live way out there, yeah. So that's normally a couple-hour drive for most people. Oh, well, that's always there because it's that far away. I'm like, yeah, I know, I live that far away. It has its advantages and has its disadvantages, but yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't know. I bit off. I'm trying not to bite off more than I can chew, but I have to get to this. I have to get, like I said, my back, man. My back this time is slowing me down. There's going to come a point where I can't do this anymore, guys. Physically, I won't be able to do the. I will have physical, uh, but you know, what am I to do? One day at a time. That's what I'm saying. That's why I've humbled myself and said, man, I need to get somebody else out here because I'm not going to be able to finish that roof. I'm not going to be able to, there's things I can do. Sometimes it just takes one more, hand on the other end of something, but that will come whenever Father is ready. And like I said, I think this next week, I'm going to go ahead and put that advertisement, and I could have a ton of people out here. literally. I mean, I could have a bunch of people out here, but I bet you it'd turn into a nightmare. People be stealing stuff and people be doing drugs, and I don't want none of that. This is a quiet place. Very quiet, very nice, good energy, no bad juju, no nothing. Regardless of what the hell, even with whatever the cops did out here, it doesn't. It's not taken away from what's here. This is a ministry too. It's a sanctuary. So you see what I'm saying? I don't want the wrong people to come here. That's why I thought about sending people up to the, to the other property and have them develop that property. That's why I need somebody out here that knows what the hell they're doing. Somebody I don't have to babysit. Somebody I don't have to teach everything. Not that I don't want them to kind of learn the way that I want things done, but I'm not opposed to if they have can get the same results done and do it their way. They can do that too. We all have a way to, as long as we get to the final, um, result of whatever, when we have a job to do, so to speak. But I'm a veteran, so I've worked with all kinds of different people. So I know everybody learns at a different, level or, a degree. But so again, I don't know what it is again that Father has kind of got me ahead of this one right now. Uh, but I've got to get this property on the grid, and then that's going to include again all these other costs with permitting, you know, the electric, the septic. I'm not going to put the well in because I don't have well money. I don't know. There's no way I could pull off that. It's at least that to put the well in. It's at least $20,000 to put the well in. $20,000 to put the well in. So that will have to come via a different means or mode or time or so. But yeah, the reason is to get the freeze dryer ability out here so that these animals that I have that are laying eggs don't waste ever a single egg. And actually, I would need to get a good backup of eggs. Well, not. I mean, it takes quite a bit to put out a batch, but that's the nice thing about having an abundance. And you can get that. Like I said, you can get that. When you can create that abundance, it's totally possible. But that does take work. Like I said, I've been pretty militant out here to even have what I have, considering my physical, I don't want to say limitations at this point, but some of my ailments that I have, going on with this compression fracture in my back. It's tough to just get up. I have a consistent, sciatica pain, and um, it's like I really want to finish that roof so I can rent that building out. It's like I want to offer it to somebody, so maybe somebody could come with a trailer and some of their own tools and say, all right, $800 a month. That's 200, or that's 2 hours a day. Uh, yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I got to do the one thing that the county is going to require me to do to be out here, which I have to. I already told you that. I got to take care of me right now. I cannot take care of anybody else until I have this taken care of. That's why I'm in this position that I'm in now. Seriously, it's with my son, and I have no regrets. But my problem is that I'm always helping everybody else out, and I don't take care of the things that I need to take care of on my end. I'm not going to lie to you. This has been an issue before I ever became a teenager, because of the way that Father made me, the way he birthed me to be this way. So look at me now. I'm still trying to get the ministry taken care of and not even get myself a vehicle, get myself together, I'm fine. I have a vehicle. Might not be the one that I wanted, like I said. Does it matter to me as long as I can get out of here? What's missing on it is tires. So what? I'll get some tires. I don't care. I don't even care. I don't care to go now. Honestly, I really don't. I will at instinct. I'm not going to fight, but you know what I'm saying? I'll go as far as I can. Out of sight, out of mind. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I don't mean to go there, but like with the vehicle that I have, it blends in so well around here. I don't think I'd have to be that far off. I told you the beaten path. Out of sight, out of mind. Father would, if there was something was pressing, he doesn't make mistakes. He would fix you know what I'm saying? He would fix this for me. Although I don't agree with a lot of the things he does. Honestly, I don't. I hate my life most of the time. I do. Like I said, I hate having the abundance of having more things than I can use. I'm normally cash light because I'm always putting into something because I need to constantly keep putting myself through this. I don't know. It's kind of a nightmare sometimes, but you know, if I keep moving forward every day and I don't let myself drag and get depressed or stop working because I don't have the option to do that. I have to stay in motion. Then I'm okay, and it doesn't matter how many times he kicks me backwards as long as I move forward. It's kind of, I don't know, whatever. It's like something that you just keep kicking and it just keeps getting back up. If that's all I can tell you. You kick it and it just gets back up. You kick it and it gets back up. You kick it and it gets back up. You kick it and it gets back up. You kick it. That's me. That's my life. That's the way it is. I don't think about the steps. Oh, I just got kicked 10 steps backwards and I took 3 steps forward and I took 10 steps forward to kick me 10 steps backwards. Now I don't think about that. So I need to stop being like that for a minute. And in the moment, I need to remember that sometimes that those things like that is a little bit of my own doing, is that I need to focus more on my, like I said, like things like I got it for the ministry. I have to do this because I need a place to live too. You know what I'm saying? Now I have that other property and I want to get this done so I can get and separate this and 100% put this in the name of the ministry and keep it separate, because legally I do think that's the best thing to do for me and the ministry. Heck, if they take everything from me over there, they won't take the ministry. Can't be taken. I can come over here. I'm a pastor and I'm here at the ministry. You can't kick me off here, and stand with the ministry. That way, if your place got taken too, you know what I'm saying? Nope, come here. You know what I'm saying? At that time, that's why I got to meet this goal, beat this goal if I can. So again, I apologize right now, Jonathan. I'm super tight. If you need, like I said, something, I'm more cash. I just couldn't do food. I might be, I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather see you use your resources where you're at. I don't want to see anybody starve, but right now I'm really trying to reach this goal for this ministry. So personally, I can't get kicked out of here because I think with what's coming in this country, I don't know where you're at or where you are preparing or what you're preparing for, but I think they're going to put the crackdown on everybody. And if you're not, going by, it's going to be a crackdown. And I'm an off gridder right now, and they're starting their march on that. In not, it's already in this. Like I said, there's things that I'm doing by according to their codes and ordinances that I'm already violating. And it just takes one time to get on their radar and bam, then that's why I'm hesitant to bring somebody out here. Then they come out here and then make a stink. And then now I've got the county up my, and now I got to go. Let's get this in the name. Let's get it in all I have to do is have a septic on it, period. Basically in a septic system and the address, so to speak. And they couldn't do it then. I even think future tense. I really do. I think they can nitpick you later. That's why you got to be careful. And that's why I want to make sure that I have a solid building enough to pass that to, so that I'm just that wallflower that I told you about earlier. So I have to do that so that if future tense, again, that happens someday, I can bring the people here. Because I'm more, and I don't mean to shun anybody off in the now, but that day is going to come. That day is going to come, and I want to have everything prepared in that for that day. And for whoever I don't help between now and then, I apologize. I have to reach this point because I see things way ahead of time sometimes. And again, I'd rather be 5 years too early, and I don't think I'm 5 years too early now, than 5 seconds too late. We already seen silver hit the price. Of what we already, Well, that's what I'm saying. I think one day, Sabrina, I think that's what Father's preparing me. That's why he still has me here, this sanctuary, where maybe someday where Sabrina's got to pack up her and her kikis or little kids, and maybe has to come down here. Not irregardless, I don't know, because it's not working up there. You guys are in a freaking tyrannical state. I cannot believe what they had with that whole taking of the Second Amendment up. Well, it's not a Second Amendment up there. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's all I'm going to say. And I don't advocate for that. I don't care. I don't really care about that, but I do when it comes to the reason why that this Constitution was written with the Second Amendment and why we have that. So, yep, there you go. So, you got a better place to go than here, get there, if that day comes, but listen, you got strong instincts. I don't mean to go, you have still some of that, native, in you have that instinct. A lot of people have lost the instinct of the land, and just some of the basics, and you have a woman's intuition. So listen to that. And you got kids and you're a parent, so you're going to have strong intuition. Listen to it. Just remember that. Listen to it now. You'll go when you need to go. A bird does not need to be told to fly south for the winter, correct? So hey, I got strong instincts on that. I know women is like a mother bear. She will protect. Don't cross a mama bear. So hey, they got they do what they got to do in the moment. So I told you I love my ladies. Love what Father created. Women are one of Father's most incredible creations. They truly are remarkable species. Like I said, you know, makers. And host, if you will. Father is creator and allows this to, like I said, gives the child, if possible, these um, things that a father can't, in those first, weeks and months. I'm not saying that a father can't give, but there are things that a mother obviously gives a child that a father can't. So I think it's very, a women's bond on this whole. It's essential. It plants a seed from the beginning, from the very moment a child is birthed onto this rock. So, um, hey, I'm nothing against, like I said, uh, dual parenting, single parenting, but people have to remember that, again, how important that these, that Father created man and woman, and why we're here to keep it that way. One race, the human race, man and woman. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for that. Let's not talk about all this other nonsense, but like I said, what a remarkable species can get squeeze out that beautiful life form, near watermelon size through a crack in the wall, leak 9 quarts of oil, and still function properly. So, what a beautiful creation that is. Seriously, it might get a little weird with the wiring every once in a while when they leak, have a little leakage, but generally keep them fed and enough iron, food, whatever. Keep the levels up on them, and they'll operate normally quite efficiently. Actually, like I told you, watch out, especially when they start popping out little Volkswagens. Or no, sorry, go bad. Sorry, go bad. They're kind of protective of the little ones. So, all right, so that's an instinct. So you got to listen to your instincts. Instincts are strong, like we're talking about. There's a reason why you have them. People used to listen to them when you didn't have all this distraction of the world and land payments and car payments and and divorce, and all you were thinking about was food and fire, and maybe I shouldn't have whacked her over the head. Maybe I should try to give her one of those flowers or something. Maybe she'll hang around a little longer the next time. I kind of like that last one that hung around, or whatever, vice versa. Maybe I shouldn't have been. So whatever, you ladies got your things. So you had instincts and you listened to them. They were strong, you know, gut instincts. So people don't have them anymore. They've lost them. You got it, the instincts of a fly or something, you know. Find poop, land on poop, eat poop, vomit poop. No, eat and vomit until you die. So um, it's a binge and purge, binge and purge. All right, so sounds like some party lifestyle to me, huh? Ugh. Okay, but anyways, so thank you, Father, for creating such a beautiful creation too. Though that one thing that I appreciate about ladies is that they have such a that emotional side to them, that they do have quite the creative mindset, you know, very crafty, if you will. Well, I've worked with, like I said, on the job side by side with many women in positions, military, law enforcement, driver. Women are an asset. They can be, absolutely, especially if they're, like I said, if they got the discipline and, and they're just job oriented or whatever, do their job, but, don't mix business with pleasure. I don't see the difference. I have it in the workplace. I know that we are built completely different. I know there are some limitations, but we're not talking about, you know, like I said, for a helper out here for me, I wouldn't care if it was a man or a woman. Wouldn't matter to me if it was a woman. Oh, I'm a woman. I'm in my 40s. I'm strong. I'm healthy. That's just fine to me. It wouldn't bother me. You know what I'm saying? I need a helper out here. Sure. I'm not trying to get somebody to remember that 400-pound beam. That might have been, and I don't mean to go there, but maybe I would have used a damn pulley or something if I'd have had a lady around. Like, hey, hold on, let's not hurt ourselves here, and make sure you guide that over there as it's, it doesn't come off the end of the top plate, and I'll get over here. And no, I just muscle it up there because I was by myself. So, well, I'm just saying, whatever, it is what it is. So, Father made woman for man. So we are meant to work as a team. People have forgotten that. That's what it says in scripture. So we were made for each other, whether you realize it or not. So that's what I'm saying. I don't understand how anybody's ever mistreated or thought that a woman was below a man. Where does it say that in scripture? Women are not below men in any way, shape, or form. So many of them have much stronger instincts. And I don't mean to go there. Like I said, more in this modern day age, act more like men than women, because men act like women. They do. Honey, I'm not going to give you none of this if you don't do those dishes. See, I told you. He's acting like a little bit. Oh, never mind. She's holding that thing over his head. Holding the kitty over his head. We can't do that. It's not that. You got the roles reversed. So, no, he's not supposed to do that either. But, all right, you see what I'm saying? So, whatever. It's crazy how much the roles really have kind of almost reversed, because I do think that men have become very uninstinctual. I don't mean to go there, but even manhood has been canceled. Cancel culture. They've canceled manhood. Oh no, that's not. You can't. What happened to women want the strong, independent. Take care of the household man. The manly man. No, that's all canceled now. She wants the guy that goes to work, that's got a job, that drives so she can drive the Lamborghini and enjoy his job while he's at work all day and spend all his money. The trophy husband, or vice versa. Hey, whatever. He'll take a sugar mama. You know. That's outstanding. Thank you, Sabrina, for that conversation and your teaching, and that would make some sense. I don't like planned weddings, but what worked best for the pack, the tribe. Thank you for your glory to Father for the, we got to appreciate the cultures. That's what I'm saying. We're all one race. We have different cultures and things like that. So thank you for sharing your culture with us. You hear what she said, that they would, like a prearranged marriage. These are the two that were best paired for each other, the best fit. I think that's the way Father works too. if you're patient and you wait for the right one, and if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. So what? Doesn't mean you can't go out there and, you know, once in a blue moon, how to get your wick wet, or, you know, vice versa. You know what I'm saying? I'm not up for, again, I'm old school. You lie with a woman, that's your wife. So I'm not into that. I don't like to spread myself around like butter. So, no, I think that's, like I said, that's an instinctual thing. Once again, that's going off of what the instinct the tribe has done, and it takes a tribe to build a community. It takes you and I, um, can't have a tribe without, so when they learn from that over time, it's like the weak link, that gets cut out. It's the decay, and that is a learned skill. And so, I'm all for the idea of having some say in the matter. But if you were a small tribe and it was the best fit at the time, you wouldn't even question it, would you? You wouldn't. It'd just be the way it was. I'm just saying that's why community is a smaller community is a better thing. You don't get all the subordinates. I don't mean to go there. All this freedom. Da dum dum dum. Some things are better for the cause. I'm not into full blown, swastika communism, but on paper it is. It's. I'm not talking about this capitalism, fascism, socialism, communism. I'm talking about community, having a small united tribe of people who are like minded, all firing on the same cylinders like a well oiled machine. You know what I'm saying? Me too. I did. I got an extra large. Remember, mine. I threw it away because it was a penny. It was a copper shirt, but out when it went with the trash. So, damn, shouldn't have thrown away that copper shirt. So, all right. Copper penny, get it? So, but seriously, some things I only need one black eye. I got one kid, remember, just one. So, but did you hear about the lady with two black eyes? She didn't listen the first time. No, just kidding. You could replace that with a guy. So, and I'm not insinuating giving anybody a black eye. So, all right, we had to put it out there. So, some people need to be taught more than one time. Remember that. So, they just don't get it. Just don't get it. So, unsubscribe. Okay, goodbye. See you, Maria. Adios, muchacho. Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord. Can't serve two masters. Remember? Can't serve two masters. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. So, thank you, Father, for that. Hey, I don't want to make anybody stay here on this ministry. It's totally cool. I understand. Some people are, I don't know why some people subscribe to this ministry. They don't come back. So, they don't share no time here. So, that's okay. Nice knowing you. Have a good day. Have a wonderful, wonderful. So, but all right, back to the conversation. Do you need two black eyes? No. It's like a mic drop, huh? Who left the building? Who was the original? Come on, mine. Work straight for me here. I don't know. Somebody left the building. It was somebody. It was in a movie, I think, at one time. I don't know why it's not coming to me because it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. So, okay. Well, thank you, Father, for the again for the ability to learn. and to have the skill set. And I know that nobody learns at the same pace. And so it's a good thing that we're not third eye blind, because some people might need a third black eye. Get it? Third eye blind? All right. So there's no such thing as a third eye, right? See what I'm saying? No third eye. So let's get her back on track here. We're just going to announce that we're, okay, well, yeah, no. Good stuff. Loving it. Do. All right. How we doing there? 7:30 in the Pacific Northwest. Over here in the high desert, higher than a B-2 bomber over Iran. Iran, where'd you run? So you do run, you do run, or did you do ran, or you Iran? Why are you running? What the hell did they do? Why are they running? 3 blind mice. See how they run. Where are they going? Hooked on a feeling. Oh, that murky water, I tell you. Thank you, Father, for the murky water. I'm telling you, one of the best investments you can ever make in your entire life. I don't try to make anybody do anything. I tell people what I'm doing. You don't have to do what I'm doing, but I would never recommend anything that I wouldn't do myself. That's kind of my thing. That'd be hypocritical, wouldn't it? Be a hypocrite. So, love the Berkey. So, one of the best investments you'll ever make if you don't own a Berkey with the black filters. I like the black filters. That's my preference. Everybody has got it. I like the black filters. Love the black filters. Not really fond of the fluoride filter, but I don't really think it changes the taste much. It just really not a... Boy, it just slows the whole system down a lot. So it takes a long time to produce water. You know what? I think if you got the sight glass one, that would probably fix that too, by the way. So they made some improvements. Obviously I've owned my Berkey for 10 or 11 years now. I think it's probably almost been going on 11 years. So it's a great addition. The water is, I told you, man, Ryan, I love it so much. That is one thing in life when life's really crappy. That's one better thing about not being in jail. I remember that too. When I go to bed and I'm laying there and I drink that, I'm like, oh, thank you, Father. Ooh, thank you, Father, for having. Yeah, it is. I remember. So, but it is one of the finer things. Yeah, if you're using tap water and it smells like a swimming pool, it sounds like you probably would need the fluoride, the chlorine, the possibly the fluoride filter too. I said earlier fluoride filters is the one that slows it down, but you might not with your municipality. Not every municipality uses fluoridation technique, so you can find them online from time to time, honestly, and more of the ones that I see are more over towards Portland and more over towards, Oregon City or Salem or somewhere over there near that I-5 corridor. So, and I see them pretty reasonably priced. Some people, they don't have them very long. Some see them almost brand new. People have them and they're new. Never use them. Just decided to go with something else or change the filter or, not that filter, but just went with a different filter or something like that, and got a reverse osmosis on their house or something, but heck with all that. These are gravity fed. You have to, pour 5 gallons of water in it, but fill up 5 gallons of water, tip that thing in, and it don't matter. You don't need electric, and the flavor is the best. I love it. When life sucks and I take a sip of that Berkey water, it's almost like smoking a cigarette. Seriously, it's that strong. For me, it is. It might not be for you. I told you I quit, I quit on all the sugar. So a little bit there on little coffee things, but that's about it. I don't buy candy or anything like that. I just, stay away from, buy no more pasta. So I'm cutting that out and didn't do any. So when I drink that water, it is that same, if you've ever been a smoker, and it's better than that in a sense. Like I said, it's like a shot of energy drink where people take a shot of an energy drink. See, I don't like wiry, I'm already wired like that. I wake up like that. So I'm wired backwards. What do they call me? Even the lady, when I went and saw the lady at the psycho thing, or the psycho, the psychology nonsense, she said I was ADHD. So just wired backwards. So when I take a drink of that water, it just gives me a rush, man. It's like, and like when you take a drag off a cigarette and you forget about the world for a second, it's like, oh, the whole world doesn't even exist. Okay, back to here by another drop. It's weird how that effect is. That's how good the Berkey is for me. That's how good it is for me. Might not be like that for you at all, Remember, Kevin tried it. He got one. He loves his Berkey. So I recommend getting one. Like I said, sometimes you can find them pretty reasonably priced online. People will be selling them and they're not that expensive online. I've had mine for 10 years and I just changed the filter like last year or the year before that, and they still work fine. There's nothing wrong with the filters. They were working perfectly when I took them out. And I just did it. I'm like, well, hell, I just got like 8 years out of these filters, and I worked them hard. I did. I lived off the grid, put well water in them. I did for a little while, lived in the city, whatever. And, not long, but yeah, that's the best water filter on the market, if you ask me. I can't think of a better filter. So, and they are reasonably priced. And if I had my way, I'd get a travel Berkey, but I can't buy anything for me. I can't buy anything else for me. I can't spend any money on anything. My whole idea of it's like I blew out a trailer tire, and I was going to make arrangements. I found some trailer tires online because I went and tried to find a used trailer tire, and they didn't have one here at the tire store. They didn't have one that fit my trailer. So it is what it is. It's a 15. It's a harder size. It's one of those LT, whatever it's. So I went up there. They didn't have one. So online, they think about ordering me a new one. And I'm like, I don't want to buy a new one. I can't afford it. I can't even really afford one, And so I looked online. I found a set. And then I ended up having to tell the guy, I said, hey, actually, I'm going to, have to hold off on that, take a measurement. I don't even think they are the right size, too, because he said his was 5-on-5. Would you stop it? And I think these are 5. But then I said to myself, I can't do that right now. I can't, even if I wanted to. I can't go. I need to stay off the damn marketplace. I don't really go on there like that, but just don't go on there at all. Don't even window shop right now. I can't afford to spend a dime. I got to hold on to every penny because I've got to meet this, it's like I'm in, and I'm not trying to be like that, but it's like I'm in it's like I'm in a time crunch. It's like I'm in a time crunch because I know that sooner or later they're going to, require. I think when the economy turns down, and I'm going to give you justification why I'm doing what I'm doing too. For one, I need to do it because, like I said, I need to have a place to live that no matter what, nobody can say, hey, he's not doing this by the book and the code, the mandate, the ordinance, and now they can make me leave. I don't want that to happen. I just don't like the idea of being able to being thrown out of here. So that motivates me to begin with. Okay. And there are people who I've been out here for 10 years and nobody's bothered me yet. But in this next time when the economy turns down, I think there is going to be a mass amount of people who come out here. And when they come out here, that is going to change everything, because there's already a tremendous amount of people here who do not sign the census, and they are seen by satellite imagery, and they know that they're here. And when you see that number probably double, you know what I'm saying? That's probably, I think that's the thing that's going to trigger them. Say, hey, we're going to crack down, and they're not just going to do it in this state, or in this area. Like I said, there are other places in this state, they already do that, just so you know. So I'm not like, oh, I'm just picking this out of nowhere. There are places in the state, they already do this. Same thing that I'm saying. Nanny state. And they do this in many states via satellite. So I think the best thing is to protect that from happening, What are you doing? You got something stuck in your foot. So, like I said, I don't like being, even the idea of putting myself on the grid. But when asked when I thought about it, 2 out has a benefit, because it's not me. I'm going off the grid over there. I'll get septic over there, but I'm not hooking up the power on the Bowens property. Never. I'll probably never will. I won't. I'll probably put something to maybe up, because that's like this property. It's a front property, and then there's a that property is an awesome property. It really is. It's a good property. It's going to work out well, hopefully in the future too. So, but the idea over there is to stay off the grid. There's, just like this property, there's power right across the road. It's almost, like I said, this property, you can almost throw a rock and it's land over there. That property. So what's between here and there? Nothing. I don't think there's any houses. There's 2 pivots. You know what I'm saying? So. Well, I like, Sabrina, the idea of being able to work the ministry and then have it be separate. And then live over there eventually. Live there. That's my home. You know what I'm saying? That way I can have some time away from the ministry. Not that I don't love this place. Not that I don't think that, but it's like, oh, okay, now I have somewhere to go that's, away, go home. This is home, but it's the ministry. Even though I would always have a place here, like I said, I probably write that somewhere in a clause that is, if I pastor here, we've already talked about that I have I want there to be 2 quarters. That's why I truly have these 2 buildings up front. I know they can be rented out, but they truly are the 2 quarters. If the pastors are going to be here on this property, they are the 2 quarters that will give the pastors the ability to be here and have a place to stay. That offers, if somebody's here sharing the gospel, and I don't care. Hopefully after I leave, there will be people who will come and take the place of this. Not me, but they can continue on. So there'll be more buildings. I guarantee you by then too, because I'll have another, you know what I'm saying? So, but then I can go home, which is just right down the road. Somebody needs something, I could be here in 5 minutes. It's 3 miles. I can be there faster if I don't drive fast, but you know what I'm saying? So it's just right down the road. And there's a back road to get here too. So I could surprise them and come in the back way, and they might not ever see me get here. So that property from the paved road is 80 acres in, but it's a road that I don't have the deed to it yet, Ryan, but it says it's paved, because the highest dollar farmers in this valley, the Churches, the Pucketts, the Guthers, Simplots right down on the other side, they all have houses back here where they live, some of the biggest farmers. They may have 20 pivots out in this valley, but they live back right up here by this is the goal. This is the boardwalk park place of the valley. I knew that before I came out here. I tried to tell everybody that. It's because I know why it is. I know why it is. And that, like I said, the school's right there. Silver Lake's over there. You know, it's closer to Lapine if you needed to go to. Christmas Valley's like, I don't mean to go there, and it's not flat, but it's out there when this was all underwater. This is right up near the mountains. I got mountains. I'm anywhere in this valley you can see mountains, but some of these places it does get pretty, you know, flat out here like that. Not flat, but you know, you're not anywhere near the mountains. I'm right on the mountains. I'm right on the tree line. I'm right on the edge of Anna Reservoir, Duncan Reservoir, Silver Lake. There's, you know, this is the best spot in the whole valley. I did a lot of research before I came out here. So that property has a road that gets plowed at least twice to 3 times a year by a grader. They come in and grade the whole road and gravel if need be. And everybody down that road drives about 55, 60 miles an hour on that gravel road because it is that good of a road. So it will be the next road in this valley that gets paved. They only paved 2 roads in this whole valley, and we have some of the most worst roads in the whole state right here, like behind the fire station, behind where the hospital's at, all these, you know, or whatever it's not a hospital. It's well, in a sense it is kind of a, whatever they call it. But anyways, so many roads are just the worst out here. People get stuck in the roads, and they paved my road, oil dry, you know, kitty litter, oil dry. The only road in the whole valley that will not change names in the GPS systems. I don't know what it is. And then the main highway. That's the only 2 roads that they got all this money to do these roads, and they only did 2 roads. There was nothing wrong with the road that I was on. Actually, it was a great road, and now it's actually it's rough, but they seal coated it. They made it so you could drive a tank, military, dump, you know, big machinery, hard, all the way on the side. You could go 65 down on the shoulder. I know, I've done it. I tried it out because I'd seen that curvy machine. I never seen anything that big in my life. I grew up in the city. I don't know what that was, but it did. It put a hard, you know, so all they'd have to do is literally spray that with all, you know, a little bit of oil, and it just like the road. You can literally drive 65 on the shoulder out here. You know, like I said, I tested it. So, and I know what it is. I know what they're doing out here. I'm not stupid. It's all coming together out here. Actually, talked to somebody today. They announced it, guys. This is good. I don't mean to go there. It is what it is, and I'm not concerned about it like that because it is what it is. I can't worry about what I can't change. They're going to turn this into a military town. It is what it is. I don't mean to go there or give it away, but I talked to somebody today in real estate. I did, and I knew it. This was somebody I met out here, and I've known them for a long time out here. Somebody I don't really have a lot of conversations with them, but we had a pretty good conversation. A short, very short conversation. But I already told you they put an Air Force already came out here and started putting stuff out here. So they're going to put a military base out here. They're going to reveal what this place is pretty soon, guys. Shh. Oops. Uh-oh. Hey, whatever. Oh, they're going to get the vans come talking to me finally. They try to get them to come talk to me. They'll never talk to me. They might come talk to me about that one, guys. Oh, well, whatever. It is what it is. I don't, you know, whatever. I don't care. You know, I'm only in this meat suit on this go around in this third, you know, your third dimension, if that's what you want to call it here this one time. So, but they already announced some stuff like that, like I said, but people aren't very wise out here. They don't pay attention. So I think I already told you that out here that, you know, this whole, you know, that's who's paying for the data mining station. And, you know, I see where they're going with this. So I'm not concerned about that's Christmas Valley. That's over there. And where they're putting that's 30 miles over that way, you know, yeah, yeah. Well, like I said, so we'll see. It'll happen quick out here, and like I said, it's not going to be what people think, anyways. Um, that's right, Ryan. There you go. He's got it. You're on it. You're on it. You see what I'm saying? It's Air Force, Ryan. So you got it. Ryan's got it. He sees what I'm saying. I ain't even don't want no part of none of it. I don't care about none of that. Don't have nothing to do. I don't care. Don't care about none of that. I'm just going to sit out over here on this end of the valley and enjoy the show. You know what I'm saying? Uh, there's a reason why they're trying to protect this place. You got it. Ryan's got it. That's why I said they're going to let one more group of people come out here. One more group of come out here. You know what I'm saying? One more group when this next downturn, and they're going to say, no more. That's it. That's it. I know it already. That's why they already protected from light pollution. That already means they're already starting to limit the growth out here. This is what it means. So you just have to be able to read through their wording. So I've showed it to some of the greater minds in this valley, and that's what they told me. These are people that have 20 years on me. People in their 70 plus 80 years, and showed them this, brought this to their attention, said, hey, what do you think about it? And these aren't farmers. These people have been in this valley for a while. What do you think about this? Oh, they're getting ready to stop people from coming out here. Yep. That's right, Iceman. And no more permits. See what I'm saying? Thank you. And no more permits. No more permits. We're not going to let you build anymore. No more CUP. Thank you, Father. You see what I'm saying, Ryan? I got to get on this, guys. And I don't care what happens to me. I told you I'd rather just take my last breath, and I love you guys, and I'll see you on the other end. But Father's going to keep me here. He's not done with me yet. We got to get this ministry going. So, for the long haul, So if things do break down or something like that, we all have a place to be together. Things might turn quick on us. We don't know. You never know. Who flipping knows where it would, at the rate that things are going, you know what I'm saying? Well, you have a certain amount of time. But once I think you're under that, you're okay. That's why I'm going this week. I'm going this week to try to get on this, Ryan, and no matter what. You know what I'm saying? I have a little bit of change left. I really would have liked to help Jonathan, but I don't have it right now. I'm talking about I'm probably going to have to write him a $2,000 to $3,000 check or have the cash right there to give him. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I need to start. Well, thank you. You see, and again, I'm not trying to be in a panic. I'm just trying to do this in with the a stable mindset. Going, okay, well, this is what's going on in the country. They're cracking down. This isn't the. We're not being political. This is not the Biden administration. We got Trump in there. He loves the police. He loves the police state. We see he's got his Gestapo out there. There's a lot of things going on. He said he's going to make it great. He keeps coming in as peace president, starting war. He's spending more money. This is just going to make things, nothing is getting better. It's getting worse. So if things are going to get worse, they're eventually going to crack down even more. And I've been in the military, under the uniform. I know what it's like to be in a military state, so to speak. So if they turn this into a military town, it's going to be a little bit more, you're going to have to be a little bit more, that's time to shut the gate, make sure you have everything you need to do, and just do your own thing. Don't be bothering anybody. You can go to the store, do your thing, but, keep your head on a swivel. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you seeing where I'm going with this, because I don't think I'm doing this out of some kind of ulterior motive. This needs to be done. This probably should have been. I look at the cost now, and this is going to be my biggest cost, is this building. And maybe, again, if I could get with the county and they'll let me work with this, and I could probably do it for half of this cost to get it up to code for whatever they want. It's not going to be cheap. I know that. Nothing is. Moving this building out, putting a pad in, moving it back, changing whatever they want, new windows, the kitchen, I'm sure I can do some, there we go. And like I said, if I lose it all, I lose it all. And nobody might ever come here, Ryan. Nobody might ever come here. Nobody's really come here. So why are you doing this? Nobody's come to use it. Why do you keep doing that? You have an online ministry. It doesn't matter. The physical doesn't matter. That's the beautiful thing, too. Just so you know, it doesn't matter. It's not like, oh my God, I got to do this, but it would be like a focus, like you said, a focus thing. Well, this is the timeline. I'm not going to sit there and push myself where I give myself some kind of heart attack and stress out about it, or grift somebody and bring some kind of, money in here that's bad juju, you know, or you know what I mean, or some kind of legal money or something. Like, I don't want that kind of. I would never want to tithe from somebody who did it in some bad way, because it's for the ministry. You know what I'm saying? That's not good to start on. You build your house on sinking sand, it's going to sink. So we don't want to build this rock on sinking sand. This is the base. I mean, I have a lot of the base here, which, obviously the land, but this is kind of gives us this base. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I feel like I'm doing. I'm trying to protect the ministry so we can have it for generations to come. I'm going to get older. There's going to, maybe somebody will come, go, man, I love that ministry. I want to go over there and be a part of that. I'm going to take over. Pastor's getting old, and God, he's not, look at him, look at him streaming now. He's can hardly talk. I don't know what's going to happen to me. Let's get out there, and somebody, I don't mean to go there like the Olympics. Let's pick the torch up and, let's keep that thing going. It doesn't have to be, we don't even need to produce, food anymore or anything like that. But let's go live every once in a while and let people know that, hey, we're still here. The ministry still serve, in other ways. There's, still housing available here, and there's still all the freeze-dried food we have put up, and, there's still, who knows what kind of legacy can be left behind after, I go. But like you said, if we just let it slip away because, something, just like I do think they're going to raise the taxes on people, tax people out of their possessions, make your tax burden so high that you can't afford to pay your taxes, then you won't be able to afford it, and then you'll get taxed out of it. So a church or a ministry is tax exempt. And I'm not talking about 501c3 bringing in thing. The church is already paid off. It's already taken care of. It's all, the buildings are owned, the property's owned. We don't need to there's no payment on the property, no payment on the buildings. We don't need to take in, tax exempt donations, because the church is already, not, again, the ministry's already paid off. So there you go. And see, then there's no, then we're going to need the ministry when some of us, hopefully none of us, but that's not a very, that's not, nor is it being optimistic, or is it being realistic mindset that there's somebody in this ministry that's not going to lose their housing, that doesn't need a place to stay. Well, Pastor has been offering that for years now. I've been listening to this, and I just, and he said, don't have any pride. And I've been reading scripture, and just kind of like Jonathan, I didn't mean to turn him down, but I've got to get this secure so I can help people like Jonathan in the future. I think he's called and wanted to maybe come out here, but I don't know why. I just don't get I haven't gotten that connection with him yet. I don't know who he is, or, I know he is, he's a moderator. He's been here for a little bit. And I think he came on some, we were talking about preparedness or something the one time or whatnot. But again, I want to be able to extend out for people like that, like, well, instead of sending you money, I'm going to send you, a ticket to get out here, and say, come out here. And if not, maybe send something to him. I gave him and told him he still has, more than, enough to, if he truly needs help, I will send him some food, but again, I don't know what his situation is. And again, apparently, I think he was one of these people who was trying to reach out, because I don't think he's, I don't mean to go there, but he must be one of these people who lives near a city, and kind of like these people on this Homestead Looking for Helpers website, where he's almost nearly living in his car and is reaching out because I had made a mention. I need somebody to come out here who's got tools. And saying, I know that already. I probably won't take anybody that wouldn't come out here if they were from this ministry. And for a while, Jonathan has only just been here recently. He just came on, into the fold. And again, it's not that I don't want to help him, but I truly think if we're going to be able to help each other, future tense, in, with housing, I'm going to have to buckle down for things like this too. Even myself, like I told you, I'm like, I can't, man, I wanted to go get those tires. Now, I don't think they would fit, and that was a blessing once I did, but I'm like, I can't do that. I need to stay and don't spend any money. Like I said, it's probably going to take every penny that I have right now for the permitting and then in the power. And I don't think I have enough money for the power right now. I'm going to be 100% forward with you. I don't think I have enough money for the power and the permitting. One of the permits I have to pay later. It's $750 for the septic. I have to pay another $550 up front for there's one of the permits I have to pay up front. Like I think the neighbor said you got to pay to get your address here. You don't have to file a permit, but you have to pay a fee. I think it's almost $300 just to get your address. To get your address, so you register it with the fire department, so they come out, rural fire and all, they put that placard at the end of your driveway or whatever, so that fire knows that you're, again, I got to be tight and I can't look at anything. And that's tough because I need to take this can be a tough gig for me because normally if I have a little bank like this right now, I'm out searching, always looking for that thing that I can buy and fix up a little bit or improve or whatever, even if it's a good deal or something, and I can know a way to turn it and make, a little bit of money on it. I'm doing that with the money that I have. And I can't do that right now because I need to file that CUP. Like Ryan was saying, a timeline kind of thing. And I don't want to be in a rush and I'm not doing that. I think it's just good timing and it gives me 6 months. That way, if something went down, and I do think we're going to see a downturn in the economy in the second half of this year. So time's going by quick. July and August will get here real quick, guys. I mean, March, April, May, June, July, it will get here quick. So I don't have a lot of time to dilly-dally around, you know what I'm saying? So, again, I'm very hesitant to bring people out here again because I don't want anybody interrupt, what's going on out here either. Get the wrong person to come out here and cause me a problem. Well, hey, he's not, oh, wait a minute now, So I want to do this on my own, but some ways I don't. So I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. So at this time, probably the best thing is I try to do this on my own as much as I can, but I may do this, like I said, in a different sense. That's why I've been thinking about trying to get somebody to go over to that other property, somebody who has a skill set already. So I'll update you on it and let you know, on how that goes. I'm sure I'll get a flood of responses. Again, there are a lot of people who are hungry, and I think there would be plenty of people who would probably, would work out, So maybe near future on that, but I got to kind of get over this hump too and get to where I'm like, because like I said, I could probably bring somebody out here once I get this CUP, and say, hey, I got, because I'm bringing out somebody here to help me. I need a helper out here. And I don't think that'd be a problem. You see what I'm saying? Once I get that conditional use permit to be here and get the ability to, I can probably have somebody out here pretty comfortably that there's no way for the, I'm saying, because I'm not being, they could legally, and there's things legally I can do. And I wouldn't do anything without writing either, too. Like I've spoken in the past, I'm not going to not do this without sitting down and writing up some kind of an agreement with both sides. It's, mutual kind of thing, like an annulment, huh? Oh, wait, no, that's not it. It's a annulment. That's not what it is. My bad. It's a prenup. Like a prenup, kind of a deal. Hey, if we're going to make a contract, we got to make sure we prenup here. So, no, hey, it covers both people, then, or whatever. And if you cover your bases in the beginning, then you're it'll work out. So he's like, it went from an annulment to a prenup, huh? Oh boy, you got that backwards, didn't you? Oh, but again, I'm kind of hoping again that the county, as much as I don't want to hear this, that the county, that the county will let me use this building, because it will take a big strain off of my, and I already thought about it. Even if it doesn't, I'll just go buy a shipping container. Hell with this. That's what I'm saying. That's why I almost think that they'll let me use this building. Because if they'll let me use a shipping container, why would they not let me use a semi-trailer? You know what I'm saying? So I think at this point in time, again, getting this property on the grid, getting it to where I could have somebody out here where they can't complain that, hey, he's not on the grid and he's not doing this by code. There's none of, they can't do that. I've already pulled my conditional use permit. So I think I will, like I said, I would be less, that's why I think I'm being hesitant right now. So again, I think as soon as I do this, that's probably when I'll go ahead and bring somebody out here. Because like I said, I can legally have somebody here. They're here to help me. I can have somebody come live on this property to come help me. You know what I'm saying? So I could even put them on my other property temporary. So they're living over there to help me. They're a helper. They just go back and forth between here and get a travel trailer, put it over there or something like that. So like I said, I got to take the money that I have, and it's probably going to break me at this point, but it's okay. I would rather, like I said, get this done now, like we're talking about. And so before, summer's going to be here before you know it, and then fall will get here, and you're like, damn it, how did I not get that done? You know what I mean? I need to get on it now, right now. So appreciate it. All right, give me a minute. I'm going to try to get my fire going. For some reason, I can't seem to get this fire ripping right now. I got too big of a piece in there and nothing underneath it. So let me get a smaller piece. And we see we get something underneath it. Get that thing up. The freaker needs sunroof to keep you suckers tripping. Oh, so we can get it ripping. Freaking sunroof. Maybe that'll get that bad boy going. Well, when they kick everybody out of here, everybody leave. All right. No worries. All right. Appreciate it, guys. I don't want to bore you to death in here. I just thought I'd come in here, and we talked about, again, earlier about having 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out of the system. So I'm kind of doing this backwards, because most people are in the system and then, try to get out of the system. But I'm out of the system and would like to try to put, as far as 1 foot back, back into the system, because, you use the system until it's not working, and that was my idea, use the system until it's not working. Use the system until it doesn't work anymore, And so I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm not doing nothing. I'm just been hyper focused on this. Want this to, like I said, I'm kind of excited to get down there and go get, and get the yay or nay. I need to find this out. That's what I've been kind of a little hesitant to, like, well, what if they tell me no? What am I going to do then? So I don't know, because of this county, but I don't think that, like I said, I don't think they'll mix. I don't think they'll mix what they got going here down with the, the other stuff down there at the county, with the other office. see if we get this darn thing to stop doing this. There we go. That's a little better. But, man, that's right, my flipping eyes. All right, that's why I can't do that. Apologies. It's shine right in my damn eyeballs, kill my eyeballs. So, but yeah, I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna. Well, no, I mean, I got to be careful, right? Like I said, I don't want to stress myself out because then I put myself under a huge, you know what I'm saying? Kind of, and it's fine. I'm willing to do this for the ministry. It needs done. It'll actually give me drive. You know, like I said, I'm not going to try to talk about it all the time, but you know, every little bit of help, everybody a little help, you know, everybody a little bit helps, and people can follow this and see this is a ministry thing. I'm not doing this to try to go build a house over on Bowen's for myself. This is all ministry based. So, but I do see the way that things are going, and I think if I don't take a dump or get off the pot, that dude, this camera sucks. Let's see if we can get a little bit more light here. Maybe this will help. I need more light, so maybe that'll help. But again, I do see in the future that this is a great way to help protect the ministry. Like you said, I appreciate your seeing this with the eyes that I'm seeing it through. I'm not just seeing this with some clouded vision. You know, I want I want my life to have some purpose, and feeling as a pastor of this ministry that the ministry serves a purpose here. And, you know, I'm not just trying to get on septic to be in compliance. I really want to get the electric put on this property. I want the electric on this property so that we can produce abundance out here. I haven't even got the freeze dryer yet, but whatever, I'll figure it out. I will figure out that freeze dryer when I have power on the property. I can't put a freeze dryer out here until I have constant, consistent power to begin with, period. There's no way around that. So I'm not going to try to do it with solar. It's just not, it is done, but that's done by wealthy people. I'm a poor guy, you know, I'm just some guy that doesn't have income. So I have to work off of with what I have. So, but remember, I have some investment. Not a lot. Maybe the things will shoot up a little bit. Like I said, if I can find a building out here for, again, I think Rick paid, you know, thousands of dollars, you know, not $10,000, you know, but thousands of dollars for his building. Now it's got a lot of work to be done to it. It needs basically a whole remodel on the inside because of the, you know, there's a lot of, mice and rat, and you know, but the undercarriage is good. Nothing wrong with the undercarriage. The bones in it are great. If I could find something like that, but what I do think in the future is that's going to get very popular out here. There's going to be a lot of people who are trying to cash out and will take whatever they can get right now. And they're going to beat me to the punch on a lot of these things too, because they got money. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to go there. It is what it is. There's a lot of people right now. If they're smart, they're already getting out. They're already scaling down. They're already going, hey, honey, we need to get out of this big thing. These utility bills are getting crazy. We're not going to be able to afford the taxes on this place, let alone are we going to be able to afford the, you know, the heating bill to keep it going. The maintenance, this place, we got to replace the roof. This is, you know, the homeowner's insurance. This is a freaking money pit. Why don't we just go out to where we go ride at the dunes? And we'll go get a little cabin out there, and we'll go kick back out there, and we'll just go put our feet up and say, you know what I mean? So things out here, I think all this is going to get more expensive. It's going to drive the price of these single wides and even smaller double wides, 80s, 90s, all of that are going to be almost unobtainable. It's almost like the price of Toyotas went up tremendously. Remember when used vehicle prices went way up? Remember when the price of used vehicles went way up? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's where I'm headed with this. So, I appreciate you having a clear eye, and an eye to see that I'm not seeing this out of some, you know, rose colored glasses like this all going to be rosy. It's not going to be easy to do, but I think if I make this first step and take this first step, yeah, it's going to put me under, you know, kind of under under pressure for the septic, but I'm certain that I can get the septic in the next couple months covered. I'm going to work so hard. I mean, I don't know where the income's going to come from. Honestly, I have that truck out here. I have that Ford. That's where I'm really hoping that the Ford will come through with, and I can get that fixed. And because it's kind of like my last big item that I have out here. Where the hell am I going to come up with the difference? I will see. Like I said, we'll see. That's why I'm saying I don't want to rush this too quickly because as soon as I do that, like I said, I'm going to be short the power. I don't know how much. Like I said, I think the check for the power is $2,500. So even I think it's probably $2,500 right out the gate for the CUP, the permit for the electric, the permit for the septic, to address and then $2,500 not long after, okay, that you have to write for the power company. Because and then by then, because I went today and I pulled the 400 amp breaker out and looked at it. I don't have a power pole. I thought I did. I don't know how and where it went, but I don't have a power pole. I'm really disappointed. Um, I guess I've just used them all, you know. And I've got to actually take a look because it says something about having 18 feet. You got to have at least 4 foot buried. So you got to have 12 feet sticking out. I don't remember people having 12-foot mounted poles to have their smart meter on a 12-foot pole. It says something about be able to have something like maybe like a conduit. And I have a metal pole out here that I could potentially use, but not the tremendous amount. Okay, like I said, probably the pole. I don't know what it costs for a pole. Probably $100 or under for a. It's got to be. It said 6x8, I think, or 6x6. Got to be 6x6. Excuse me, 6x6 pole, and it's got to be at least 18 feet with 4 foot, at least 4 foot buried. So that's 14 feet. Of a 12. Where in the hell is 14 foot? I don't see 14-foot poles sticking up out of the, So maybe I'm mistaken, but that in the plastic conduit, and then I'm ready to roll, man. You know what I'm saying? I might need to get a breaker box down the road here, something to plug in, some actual breakers, but I'll figure something out there. But that could probably be done within the next month or two. So that gives me 4 months, gives me about 2 months to come up with a difference with septic, which I think I could do, like I said at that time, because there is the $750 inspection when you bury the tank, and then you got to have the money for the lines, the leach lines, and then some of the fittings and whatever for the plumbing. So we're talking about the septic it's about $4,500 to do the septic, almost total, and you're paying 500, I think, of that right out the gate, because you're paying for portion of that conditional use permit. Part of that second permit would be for your septic to dig your 3 test holes. They come out and do an inspection after you dig your 3 test holes, and then you dig your leach lines, and then dig your tank, and they come out, and then you have your look at it, and then you can bury it. So I think it can reach that. Like I said, the big thing I think that's holding me back right now is the house itself. you know, and I really feel so stupid for spending all that money on that attorney. I could have bought a house with that money, you know, and I shouldn't be coulda, shoulda, woulda, but man, oh man, you know, I could have that building on this property right now and say, let's do this, baby. Let's do this. Let's get this done and over with. I'd really like to move on. You know, I'm kind of excited to build my own house now. I am, you know, in a sense, I'd like to get this done, but I'd like to get a mill down the road and mill my own house and build my own house out of what I've milled. These mill ends too, but you know, I want to mill my own house. So I want to do some weird, you know, just oddities. I'll do it piece by piece. I'm probably just going to build it piece by piece. It's probably going to just be, I know it's probably going to be a little excessive in ways, not like that, but just some really large timber. I want to use some large timber in places, you know, just do some really large timber, overly large when I can in some spots. So I just think it'll look right, you know, not too big, because again, it's got to be things I can haul and handle and not, you know, overdo it, but you know, um, so that'll give me future tents in the future to have that cabin built over there off of Bowens. So um, exciting times to get this ministry up and going like this. Like I said, because once this is done, I can build a small building. It doesn't, you know, I can under 400 square feet. It's just considered, you know, a shed or whatever. It's not livable. You don't live in it. That, you know, we can build a building and put power in it and stick the freeze dryer in it, and you know, if we wanted to, and even before I get the, you know, a building set up out here. So lots of ideas. Maybe somebody wants to come out and help. Like Ryan said, he might come out here and spend a week or two, you know, so, you know, a day or two, it don't matter. So let me know. Let me know if you want to be a part of this. It's a challenge, but I think it's a challenge I'm up for, and it's a challenge that I'm going to set goals that I can actually reach. And like I said, this one is the biggest one, and you know, it's not something that I don't think I can't obtain. I just have to make sure that I'm really super, 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 super tight, because I still have bills every month, just like anybody else. So I do think I'm going to look at Social Security. You know, maybe. I don't know. I'm a veteran. They've never had it in my records before like that, but it's been documented with this PTSD. So we'll see if they want to, you know, if they want to give me Social Security, I'll take it. I won't have any pride. I'll take it. That would sure make things, you know, not now. It's not about this, but future tense where I could, you know, strut down the road. I could, you know, they give me gas money to go in the woods and go get lumber to build a, you know, use the right equipment to build, you know, to build that house down the road. So, um, rock too. Probably going to do rock. Want to do a lot of rock and timber. That's the whole future tense. I have no idea what I'm going to do exactly, and I don't really care at this point. I'm just future tense, you know, like I said, kicking around ideas. So uh, yeah, what's your idea? You got any idea how I can meet this goal, beat this goal, set this goal? You got any other ways for me to reach this? Got any other ideas? You know anybody else that's got a job site trailer? Anybody else got a single wide for sale? I'm in the market for a single wide, something 80 or newer, something like that. Anybody around you got one? I've actually seen some out of this area, but I'm not in the market to try to haul something 5 or 6 hours away. That's a pretty big bill. So, um, but actually, no, I'm not ready for that yet. Actually, because that's something That's what I mean, Ryan. I'm gonna have to kind of do this in stages. As soon as I spend this money, like I said, I'm almost going to immediately have to come up with the electric, because that's what you kind of do. You say, okay, well, I'm going to put in my conditional use permit. I'm going to draw. The first thing I want to do is install the electric. I need to install the electric so that I can work, you know, cut, build, you know, do the things I need to do. So that's the way I'll probably have to do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like doing it that way. And the one that's bothered me is just like, why, how are we going to give you permission to build something in this, uh, on this property? You don't even have a building there. Well, because I'm going to build one, right? Well, I don't want to build one because I don't think that's the cost is too expensive at this point to even try to just build the smallest building, which I'm totally up for. I don't think that a single ranch home would hurt me at all. I think I could easily do a ranch home right now and not hurt myself, even by myself, without anybody else here. I can build a ranch home with 2x6s and 2x4s, and the trusses might be a little tough, but whatever. I could still. There's ways to, it's not rocket science. Okay, I built several homes, so but that's where I was a little, like I said, I would feel so confident that if I had a building out here that I knew that would work, I'd say, okay, let's do this, because then I could start hyper focusing on, like, oh, well, this is what's needed, so I can right now. What's needed is the conduit. And I looked at that today at the conduit at the Home Depot, and I'll price it here at the hardware store up here and see what their price is. They don't give a veterans discount, and I didn't see it in 20-foot sticks at the Home Depot here, and maybe they don't sell it in a 20-foot stick, but the 3-inch schedule 40 is what they're calling for. So that's fine. 10-foot sticks might be better for transport. You know what I mean? With the way I'm, doing it anyways, on how I would have to do it, I might have to transport those on the Forerunner. So inside or on top on the roof rack. So I think they're about. It said when you bought 10 sticks or more, they were $14 a stick. So that's only 10 feet. So that's 150. So probably about $300 maybe to get me back to where I think I want to go about, give or take, and then go wherever I'm running it to, after that. I mean, I only need enough to get probably 200 feet. So, $300, like I said, to get it back 200 feet on the 300 amp or on the 400 amp meter. So that and the pole. So, probably another $400 or $500 right there in cost to get the pole and then I with the check. So another $3. So that's what I'm saying. 25, 3, about $5,000. And then I've got electric out here. And then I stay focused on how to get that tank, the lines, there's lines that they're like the leach lines, right? And then come the $750 permit for final inspection on that. But I don't need that right now for what I was, so that's something down the road that that would be my very next, obviously my very next goal. Now, if they said that I could use this building, then I would probably start doing the conversions and the construction on this building almost immediately too. Like if they said if it needed 2x6 exterior, I don't know what they're going to tell me at all. Like I said, it seems like if you can build a shipping container, I don't think you have to put 2x6 interior walls inside a shipping container. That would narrow it out considerably. I think they just use the thinner, insulation, and because it's a structured building, you don't have to have 2x6 exterior walls on that building. So we'll see. What's your thoughts? What say you? What do you think they'll do with the semi trailer? Hopefully they don't make me put 2x6 exterior walls in it. I'd lose almost a foot on the inside of the interior. That's why I didn't do it that way. I didn't want to lose all that extra space. It would be that much narrower. I know it doesn't feel like much, but it would be. So I don't know. I know how to build it by spec, by code, by doing a regular home with 2x6 exterior walls. But this is not built that way. I didn't build it that way, so I don't know what the county will say. So I'm excited about that. I'm hoping it's not with a bunch of complications and things that and I have to draw up a plan and show them what I'm going to do, and that's why I kind of need to know what building I'm using. So when I do the step by step, what I'm saying, Ryan, too, I have to tell them what kind of building I'm putting a single wide, I'm using a ship container, I'm doing a semi-trailer, I'm doing, whatever building has to be on my plans. Yeah, that's why I think they'll let me. They will. That's what the CUP is for. That's why you can. But so what they don't want people to do, Ryan, out here, where a lot of people do, is they'll do that and then they'll just plug in an RV and they never build a house. See why I'm concerned about that? Well, again, I've talked with people out here. I've talked with people who build. You know what I'm saying? I've been here for a long time, and I know how kind of. So that's what people do. You know what I'm saying? They um, they come out here, put the RV out here, but they never build anything. 6 months goes by and then they don't do anything, and now they got power out here and they don't care. They're happy. They're plugged in and they just live out here in their RV, which you're not allowed to do. You can conditionally live in your RV for 6 months while you're building. So and you can live in whatever you want while you're building. They don't care what you're living in while you're building. You know what I'm saying? And that's the nice thing while you have power. See, I need the power while I plug in and have a place to stay where I can plug in my RV so I can have, flushing toilets and power and water and septic and, why they do, like you said, the RV. I could say, oh, well, I plan on, living in an RV. Yeah, I'll tell them I'll pull in an RV or something. Exactly. Thank you, Ryan. You know what I'm saying? That's probably what I tell them, But I need the, yeah, it's 6 months. Like I said, it's from what somebody who just built, but good faith. That's what I'm saying. If you're working towards getting something built, they're going to work with you, especially if I, like right now, because I have a busted back, I have I'm not going to tell them about that. You know, I have not in the beginning, I won't, I have a fractured, compression, fracture in my vertebrae. I could later, oh, I got on Social Security because I did, and they're not going to, I don't plan on wasting any time. I don't want to sit there and take forever, but thank you for looking that up if you did. Um, so, yeah, but then you'd have to pay all your permits all over again. So, right? You have to pay that whole 2,500, all those permits all over again. If you don't get it done in time, then you got to do it again. You got to pay it all over again. You know what I'm saying? Not renewed. Well, yeah, they can be renewed, but you have to buy all of them all over again. So I ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? So we got this. I'm gonna make this happen. I'm excited for that too. Like I said, for the ministry, for myself, to have this out here, to be able to, and like I said, one day too, that I will, future tense, because this property is worth it. It's going to probably take $3,000 to $5,000 worth of gravel to put the road back here, to make the road the way it should be. Because I don't think I'm going to get any cooperation from the neighbor, and that's fine. He can do whatever he wants. So that's the next thing. Obviously, after this is done, I gotta have to put a good, decent road in here, and get it so it's not a wreck coming back in here. But we'll cross that road when we get to that road when we get there, right? So, thanks for looking that up. I think again it's something I can do without putting myself under some kind of massive stress. Like, oh my God, guys, I'm pulling my hair out. How am I going to do this? The county's up my back, and I don't want that. I don't want to stress myself under that. I don't have to, and I don't think I will. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate it. That's why I said I think that if I could get a building out here, there not going to be any stress. Why stress about it? Just do it in stages. Do it. I can't even dig right now. It's hard as hell. I know I was digging poles out here to put fencing in, and it was hard to get through. Like I said, you have to wait. Actually, the excavating company that, it's the neighbor, that I have used, they got to wait. They don't got the big old monster equipment. They got more of a, smaller type of bucket, and they're going to have to wait for the excavation. I'm going to do the whole excavation on the power myself. I will. I'm going to do it no matter how hard it is. I'm going to do it. I have to. I'd like to get that power out here by next week or two or month. That'd be awesome. it can be done. It can be done, and it will be done. We're going to get her done. How about that? Get her done. So as long as I can get the county's approval, and like I said, there's a little bit of a process to start it, but I think I hopefully can get the county's blessing. And you got to file with the county, hey, I'm building something, put it out there, everybody, hey, he's building, anybody object, he says he's going to do this, and so you kind of put yourself on front, and then that's it, boom. And then I'm telling you, I'm going to start swinging a pick axe. I don't care if I got to dig through the hard pan out here, whatever it takes. It's got to be 2 feet dug down in the ground, wherever I can dig, and I can't because it goes right through the it goes right through the driveway. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can't dig it out, on the road out there. I could on this side of the road. Probably won't dig across the easement right now. I'll have to do that the day that they come out here to do the power pole. You know what I'm saying? I'll have to do that, or have something, to go over that, so that if Kevin or anybody needs to get back there, that they can get back into his place. So, but I want to start the excavation as soon as possible. So I need a pole, I need the conduit, and I'm on it, man. I already have the box, like I said, and I'm going to pull the permit on next week to, for the septic, the power, and I'll do the well later. I don't have 20,000 for a well, so 3 has to be 3-inch schedule 40. So got to be at least 3-inch, 3 or 4-inch schedule 40 conduit. So I looked it up over and over again because I thought you could have galvanized, but the galvanized is for above ground, and the conduit is for below ground. So um, one stage at a time, like you said, Ryan. You hit it though. Like I said, we'll meet this. We'll get this. This ministry is going to be, it's going to be able to do what it needs to do out here. And like I said, I'll be so excited to. No, I'm not taking no loans. Just do it all by the hard way, the sweat of the brow. I've been able to cover most of this by, like I said, through just hard work and horse trading. I'm a horse trader. I fix things up and I sell them, and so I have assets. I sold some land. I had 65 acres. I sold 25 of them, and so I've taken that money and put that all into the ministry, and so. We're getting there. Remember, we still got a $500,000 storm shelter, but that thing's all done. It's going to be definitely hey, you lived in that thing if you wanted to. It's going to be a pretty, it already is. There's a whole nother project there. Hey, that's a whole nother, those it's $700 for a dump truck of cement to come down here, so think about how much concrete's in that thing already. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know how to pull that off. A lot of hard work, a lot of digging, a lot of years, a lot of, like I said, no Social Security, no disability, no veterans benefits, no VA, no nothing. Just go get it, work hard, trade and fix things up. And I do work on cars. I don't like to work on them all the time, but I can. And fix them and sell them, and motorcycles and all kinds of different things. I'm a horse trader. So that's how been able to pay my way out here, not literally, and do it all the hard way, but earn it. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate the people who have, been a witness to how much we've been able to accomplish, for just one man to be out here by myself without a tractor and, using, just rakes and shovels. Look how much all this is cleared out, look how many fence poles are out here. Hundreds of fence poles I've dug by hand. So I bought a post hole digger, but it doesn't work. It's been sitting for a little bit. So I need to go through it. And that's what I need. I need me a helper out here who can work on engines. Somebody like that. Somebody can get a bunch of that stuff going with no issues. I don't have a bunch of it, but Yeah, no, I don't get any veterans benefits. I don't get any money from the veterans. Nothing. Never been to the VA, so I don't get Social Security. I don't get anything. So that's okay. No worries. It'll all work out. Like I said, I'm well on my way now. Um, I like I said, I'll know more when I go sit down and I have a meeting with the county and tell them, hey, here's my plan. This is what I'm looking at doing, and they'll tell me I can do this, I can't do that, I can do this, and then I'll know. We'll get it taken care of. It's just like I said, at this point, it's the building, whether they're going to let me use, I don't know. They might let me use the rusty butterfly or the rusty dragon. So I don't know. I just have to do it all the hard way. And if I didn't break my back, I probably would feel better. But man, this busted vertebrae, you know what I mean? That's what's slowing me down is the compression fracture in my vertebrae. Building that rusty dragon, dropped that damn beam and broke my hip and my back. So, um, no, I don't get pension. Don't get anything. Everything I work for and donate to the ministry. So it's what I do. It's what he's programmed me to do. I'm a service to other being. I joined the military at 17 years old. So some of us are wired to serve others. So kind of gets in the way sometimes. I don't take care of the things I need to on my own front, but that's all right. That's what I'm doing here. That's what this is all about, to make sure that I personally, if something happens to me, physically cannot work, because that could happen. I have sometimes to drag myself around in a walker. I get to where I get shrimped over, and the sciatic is so bad, the vertigo is, it gets rough. So I don't have my son here anymore to take care of me. I don't know where he's at, and I don't know if he's ever coming back or what that's all about. So I have to make sure I have a way to. Although I don't mind having composting toilets and live off the grid and carry my water and do all those things, I need to make it to where if I go down, I have some, ability to have some amenities, that because nobody's going to look after me. I actually found out that through, because I did get on the state health plan to get some kind of make, so I have some kind of help. I had to get, and remember, I found out my back was broken again. So um, I had to get some, help. But they said that if I do get that bad again, that they can get somebody to probably come out. I don't know what they call it, hospice or whatever, but somebody come out for like 20 hours a week or something, help me with something, And like I said, my issue right now is, like I said, um, my bed is lofted. It's really high up in the air, and coming down off that bed is just really destroying me. Um, but I figure it out. I'm a little bit older, but I get down a couple times at night, use the bathroom, whatever, and get back up and down is a little bit. It's a little bit tough, but getting up is not a problem. And normally, is that what they call it? I've never had to have any help like that. Like I said, I had my son to help me when I went down, and I don't have pride, so I will. That's what I'm saying. This is no more of this stuff. I got to do what I got to do here, and not, like I said, in a negative way. I got to do what I got to do. That's why I finally went to the doctors. Like, you haven't been to the doctors in, what do they say, 17 years since I've been to the doctor. They're like, man, you are, so I needed to get some medical, I needed to get looked at. I found out that my body wasn't producing insulin. I found out my third vertebrae, was broken. I didn't let him x-ray my hip, and I guarantee I broke my hip. That was even more painful to me at the time when I did it than my back. I said I knew I broke my back. I knew that. That was a gimme. But it was that other pain that I just wasn't used to. So, oh yeah, no, I go to bed, and I actually have the first two. I busted my first vertebrae in the military. Didn't get surgery. Didn't want to get kicked out of the military, because I went into the military with scoliosis, which I shouldn't have been able to pass their physical exam, but I did. So I never, when I hurt my back, I didn't say anything. Then when I got in a car accident, I got in a 3-car pileup. I actually got rear-ended three times in like 13 months. So the second car accident that I got in, I was actually a passenger, and I had, um, it was a felony hit and run in the middle of the day. I had fluid in the frontal lobes of my brain. It literally, the vertigo was so bad that I couldn't hardly stand up. That was the second time, and that was my L2. And so this time, the L3, I broke my L3 by dropping a massive 400-pound beam and holding on to it and not letting go of it, because I thought it was going to, come back and crush me and pin me. And so I don't know, just out of instincts, I held on to it. And when it dropped, I took all the, uh, I'm saying the blunt. And so I knew my hip was done. I told you guys, and I said here on the live stream, I told you it was in the middle of the winter. I was like, right now, working in the middle of the winter. I told you guys, man, I broke my back again, guys. I know it, but I think it's my hip, guys. I've never had this feeling. I had that back. I know back. I've done this before. I can deal with the back issue, but the hip. But remember, I just was getting worse and worse, worse and worse, worse and worse, worse and worse, and said, I gotta identify something's wrong. And once I've actually identified that it was wrong, I was able to deal with it. So I don't take narcotics. I don't do their pain medication. And so I deal with it the best that I can. So I've used cannabis in the past. It doesn't fix much. Like I said, it doesn't fix anything, actually. It just helps slow down the pain, the signal pain. It's nerve pain. So it's my body is doing the right thing. It's telling myself to go have surgery. Go have surgery, you silly rabbit. Most people be on their, deathbed pleading for some kind of, pain medication, but I don't want that in my system. But my body telling itself to go get fixed is a good thing. It means that it's healthy and it's strong enough to, that's why they won't give me cortisone shots or skip that. They won't, because I will go. Last time they said, we're not giving you cortisone because you go break your back again. Took a little longer than they thought, but I did it again. So that's why I just got to be careful out here. Don't overwork myself. So that's why I'm going to have to take these things in stages, and I'll get them done. I will knock this out. I've already done this now a couple times. When they took my x-ray, yeah, that's it. Sorry, I got something in my darn nose. That's what it is with me, honestly, butterfly. She's my butterfly, sugar baby. All right, so I had to say that, my bad. So we got the rusty butterfly out here. But I found that too, that people through the years, because, they wanted to do back surgery on me 17 years ago or whatever, 15, 16, 17. So the discovery that I have found that most people tell me with surgery is either it's about a 50-50. It really is a toss-up. Half the people say, man, that's the best thing I ever did. I feel better. I'm glad I did it. I have mobility. I used to have struggle with this, and tell me, and it's like, oh, awesome, man. That's so great. And then the other people tell me, oh my God, I wish I never would have done that. I'm so much worse. Now I can't even walk. And I'm like, that's what always gets me. It's one thing to listen to all the good confidence stories, but when you hear all these other people who said, man, I'm worse off than when I started, you're like, okay, well, I'll go in there when I'm dragging myself around like a snail again for 6 months and I just can't take it anymore, because I've been there, guys. I have been in so much pain in my life. I'm up there right now. This is a pretty strong. It's the hip that's bothering me more than the back. Like I said, when I went to the doctor, they said, yep, obviously the arthritic, all this old injuries is obviously having issues, but this new compression fracture is, I did a number to it again. So, but it's okay. I'm going to push through this one just like I did the last two. Will I have surgery? I don't know. Maybe this time, because I'm actually hearing that they can go in there and do surgery on me without even opening me up, literally cutting on me. I mean, my dad had major reconstructive back surgery. He had a freaking train track down his damn back like that long, And so people ask me, how do you do that? Well, my dad was a lot worse off than I am. He broke 8 vertebrae. I've only busted 3 of them. So, and his all disintegrated. Mine are still there. They're just all messed up and the discs are gone. So I'll work through it. I will. I'll work through this no matter what. And the body's resilient. You know what I'm saying? Well, one day at a time. Like I said, I'm ministry focused, knowing that I'm serving a purpose on this rock, and that this isn't in vain, and I'm not doing this for my own gain, and that this is something that if I bite off, chip away a little bit, chip away, chip away, chip away, chip away. The next thing you know, you'll have a big old chunk of fall off. So that's why I'm gonna take this in stages, kind of like Ryan was talking about, and I'm gonna meet this goal, and I'm gonna do this for this ministry. Could I do it all for myself? Buy myself a house, buy myself a car, buy myself a truck? Sure. I don't care about that. I'm gonna die someday. What am I gonna leave behind? I don't know if my son is even alive anymore, let alone I can't even report him missing or dead. So I don't know what to do about that. So the best thing I could do is try to move forward. I don't know how to do anything but be a dad, but whatever. Doesn't mean I'm not his dad. I've done everything I can possibly do to include getting myself thrown in jail, over the deal. So I can only do so much to help him. So I've done everything I can do. I love the young man. If he's alive, great. I hope he's in a place where, you know, Father has him. And if he's dead, then he's not suffering right now. That's all I can tell you. And he doesn't have to be a witness to his dad being in pain, because not the pain of the physical pain, the pain from missing him, the pain from missing my daughter. So God's will be done. He doesn't make mistakes. So I need to do what I need to do as a pastor, and to continue on in my life. And when Father's ready for this situation to be known to me, he will reveal. Otherwise it's not to me. I've done everything I can to try to discover, um, have reported him, over and over missing to several agencies, and nobody will take the time to go even location of where I think he is at, and so, um, but I've got to move on in life and not forget him. I'm not forgetting him. I'm just can't put myself further back. I've already, like, again, there's $225,000 that I've spent on this case or more, being quite conservative, not even including my time, hard money, assets, to try to help him in this position because of my activism, that they go after him and attack him because it gets to me. So, seems like anytime I push, they attack him. So that's why I'm not pushing anymore like that, and have to just let Father's will be done. So, will I ever talk to my son again? That I have no idea. So I love him. I miss him terribly, but nobody's looking for him. And nobody will even take a report for his body missing. So it's a difficult life that Father has me in right now. And I don't talk about it anymore because it gets old and it wears this ministry down. So I love him, and wherever he's at, I miss him terribly. And there's nothing I can do about it. The Lord knows that I have tried. If you've been watching this, ministry for the last 3 or 4 years, you see how much effort that I put into it and what it's cost me. So I would have all these funds if I didn't have all this, whatever. I've been pillaged. I've been literally just been taken advantage of by the system, by people, by my own family, people who said they were my friends. A lot of people, a lot of take. So, and here I am still giving. So that's fine. I'm going to do this till the day I die. I'm wired this way. I did it at 17. Even when I wasn't even considered an adult, I knew that my service was to give up the flesh for the cause, for the bigger cause. So I'm doing it now. I'm not buying myself a house, a car. I'm not doing anything for me. 98% of my focus daily is how do I get this ministry taken care of, so that then I can focus again on the things in my life that, if there's something that I need a roof over my head, I could have one here, but I'd rather have one up the road where I don't have to stay here at the ministry full time. I can go home to a home that I built. So with my own hands, from the wood that I cut down from the forest with my own saw, that kind of stuff. I like to do things like that. That's the way I am. So I feel better when I earn it, So I'm not looking to grift anybody. And although from time to time I might bring up, so, yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? What, how long it's been, guys, that he hasn't been seen, and that like nobody cares about him to even look for him. Not his uncles, not his grandma, grandpa, niece, nephew, aunts, uncles. It's like he's just gone, just poof in thin air. Even his girlfriend, how is that even possible? His wife, his girlfriend of like 5 or 6 years, how is her family not? I'm so perplexed. It would be so much easier to just close my eyes, take my last breath, but that's okay. I'm going to keep struggling, just so you know. It's hard to get up every day. I hate this frippin' life. It's not easy to be in this flesh right now. So, but here I am. I'm going to stay gospel focused, ministry focused, and when Father wants to provide some answer, anything, he'll give it to me. But I remember I have nothing. Nothing I ever did amounted to anything. It actually set me back tremendously. So I need to pick up the pieces and build this ministry with the pieces and try to just not let it get the best of me. I think I did let it get the best of me for months. I really did. I went off the deep end. I was in pain. My back was hurting. I feel a lot better knowing that I broke my back, and I know that my hip's broken. I don't need an x-ray to tell you that I broke my hip. I know I broke my hip. So knowing that was, re-regulating my diet helped too. Introducing some sugar back into my diet. You know what I'm saying? So, well, thank you, Sabrina. I'm not a perfect parent in any way, shape, or form. I made some terrible mistakes in this, and so that's what, I know if Elijah never wants to talk to me again, I don't blame him at all. I'll still love him if he hates me. If he's alive and hates me, I still love him. I'm never going to stop loving him. He is a tremendous influence, and I'll always keep his memory alive in my mind. If I don't talk about him, it's just because I don't want to be cumbersome to you and bother you with my burden. It's hard to be a dad thinking that maybe if he is alive and he's suffering, going, man, my dad is going to come one day. I know he will not forget me. And he's sitting there suffering. That's what I can't get out of my brain. So, is he there suffering, holding on to the memory? The last time I talked to him, he said he loved me. So, I don't know how much, and I don't want to say that, but I don't know how Father could have made it any more difficult. And he will if I tempt him at all, but I don't know how he could have made it any more difficult for me. So I'm trying to do the best that I can, guys. I'm trying to stay focused, ministry, let it, thy kingdom come, Father's will be done. I can't change what Father has already written. So I have to let it go, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to just get focused on the ministry. When Elijah turns up, it'll probably be after I die, but that's fine. I don't want to think that way, but I don't have anything to go off of. I just spent 2 years of my life for nothing. Actually, look how far backwards that I am now. I have to spend the next 3 years of my life on probation under a flipping microscope. And I can't do anything. I can't go anywhere. I can't hardly do anything. So I'm going to focus on the ministry. That's it, So please excuse me for trying to stay focused here, but at least I'm not cursing like a sailor anymore, and I can't hide the pain, but it is what it is. Pain heals all wounds over time, so give it time. And so, but thank you, Father, for giving me the strength to not give up, to keep coming in here and talking with you guys and talking I know it's a little drama at times, but to help me work through this. I'm saying this is a very trying time to be alive, but yet I'm trying to make the best of my situation. I'm saying? So it's difficult. What is he doing right now? What's Elijah doing right this moment? Does he ever think about me? Who does he talk to? What kind of life does he even have? If he is alive, what is he doing? I can't even imagine what it's like to be him right now. I just can't. I would have no idea what he's thinking. That's what's so hard. Truly do, to have a son that you love so much that you don't have any idea what he's, that's why sometimes I cling to that idea that he loves me still, and somehow he's kidnapped or whatever, and he's clinging to the idea that I haven't given up on him. I know my dad. He won't give up on me. He'll keep trying. He will. It doesn't matter. He won't stop. And here I am, building a flipping ministry. So, but I'm not going to press the issue. Appreciate, the conversation. So it's good to talk about it every once in a while, not hold it in, because it kills me daily. It drives just the biggest divide sometimes, between me and Father. I'm just like, you won't give me anything, will you? Like I say, most parents can go report their children missing, have somebody out there looking for them. Well, hey, I can go to bed at night knowing that there's people out there looking there's nobody looking for them. And then that's kind of the thing. We'll leave him alone because nobody's looking for him. He must be okay, right? What if he's not? What if he's hurting right now? So it's a nightmare, just so you know. I couldn't even imagine it had ever been this. This is terrible. This is a daily punishment. It is, whether you realize it or not. I am being tormented by God. I am being tormented by my Creator. He is a savage. He can instill pain like you have never imagined. And I know because I feel it right now. And my soul is shaking with pain right now. In case you can't feel it on the other end of the screen. But it is. It is. It's trembling. Because what do I do? Get in trouble and then I can't help them? I don't know. So, all right, guys. I better go. What's up with Father? Thank you for your time. We did a couple live streams today. So, thanks for support of this ministry. Like I said, I know it might get a little boring for some of you guys, but this is my life. So I have to stay here and I can't check out early. So thank you for being a witness. Hopefully you'll see that I'm trying to persevere. I'm trying to somehow make it through this. I don't know how, but I feel like if I set some goals, you know what I'm saying? Things that I can strive to have something to strive for. Because I told you already, I'm over this physical realm. I don't really even want to do none of this, to be really 100% for it with you, but I will, because I have to have purpose while I'm here. I'm not going to just sit here and wither away and to, a state of depression. It's not good for me. It's not good for, if Elijah is out there still somewhere, I don't think he would want that for me. But I don't even know that's what I'm saying. I don't even know what he wants. So I don't even have any idea. I'm so lost when it comes to that. So lost. So thanks for your time. And maybe, like I said, before the end of the week, I'll have some answers on what's going to go on with this building, and how we can accomplish it. We're going to need to try to, find another building or not. So if you're watching this, and I don't think anybody's going to watch a restream this far into a restream, but if you want to support the ministry, there's links in the description through Cash App and PayPal, and you can watch the ministry grow, become a physical thing. It is, so to speak, but it's only being used by me right now. So remember, you always have the ability to be a part of this ministry without being connected through the monetary, tithes. It is 100% never required. So I only put that out because I'm trying to help myself and then the ministry as well, too, obviously, like Ryan said, so that I can get ahead of this before whatever happens in the future with our economy doesn't affect this ministry. So maybe actually it'd be the best time where we can thrive. Maybe people will need to come here. So I'm going to stay on this. Thank you for being a part of this with me for the years, and that this has been up and going. And it's never worthless to me in here to come in here and spend time with you guys, just so you know that. It's never, I don't feel like a waste of my time. So, like, oh man, I shouldn't have spent all that time doing that. No, I don't ever feel like there's a moment in here wasted. So thank you for that. It gives this very difficult life, and we all have our own issues, but it gives it a lot of purpose. It gives it meaning. Like I said, I'm okay without it, but it really is good to come in here and share my time with you guys. So don't have the friends and the family like most people have and keep up with. I don't have that. So I appreciate, this is my family. You are my friends. You are my brothers and sisters in Christ. So I couldn't begin to thank you enough. So no, I do appreciate that so much, guys. I really do. As difficult as my life is to have something like this in my life to give it purpose, it really would. The physical, like I said, the physical is getting more difficult. It's really getting more difficult. So it's not that I can't accomplish, but with the extra added mental stress, it kind of wears on the physical. I appreciate that. I can't even imagine my mindset without this ministry. I really think that I just wouldn't be in a good situation right now. I would probably be in a pretty horrible situation. You guys have really helped to lift me tremendously. It is. Well, I don't think I would have done anything bad or anything. I'm not talking about that. I just don't think I would be in a, especially mentally, as far as not having anybody to talk to about this. So I appreciate it. I try not to bring up Elijah very often in here because I did for so long. So I appreciate you guys that have, helped me to keep his, keep this memory alive and allow me to conversate with you over the last couple of years in a very difficult time. So again, I'll let you guys get on with your evening, and we'll see what these metal markets will do. Hopefully the price of metal will shoot up a little bit and here the next couple of weeks, and I'm gonna go cash out everything I got, man, and see if we can get a good chunk of this. Maybe we'll see something rise or something, Alex, I don't have that much. So, but we'll see what the future holds. I appreciate everybody coming in here when they have time, and come back when you have more time. Okay. All right. Love you, brothers, sisters in the narrow way. I'll see you again. Again, links are in the description. Predestined4light is the email if you want to email me. license plates, get a hold of me if you want to send a license plate this way. I'll put that P.O. box out back out there again or something, give you some information on how to do that if you want to send a plate out here to the high desert. So, all right. Hopefully you can glean something from this. Again, I titled this 1 Foot in the System, 1 foot out of the system. Please try to start getting, you know, as many ways that you can get out of the system, and do not pull that foot out of the system yet. I would not recommend getting completely out of the system. Keep using the system right now until you can't go to the store and buy toilet paper, and keep using the system. It's okay, just keep using the system. Put 1 foot out though. If you don't have 1 foot out, I'm kind of doing this in a reverse way. Most people are in the system trying to get out of the system. I'm nearly almost all the way out of the system trying to get back into this, partially into the system, because I want to still use the system while it's up. So be as esteemed as the potter's clay, turn their works upside down. Hopefully we've done that here. You know what I'm saying? Like a snare, he's going to lift us out of here. So much love. Okay. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.